So, hey fellas, welcome back to our YouTube channel Goofy Harry, and I'm again with another fantastic crossover. So, today we are gonna see what if all four Potters ghost trained Harry Potter and raised him well. So, if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The killing curse lit the nursery green. It lasted less than a second, the flash, the impact, the silence that swallowed Lily Potter's scream whole. Then came the rebound, a sound like the world tearing at its seams, and the cottage at Godric's Hollow shuddered from foundation to chimney. Roof tiles cracked, the walls of the nursery split in jagged lines. Dust and plaster rained onto the crib where a 15-month-old boy sat bleeding from a fresh wound on his forehead, too stunned to cry. And then, in that broken room, something happened that had no precedent in the long, strange history of magical death. Lily Potter opened her eyes. She was standing 3 feet from her own body. She could see herself, crumpled red hair fanned across the nursery floor, one arm still reaching toward the crib. The sight should have destroyed her. Later it would. But in this moment, the only thing Lily Evans Potter felt was the howling, all-consuming need to reach her son. She moved toward the crib. Her hand passed through the railing. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no, Lily." James was at the doorway. Or rather, James was occupying the same space as the doorway, his form flickering like candlelight, translucent and silver pale. He was staring at his own hands. Then he looked past them down the stairs to where she knew his body lay in the entrance hall. "James, I can't touch him. I can't, he's bleeding, James, his head." "I know." James crossed the room in 2 strides, or what passed for strides when your feet didn't quite connect with the floor. He tried to grip the crib rail. His fingers sank through. He tried again, harder, as though effort might rewrite the fundamental rules of his new existence. Nothing. Harry began to cry. The sound broke something in both of them. Lily sank to her knees, or approximated kneeling, hovering an inch above the floorboards, and pressed her face as close to Harry's as she could without passing through him. "I'm here, love. Mummy's here. I'm right here." Harry's screaming hitched. His eyes, enormous and green and streaming tears, focused on something just beyond the normal range of infant perception. His little hand swung out and passed through Lily's cheek. He stopped crying. "He can see us," James said. His voice cracked on every word. "Of course he can," said another voice from behind them. "He's a Potter." They turned. Standing in the ruined nursery, looking at the destruction with an expression of ancient, aching grief, was Flemmont Potter. He was taller than James, thinner, with the same unruly dark hair now shot through with distinguished grey. His spectacles sat slightly crooked on his long nose, the same way they'd sat in life, the same way they'd sat when he'd closed his eyes 3 months ago in a quiet room at St. Mungo's, while a healer held his hand and his wife held the other. "Dad," James's voice was very small. Flemmont's gaze moved from the ruined crib to his son's translucent form to the body on the floor at the doorway, and his jaw tightened in a way that James remembered from childhood, the look his father wore when he was keeping himself from falling apart through sheer force of will. "My boy," Flemmont said softly. "Flemmont, don't just stand there gawking." Euphemia Potter materialized through the wall like she was stepping through a curtain, already moving toward the crib with purpose. She was a compact woman with sharp dark eyes and silver-streaked hair pinned in a style that hadn't been fashionable since 1955, and which she had never once considered changing. She looked at Harry, and her entire being seemed to flare brighter. Oh, look at him. Look at that face." "He's got your chin, James." "Mum," James said, and now he sounded 11 years old. "What's happening? We're dead, darling, all 4 of us. Keep up." Euphemia peered at Harry's forehead wound with a critical eye. "That's curse scarring, dark magic, deeply set. Lily, what happened?" "We felt the pull. We were somewhere else, and then we were here." Lily was still hovering beside the crib, her ghostly form rippling with the effort of staying close to Harry without passing through him. "Voldemort, he found us. The Fidelius, Peter betrayed us. He killed James downstairs, and then he came up here, and She stopped, swallowed, tried again. "I begged him. He told me to step aside. He only wanted Harry because of the prophecy. I wouldn't move, so he killed me, and then he tried to kill Harry, and something happened. The curse came back on him." The curse rebounded. Flemmont's eyebrows rose sharply. "Off a baby." "Off my baby," Lily said with a ferocity that made her shimmer like a hot star. "I don't know what I did. I chose to die. I stepped in front of it and I chose it, and it did something." Euphemia and Fleamont exchanged a look, the kind of look that 52 years of marriage had refined into an entire conversation conducted in a single glance. Old magic, Euphemia said quietly. Sacrificial protection. I've read about it, but it's barely theoretical. It hasn't been documented in centuries. It worked, Lily said fiercely. He's alive. Harry gurgled. All 4 ghosts turned to look at him. He was reaching for Lily again, his small fingers grasping at her silver light. He can see us, James repeated. Most infants can see ghosts, Fleamont said. They lose the ability around 3 or 4 as their magical perception narrows. But Harry, with what's just happened to him, with the veil torn this thin, he looked around the nursery. The air itself seemed to shimmer, as though reality had been scratched and light was leaking through the grooves. I don't think he'll lose it. From somewhere far away, a rumbling sound, growing louder, an engine, no, something much larger, a motorcycle. Someone's coming, James said. He moved to the shattered window and looked out into the night sky. A massive motorcycle was descending through the clouds, headlight blazing, carrying a figure the size of a small building. It's Hagrid. Dumbledore will have sent him, Lily said. Her expression changed, hardened. He'll take Harry somewhere safe. Where? James demanded. The house is destroyed. Sirius is. Wait, where's Sirius? He should be here. He's Harry's godfather. He should. James. Lily's voice was very quiet. Peter was the secret keeper. I know that. Sirius is the one who suggested we switch to Peter. If Sirius doesn't know Peter betrayed us, he'll go after him. And if the ministry doesn't know we switched. The implication landed like a stone in still water. James's form flickered violently. They'll think Sirius did it, he said. We have to tell Hagrid, tell someone. We're ghosts, Lily. Fleamont's voice was gentle but firm. We can choose to be visible to the living, but most adults dismiss ghost testimony. We have no legal standing. No one in the ministry will take the word of spirits over what appears to be obvious evidence. The motorcycle landed in the garden with a crunch of destroyed rose bushes. Heavy footsteps shook what remained of the front door. Then what do we do? James rounded on his parents, and in that moment he looked painfully young, a 21-year-old who had died before he'd learned to stop looking to his parents for answers. What can we do? Euphemia Potter looked at her grandson. Harry had stopped crying entirely now. He was watching the 4 silver figures around his crib with something that, in an older child, might have been called fascination. His small hand was still outstretched toward his mother, fingers opening and closing in the universal infant gesture for pick-me-up. We stay, Euphemia said simply. We can't pick him up, James said, his voice breaking again. We can't hold him or feed him or, we stay, Euphemia repeated, and this time it was not a suggestion. We stay with him. Whatever happens next, wherever they take him, we follow. We are Potters, and that child is the last of us, and we will not leave him alone in the world. Fleamont put his hand over Euphemia's, or rather through Euphemia's, their silver forms merging slightly at the edges. He nodded once. Lily looked at James. James looked at Harry. Yeah. James said roughly. Okay, we stay. Hagrid's enormous form filled the ruined doorway. His beetle-black eyes swept the nursery, the destroyed walls, Lily's body, the crying baby in the crib. Tears began pouring down his face, disappearing into his wild beard. Lily, he moaned. Oh, Lily, no. He didn't see the ghosts. He was too consumed by grief, too focused on the living child, too human and too kind and too overwhelmed to notice the 4 silver figures standing vigil around the crib. He scooped Harry up in hands the size of dustbin lids, impossibly gentle, and Harry's crying renewed, not from fear of Hagrid but from being carried away from the silver light of his mother. It's all rig, Harry, Hagrid murmured, tucking the baby inside his massive coat. It's all rig. I've got Yay. Dumbledore's got a place for Yay. You're going to be safe. The 4 Potters followed him out of the house, through the destroyed garden onto the motorcycle. They hovered around Hagrid like a ghostly escort as the bike roared into the night sky, trailing silver in its wake. Below them, Godric's Hollow shrank to a cluster of lights. Somewhere in that darkness, Sirius Black was already hunting Peter Pettigrew. Somewhere else, Albus Dumbledore was arranging the future of a child he'd never consulted. Harry Potter slept against Hagrid's chest, one tiny hand curled around a coat button. Around him, invisible and luminous and furious with love, his family held formation. Number 4, Privet Drive, was exactly the sort of house that the living Potters would have hated, and the dead Potters found grimly amusing. They stood in the front garden, if you could call it a garden. It was more like a military parade ground that happened to have grass, and watched Dumbledore place baby Harry on the doorstep. The old wizard tucked a letter into Harry's blankets, straightened up and looked at the sleeping child for a long moment. Something complicated moved behind his half-moon spectacles. "He'll be safe here," Dumbledore said softly, as though reassuring himself. "The blood wards will hold." Lily's sacrifice, anchored through her sister. He must call this place home, and the protection will keep him hidden from any who wish him harm until he comes of age. Professor McGonagall, standing nearby in her tartan dressing gown with her lips compressed into a line thinner than a quill stroke, said nothing. Her silence was eloquent. "Good luck, Harry," Dumbledore murmured, and then he and McGonagall were gone, and Harry was alone on a doorstep in November. Except he wasn't. "Blood wards," Lily said, and her voice held a complicated mix of emotions. "Anchored through Petunia. That's clever, I'll give him that. But Petunia, Dumbledore, you have no idea what you've done. You know these people?" Euphemia asked, studying the house with an expression one might wear while examining a particularly antiseptic hospital waiting room. "Petunia is my sister. She hates magic. She hates me. She married a man whose greatest ambition in life is to be the most normal person in any given room." Lily's form flickered with agitation. "She'll be terrible to him." "Then we'll be there," James said firmly. "Every moment. She won't be able to see us unless we want her to, and if she lays a hand on him, we're ghosts, James, we can't physically stop her." "No, but I can make her life a living hell. Literally. I haunted Filch's office for 2 weeks in 6th year until he stopped confiscating broomsticks. The man didn't sleep for. This is not a school prank." Lily turned on him, and even in death her temper was formidable. "This is our son's life." "I know that." "Then act like it." Fleamont cleared his throat. Both of them stopped. It was, James reflected, remarkable how effective that sound remained even beyond the grave. "We should discuss this inside," Fleamont said mildly. "The child is out in the cold." They passed through the front door, a deeply strange sensation that none of them had fully gotten used to, and found themselves in a hallway so aggressively ordinary, it felt like an assault. Photographs on the walls showed a large, red-faced man and a thin, horse-faced woman with a baby roughly Harry's age. Every surface gleamed. The air smelled of furniture polish and the particular staleness of a house where nothing interesting had ever happened. Harry slept on the doorstep until 6:14 in the morning, when Petunia Dursley opened the front door to collect the milk bottles and screamed loud enough to wake 3 neighbouring households. What followed was approximately what Lily had predicted. Petunia read Dumbledore's letter with a face that transitioned through white, green, and a sort of mottled purple that matched her husband's habitual colouring. Vernon Dursley, summoned by the screaming, read the letter over her shoulder and turned the precise shade of an overripe plum. The ghost stood in the kitchen, invisible, and listened. "We're not keeping it," Vernon said, as though Harry were a stray cat. "The letter says we have to. It says there's protective magic, Vernon, if we don't take him in. Those people might come here. They might do something to Dudley." "I won't have it, Petunia. I won't have a freak in this house." "Don't you think I want him gone? He's her son. Every time I look at him I'll see her. But if we throw him out and those people come looking..." Petunia's jaw worked. "We'll keep him, but he'll know his place. He won't corrupt Dudley. We'll stamp this nonsense out of him." "I'd like to see her try," Euphemia said coldly from the corner of the kitchen. "Mum," James cautioned, "that woman just called our grandson a freak and an it in the same conversation. I have been dead for 3 months, and I have never been more motivated to cause a poltergeist-level disturbance." "Not yet," Fleamont said. He was watching the Dursleys with the calm, calculating expression he'd worn in his laboratory when an experiment was about to go wrong, and he was already 6 steps ahead of the explosion. "We observe first. We learn their patterns, their fears, their pressure points, and we protect Harry. Not through haunting, that will only make them more frightened of magic and more likely to take it out on him. We protect him by being what they refuse to be, his family." Lily was staring at her sister. Petunia was holding Harry now at arm's length like he might be contagious. Harry was looking up at his aunt with wide green eyes, Lily's eyes, and Petunia's face contracted with something more complicated than hatred. "She's afraid," Lily said quietly. "She always was. Not of magic itself, of what it meant, that I was special and she wasn't. That there was a world she couldn't enter. That's very understanding of you, James said. I understand her. That doesn't mean I forgive her. Lily watched Petunia deposit Harry in a cupboard under the stairs. A cupboard under the stairs for a baby, and her ghostly form went so cold that frost crystallized on the nearest window. If she hurts him, I'll show her things that'll make her believe in every ghost story she's ever heard. That's more like it, said James. The first 3 years were the hardest. Not because of the Dursleys, though they were precisely as awful as Lily had predicted, the bare minimum of food and care, the hand-me-down clothes 3 sizes too large, the cupboard that was too small for a child and obscenely too small for a growing boy. Harry learned to walk in that cupboard, took his first steps between a mop bucket and a shelf of cleaning supplies, with 4 ghosts cheering him on in voices only he could hear. No, the hardest part was the touching. Harry would reach for Lily constantly in those early months. Pudgy baby hands grasping for her silver light, trying to grab her fingers, her hair, her face. And every time his hands passed through her, and his face would crumple with confusion that slowly, heartbreakingly became understanding. By 18 months, he'd stopped reaching. Lily didn't speak for 2 days after that. It was James who found the workaround accidentally, the way most great discoveries happen. He was trying to make Harry laugh by pulling faces. Ghosts had remarkable control over their appearance when they bothered, and in his enthusiasm he swooped too close and passed partially through Harry's blanket. The blanket moved. Not much, a twitch, a ripple, but Harry shrieked with delight and grabbed for the blanket where James had been. Poltergeist mechanics, Fleamont said, materializing through the cupboard wall with the expression of a man who has just been handed a very interesting puzzle. We can't interact with matter directly, but with sufficient emotional energy and concentration, we can generate minor kinetic effects. It's how poltergeists operate. They're not ghosts, they're psychic constructs, but the principle. Dad, can you save the lecture and help me figure out how to tuck in my son? They practiced for weeks. It was maddeningly difficult, like trying to pick up a coin while wearing oven mitts made of fog, but eventually, through concentrated effort, they could manage small physical interactions. Twitching a blanket into place, nudging a bottle an inch closer to small hands, turning pages of a picture book slowly one at a time while Harry watched with rapt attention. They couldn't hold him. They would never hold him. But they could pull his blanket up on cold nights, and that had to be enough. Harry's first word was "Mama," spoken to a woman made of moonlight while his living relatives slept upstairs. His second word was "Dada." His third word, learned from Fleamont reading aloud from a Transfiguration textbook, because it was the only book in the house that interested him, was change. Harry was 4 years old when he first understood that he was different, and not in the way the Dursleys meant. He was sitting in his cupboard, his room, as he'd been taught to call it by Aunt Petunia, with the door locked from the outside. He'd been put here after dinner because Dudley had thrown his plate at the wall, and somehow this had been Harry's fault. Through the thin door, he could hear the television blaring and Vernon's laughter, which sounded like a walrus with a digestive complaint. Inside the cupboard, 4 ghosts arranged themselves as comfortably as 4 full-sized adults could manage in a space designed for brooms. "Tell me again about Hogwarts," Harry whispered. He'd learned early to whisper when the Dursleys were nearby. "What part?" James asked, grinning. He was hovering cross-legged in midair because there wasn't room on the floor, the castle part. "Well, it's massive. 7 floors, plus dungeons, plus towers, plus at least 3 levels that don't appear on any map, and which I'm fairly certain the castle generates spontaneously," Fleamont added. "There are 142 staircases," Lily said, "and they move. You'll be walking to Charms on the 3rd floor, and suddenly you're on the 7th floor outside a tapestry of trolls in Tutus. The suits of armor sing carols at Christmas," James said. "Badly, and there's a giant squid in the lake that'll play catch with you if you throw toast far enough." Harry's eyes were enormous. They were always enormous when they talked about Hogwarts, luminous green saucers in a thin face that didn't get enough food and had never seen enough sunlight. "And I'll go there," he whispered. "When you're 11, Lily confirmed. "That's ages away." 7 years," said Euphemia from her position hovering near the ceiling. "Which is good, because you have a great deal to learn before then." Harry looked up at his grandmother. Even at 4, he understood the differences between his ghost family, Mum was warmth and fierce softness. Dad was laughter and energy, and sometimes a sadness he tried to hide. Grandad was patience and long explanations that Harry didn't always follow, but loved listening to because Fleamont's voice was like being wrapped in something comfortable. And Grandmum was precise. She was the one who set the schedule, who decided what Harry would learn and when, who looked at him sometimes with an expression that was calculating and tender in equal measure. What kind of things? Harry asked. Euphemia descended to his level, which meant hovering about 2 inches off the floor of the cupboard. She was close enough that Harry could see through her to the wall behind, which he'd long since stopped finding strange. Harry, you know you're a wizard. Yes. You know your parents were killed by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Yes. Harry's voice didn't waver. They'd told him the truth as soon as he was old enough to ask. Lily had wanted to wait. Euphemia had insisted. He needs to understand what he is and what's coming. We don't protect him by keeping him ignorant. They'd compromised on age 3. Then you understand that you need to be ready, not just for Hogwarts. Any child can stumble through Hogwarts. You need to be ready for what comes after, or what might come during. Euphemia. Lily said with a warning note. He's 4, Mum, James added. He's 4, and he's already smarter than half the first years I taught when I guest lectured at Hogwarts in 1971, Euphemia replied calmly. I'm not proposing we hand him a wand and point him at a Death Eater. I'm proposing we begin his education. Properly. Fleamont rubbed his translucent chin. She's not wrong. The mind is a muscle. The earlier you begin training it, he should be learning to read, not studying dark wizard defense, Lily argued. He already reads, Euphemia pointed out. He's been reading since he was 3. Fleamont taught him with potion labels. That's beside the he's 4, Euphemia. And when he's 11, he'll walk into a castle full of children who have been raised in magical households, who have been riding broomsticks since they could walk, who have been absorbing magical theory and culture and history from birth. Harry's starting behind. He shouldn't have to. Not when he has 4 qualified tutors who are quite literally with him around the clock. The cupboard went quiet except for the muffled sound of the television. Harry looked between his mother and his grandmother. Then he said in his small, serious voice, I want to learn. Lily closed her eyes. Lily, James said gently. She's right, you know she's right. I know she's right. I hate that she's right. He should be climbing trees and scraping his knees and being a child. The Dursleys aren't giving him much of a childhood anyway. James said, and the bitterness in his voice could have etched glass. At least we can give him this. Lily looked at her son. Harry looked back at her with an expression of patient resolve that was devastating on a 4-year-old's face. Okay, Lily said, but we do this properly. Not just combat and defense, everything. Charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, history, magical theory, and not just magical education. Muggle maths, literature, science. He'll be the best educated child in any room he enters, magical or otherwise. I'd expect nothing less. Euphemia said with a thin smile. And, Lily added, pointing a translucent finger at her mother-in-law, he gets to be a child too. Stories, games, nonsense. He doesn't become a weapon, he becomes a person. Agreed, said Euphemia, and something in her sharp eyes softened. He becomes the best person we can raise. Can we start now? Harry asked eagerly. 4 ghosts laughed in the cupboard under the stairs, and the sound was barely louder than the hiss of the gas meter next to Harry's head, but it was the warmest thing in number 4, Privet Drive. The curriculum, as Euphemia designed it, was ruthless and brilliant. Mornings before the Dursleys woke, Harry learned to wake at 5 without complaint, were for magical theory. Fleamont covered potions and transfiguration foundations. He had a gift for teaching that James said he'd wasted on a career in product development. Fleamont could explain the 12 uses of dragon's blood in terms a 5-year-old could grasp, illustrate the principles of Gamp's law using analogies about toys and chocolate, and make the periodic interactions of magical reagents sound like adventure stories. Potions isn't cooking. Fleamont would say, pacing through the cupboard wall and back again as he lectured. He liked to pace, and the cupboard's dimensions meant he was constantly phasing through solid surfaces. Everyone thinks it's cooking. Snape thinks it's cooking, and he's the best brewer in Britain, and he's still wrong. Potions is conversation. Every ingredient has a voice, a magical signature. Your job isn't to follow a recipe, it's to listen. I can't actually make potions, Grandad. I don't have ingredients. Not yet. but when you can, you'll already know what they're saying. Here, he'd phase through the wall, return with a weed from the garden, nudged painstakingly through the cat flap by kinetic effort over 20 minutes. This is cleavers, muggle weed, no magical properties, but smell it. Crush it in your fingers. Get used to paying attention to what plants are telling you. Most wizards walk right past a perfectly good potion's ingredient because they never learn to notice. Harry would sit cross-legged on his thin mattress, turning a weed over in his fingers, and listen. Mid-mornings, while Harry did whatever menial chores the Dursleys assigned him, gardening, cleaning, staying out of sight, Lily taught. She turned chores into lessons. Weeding the garden became herbology. Cleaning the kitchen became chemistry. She taught him to observe, to categorize, to think in systems. When you scrub that pan, what's happening? Lily would ask, hovering beside him at the kitchen sink while Petunia watched television in the next room. The soap is breaking up the grease. How? Think about it at the molecular level. I taught you about molecules last week. The soap molecules have a bit that likes water and a bit that likes oil, so they get between the grease and the pan. Exactly. And in magical terms, a scouring charm does the same thing but with magical energy acting as the surfactant. Understanding the Muggle science makes you understand the magic. Every charm has a principle underneath it. If you know the principle, you don't need to memorize the charm, you can derive it. Harry was 6 when he first asked the question that changed everything. "Mum, can I do magic without a wand?" Lily and Euphemia exchanged a look. "Why do you ask?" Lily said carefully. "Because I've been studying wand theory with Grandmum, and she says wands are focuses. They channel and direct magical energy. But the energy comes from the wizard, not the wand. So if the energy's already in me, why can't I use it directly?" "You can," Euphemia said, materializing through the cupboard ceiling with the air of someone who'd been eavesdropping and wasn't remotely sorry about it. "Wandless magic is possible. It's simply much harder, less precise, and more exhausting. Most adult wizards can't manage more than basic telekinesis without a wand, but," she held up a translucent finger, "most adult wizards learn wands first and wandless second, which means they've already built a dependency. You, Harry, have never used a wand. You have no dependency to unlearn. If we start your wandless training now, while your magical core is still developing and your neural pathways haven't been locked into wand-based patterns, we could be setting him up for serious magical exhaustion," Lily cut in. "Wandless magic at 6. Children do accidental wandless magic all the time. We're not introducing anything new. We're teaching him to control what's already happening." This was true. Harry had been doing accidental magic for years. At 3, he'd turned his blanket from grey to deep red because he was cold and wanted it to feel warmer. At 4, he'd appeared on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him. Apparition, technically, though wildly uncontrolled. At 5, he'd made all the flowers in Petunia's garden bloom overnight in December because Lily had been telling him about her mother's garden and he'd wanted to see it. The Dursleys had punished him for each instance. 2 days without food for the blanket. A week in the cupboard for the roof. A month of extra chores for the flowers. They couldn't explain what had happened, but they knew it was his fault and they knew they hated it. "Okay," Lily conceded, "but slowly, and we start with meditation, not application." This was how Harry Potter, aged 6, began learning occlumency in a cupboard under the stairs. Lily taught it. Of the 4 ghosts, she had the deepest understanding of the mind arts. She'd studied with a private tutor during her 7th year, one of the few Muggle-borns ever to pursue the discipline. She'd learned it originally to protect herself against Voldemort's legilimency, and the cruel irony that it hadn't saved her life was not lost on her. But it might save Harry's. Close your eyes. Breathe. Find the center of yourself, not your body, yourself. The part that thinks, that feels, that chooses. I feel warm, like there's something in my chest. That's your magical core. Most wizards never consciously feel it until they're adults, if ever. You're going to build a wall around it, not a physical wall, a conceptual one. Imagine the strongest, safest thing you can think of. Harry thought about it. The cupboard. Lily's heart broke for the 100th time, the 1000th. Why the cupboard? Because you're all here. It's the safest place because you're in it. James made a sound that wasn't quite a word and vanished through the wall. He came back 20 minutes later with his composure roughly reassembled. "Then use that," Lily said softly. Build the cupboard in your mind, make it the place where your thoughts live. And know that no one, Harry, can get inside without your permission. It took Harry 3 weeks to construct his first occlumency barrier. Adult wizards typically took months. His shield was crude but startlingly strong, a small dark space with thin walls that were nevertheless implacable, powered by the absolute bone-deep certainty of a 6-year-old that this was where his family lived and no one uninvited was getting in. He's a natural, Euphemia observed, watching Harry meditate with a concentration that would have been impressive in an adult and was almost eerie in a child. The mind art's wandless control, his raw talent is extraordinary. He's Lily's son, James said simply. He's yours too, Lily countered. Yeah, but let's be honest about where the brains come from, Fleamont snorted. The brains come from my side. Who do you think invented sleekeasies? Your mother married me for my mind. I married you because you were the only wizard in Britain who could keep up with me in a duel and who looked reasonable in dress robes, Euphemia said tartly. The mind was a bonus. Harry, eyes still closed in meditation, smiled. By 8, Harry had outpaced what most Hogwarts students learned in their first 2 years, in theory at least. He could recite every standard potion in the 1st through 3rd year curriculum and explain why each ingredient interacted the way it did. He understood transfiguration at a conceptual level that would have impressed McGonagall, the theory of object-state matrices, the principles of like-to-like transformation, the mathematical underpinnings that most wizards never bothered with. He had memorized enough charms to fill a textbook, and more importantly, understood the magical principles well enough that he could predict what a charm would do before being told. More practically, his wandless magic had progressed from meditation to application. He could summon small objects from across the room, inconsistently, and it left him panting, but he could do it. He could lock and unlock the cupboard door without touching it, which meant the Dursleys' punishments had become significantly less effective. He could create a faint, flickering light in his palm that lasted about 30 seconds, his version of Lumos, derived entirely from first principles. The theory is solid, Euphemia assessed during one of their evening sessions. Your wandless control is remarkable for your age. But there are limits to what we can teach without practical application. You need ingredients for potions, you need living plants for herbology, you need a wand for 90% of the magic you've studied. I know, Harry said. He was lying on his mattress, tossing a small rubber ball into the air with his hand, catching it, then tossing it again with a flick of wandless magic. The ball wobbled in the air but stayed aloft. 3 more years. 3 more years, Euphemia confirmed. And in that time, we're going to push harder on the things you can practice. Occlumency, wandless fundamentals, physical conditioning, James perked up. He's going to be a small 11-year-old, James. He's underfed and under-exercised. I want him running. I want him doing the calisthenics your father taught you. Mum, those were basically military drills. Your father survived 3 duels with Grindelwald's followers because he could dodge faster than they could aim. Physical fitness is a magical discipline. Most wizards ignore it because they are lazy, and most wizards lose fights they should win because their bodies fail before their magic does. Harry sat up. Grandad fought Grindelwald's people. Fleamont, who had been quietly reorganizing Harry's mental library of potion recipes in the background, paused. Not Grindelwald himself. His lieutenants. 3 times during the war they came for the Potter estate because our family was funding the resistance. Your grandmother and I held them off. You never told me that. You never asked. Fleamont smiled, a complicated expression that held pride and old pain in equal measure. I was a potioneer, Harry, not a warrior. But when they came for my family, I learned very quickly that a man who understands magical theory at a fundamental level has options that a simple duelist doesn't. I didn't outfight them, I outthought them. Tell me. Fleamont glanced at Lily, who nodded slowly. Harry was 8. He could handle war stories, as long as they were told honestly. The first time 3 of Grindelwald's followers apparated onto the grounds, they expected a soft target, a potioneer and his wife. They didn't expect your grandmother to have warded the entire estate with a modified Protego field that redirected their first volley of curses back at them with doubled force. 1 went down immediately. The other 2 pressed in, and I met them at the gate with a fumes potion I developed, colourless, odourless, turns your vision inside out for 30 seconds. While they were staggering, your grandmother bound them. And the second time, 6 came, that was harder. We'd had warning from the Order, Dumbledore's resistance network. We had 12 hours to prepare. I spent 10 of them brewing. When they breached the outer wards, they walked into a garden that was, shall we say, actively hostile. Euphemia had repurposed the entire grounds into a containment system. Every plant, every stone, every drop of water was part of the defense. That sounds like it took more than 12 hours. Euphemia smiled. It was not a warm smile. I'd been preparing the garden for 3 years, I just hadn't activated it. Harry looked at his grandmother with new eyes. He'd always known she was formidable. You didn't spend 4 years being raised by Euphemia Potter without understanding that she was the most dangerous person in any room she entered, alive or dead. But this was the first time he'd understood the scope of it. You were an unspeakable, he said. It wasn't a question. The cupboard went very still. What makes you say that? Euphemia asked lightly. The way you teach me. It's not like Mum teaches. Mum teaches like a professor, explains everything, wants me to understand the why. Grandad teaches like someone who loves learning and wants to share it. Dad teaches like someone who figured it out by doing and wants me to figure it out too. You teach like someone who was trained to weaponize knowledge. The Department of Mysteries trains people to weaponize knowledge. I read about it in an incomplete history of the ministry. 4 ghosts stared at an 8-year-old boy who stared calmly back. Bloody hell, said James. Language, said Lily automatically. Euphemia's expression underwent a series of minute changes. Then she inclined her head, a gesture of respect that Harry had never seen her direct at anyone. I served in the Department of Mysteries from 1943 to 1961, she said. Specifically in the Death Chamber, I studied the veil. The boundary between life and death, the nature of ghosts, the mechanics of what happens to magical energy when a witch or wizard dies. I left when I married your grandfather because the department required complete secrecy and I wasn't willing to lie to Fleamont. But you kept what you learned. Harry said, everything, and some of it is going to be very important to you one day. She paused, looked at Lily. Lily looked back and something passed between them, an understanding, a secret shared between 2 women who had died for the same child. Not yet, Euphemia said, but soon. Harry wanted to press. He could feel that there was something enormous sitting just behind his grandmother's careful words, something connected to his scar and the man who'd killed his parents, and the reason 4 ghosts had been pulled through the veil to guard a baby in a broken house. But he'd been raised by people who valued patience as much as knowledge, so he nodded and went back to tossing his ball. Soon, he agreed. Harry was 10 years and 11 months old when the first Hogwarts letter arrived. He was sitting at the kitchen table, eating the single piece of toast that constituted his breakfast while Dudley worked through his 3rd plate of bacon. Vernon was hidden behind the morning paper. Petunia was hovering near the stove with the anxious energy she always radiated when Harry was in a common area. The 4 ghosts were arrayed around the kitchen, invisible as always when the Dursleys were present. The mail slot clattered. Vernon grunted. Dudley, get the post. Make Harry get it. Harry, get the post. Harry went to the front door. On the mat lay the usual assortment of bills and circulars, and beneath them, a heavy envelope made of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry looked at the letter. Then he looked at his parents, who had followed him to the hallway and were both glowing slightly brighter than usual. That's it, Lily whispered. That's the letter. Harry slipped the envelope inside his oversized shirt and returned to the kitchen with the rest of the post, his face perfectly composed. 10 years of living with the Dursleys while hiding the existence of 4 ghost tutors had given him a poker face that would have impressed a professional card player. He waited until after breakfast, until the Dursleys had left for Dudley's Saturday morning judo class, Dudley's latest hobby, aimed at giving him more effective ways to hit people. And then he sat on his mattress in the cupboard and opened the letter with steady hands. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Conft. Of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the whole thing twice, then set it carefully on his pillow. I need a wand, he said, and robes and books and a cauldron and, where do I get these things? Diagon Alley. James said. Behind the leaky cauldron in London, we'll need someone to take him, Lily interrupted. He can't go alone. He doesn't have money, well he does, the vault at Gringotts, but he can't access it without a key, and Dumbledore has the key, which means Dumbledore will send someone, Fleamont finished. Probably soon. He'll want to control Harry's first introduction to the wizarding world. Let him come, Harry said quietly. His family looked at him. Harry met their eyes, all 8 of them. 4 pairs of ghostly gazes that had watched him grow from a screaming baby to a calm, certain, almost 11-year-old. He looked, in this moment, very much like James in the set of his jaw, and very much like Lily in the steadiness of his eyes, and very much like Fleamont in the patience of his posture, and very much like Euphemia in the precision of his thinking. Dumbledore expects a scared, ignorant boy who doesn't know anything about magic, someone he can guide, someone who will be grateful and compliant. Harry folded the letter neatly and put it in his pocket. I think we should let him believe that for as long as possible. I don't want him knowing what I can do. I don't want him knowing about you. Why? James asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. Because Dumbledore had 10 years to check on me, 10 years to visit to make sure I was okay, to ask if the people he left me with were treating me well. He never came. He put me here and he left me. That's not what someone does when they care about a child, that's what someone does when they're managing an asset. Harry's voice held no anger, only a cool assessment that was pure euphemia. He has a plan for me. I don't know what it is yet. Until I do, I don't want him knowing I'm not the chess piece he expects. The cupboard was very quiet. He's right, Euphemia said. He's 10, Lily said, but it was a protest without conviction, and he's thinking 3 moves ahead. Fleamont, he gets that from you. He gets it from both of us. Fleamont said, looking at his grandson with an expression balanced between pride and a sadness so deep it had no bottom. This child should not have to think strategically about the most powerful wizard in Britain. This child should be worried about making friends and getting good marks and whether he'd be any good at Quidditch. Instead, he was sitting in a cupboard planning his approach to a man who'd been manipulating world events since before any of them were born. Right, James said, forcing lightness into his voice. So we play dumb. Harry doesn't know about magic, never got the letter. No, Harry said. The Dursleys will probably try to stop me from going. They'll hide the letter or burn it. Let them. Dumbledore will escalate. He needs me at Hogwarts. Eventually he'll send someone in person, probably Hagrid. Why Hagrid? Lily asked. Because Hagrid is kind and loyal and impossible not to like, and he worships Dumbledore. If Hagrid is my introduction to the magical world, my first impression of Dumbledore will be overwhelmingly positive. It's what I'd do if I wanted someone to trust me. James ran a hand through his permanently messy ghost hair. When did you get this strategic? Harry looked at his grandmother. Euphemia looked back with an expression that might, on a warmer face, have been called love. Round about age 6. Harry said and smiled. It happened exactly as Harry predicted. The Dursleys panicked. Vernon destroyed the first letter, then the second, then the 20 that followed. He boarded up the mail slot. He dragged the family to a miserable shack on a rock in the sea in the middle of a storm, convinced that distance would stop the letters. Harry lay on the floor of the shack, listening to the storm howl and Dudley snore, and counted down the hours until his birthday. 5 minutes. James said, hovering near the window and watching the rain. He was practically vibrating with excitement. Happy almost birthday, kid. This is ridiculous, Lily muttered, pacing through the walls. Dumbledore let this escalate deliberately. He could have sent a professor days ago. He wanted Vernon to run. He wanted Harry's first contact with the wizarding world to feel like a rescue. Manipulation through narrative control, Euphemia agreed. Classic Dumbledore, give the subject a terrible situation, then provide the salvation. The subject bonds with the saviour and, by extension, with the institution the saviour represents. Can we not call our grandson a subject? Fleamont asked mildly. 3 minutes, James said. Harry closed his eyes. In his mind, his occlumency shields were solid and layered, no longer a crude cupboard but an intricate construction of rooms and corridors, each one containing carefully organized knowledge. Behind the outermost wall, He maintained a carefully constructed surface layer. A confused, hopeful, slightly nervous boy who knew nothing about magic. Anyone using legilimency, even casually, even the ambient emotional reading that powerful wizards sometimes did unconsciously, would find exactly what they expected. Beneath that surface, locked behind doors that even Euphemia had tested and failed to breach, was everything else. 1 minute. James said. "Happy birthday, love," Lily whispered. Boom. The door didn't just open, it fell inward with a crash that shook the shack to its foundations. Dudley screamed. Vernon came thundering down the stairs with a rifle he'd somehow acquired. Petunia clutched Dudley to her bony chest. And in the doorway, filling it completely, soaking wet and beaming through his enormous wild beard, stood Rubeus Hagrid. Harry sat up on the floor and stared with carefully calculated wonder. His eyes went wide, his mouth opened slightly. He looked, by design, like a boy seeing magic for the first time. "Sorry about that," Hagrid said cheerfully, picking up the door and wedging it back into its frame. His beetle-black eyes found Harry, and his whole craggy face softened. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." "Aye, I'm sorry," Harry said, and he pitched his voice perfectly, small, uncertain, hopeful. "Who are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye'll know all aboo Hogwarts, o' course." Harry blinked. "No. I don't know what Hogwarts is." He watched the sequence unfold, Hagrid's confusion, then outrage, then horror as it became clear that the Dursleys had told Harry nothing. Vernon blustered. Petunia shrieked. Hagrid grew steadily more furious on Harry's behalf, which was touching and genuine and exactly the emotional response Dumbledore had surely anticipated. "He's good," James murmured, watching Hagrid with fondness. "He's not in on it, he genuinely cares. Dumbledore just knows how to use people's good qualities." Harry let Hagrid tell him everything. He listened to the story of his parents' murder with an expression of dawning shock and grief that was, in its own way, completely genuine, not because the information was new, but because hearing it from Hagrid, from someone who had known his parents as living people and who cried openly while describing their deaths, hurt in a way that his ghost's careful historical account never had. "You knew them," Harry said, "and this wasn't acting. You knew my mum and dad. Knew 'em. I carried you out of that house the night they—" Hagrid broke off, blew his nose thunderously into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "Great people, your mum and dad, the best." In the shadows behind Hagrid, Lily was crying. Ghosts couldn't produce actual tears, but her form rippled and blurred as though she were dissolving, and James had his arm through hers in the closest approximation of an embrace their existence allowed. "Ye'll come with me," Hagrid said firmly. "Tomorrow. Diagon Alley, need to get your school things." "I don't have any money," Harry said. "The parents left you plenty. It's all at Gringotts, Wizarding Bank. I've got your key right here, Dumbledore gave it to me." Harry carefully didn't react to the confirmation that Dumbledore held his vault key. He filed it away. "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry said, and meant it absolutely, because whatever Dumbledore's machinations, Hagrid himself was a good man who'd come through a storm to deliver a birthday to a boy on a rock in the sea. Hagrid beamed, pulled a slightly squashed chocolate cake from his coat, and Harry had his first birthday cake from a living person. He ate it sitting on the floor while a giant told him stories about a world he already knew by heart, and 4 ghosts hovered nearby, watching their boy prepare to step into the light. The night before they left for Diagon Alley, after Hagrid had fallen asleep and was snoring loudly enough to compete with the storm, the Potters held their last family council of Harry's childhood. "This is it," James said. "Tomorrow he gets a wand. After that, Hogwarts, after that." "After that, everything changes," Euphemia finished. Harry listened carefully. "At Hogwarts we'll be able to follow you, but our ability to help becomes complicated. The castle is full of ghosts, nearly headless Nick, the fat friar, the grey lady, the bloody baron, will be noticed. We'll be questioned, and if Dumbledore realises that the boy who lived has been raised by 4 Potter ghosts for a decade, he'll understand immediately that his plans for you need revising." "We'll stay hidden," Lily said. "We'll find places in the castle where we can meet without being seen." "But Harry, for most of the day you'll be on your own." Harry nodded. He'd known this was coming, he'd been preparing for it. "I'll be fine," he said. "You'll be better than fine," James said. "You'll be brilliant, but kid." He paused, and his ghostly face held an expression that was part mischief and part desperate paternal love. Don't forget to have fun, make friends, get in trouble, not too much trouble, just the right amount. Don't be so busy being prepared that you forget to be 11. Your father. Lily said dryly, got in enough trouble at Hogwarts for 3 lifetimes. 4, Fleamont corrected. I got the letters. The point is, James said, grinning. Hogwarts is supposed to be the best years of your life. And yeah, there's probably a dark wizard lurking somewhere and Dumbledore's playing chess with your future, and you've got a cursed scar with unknown properties. But also there's Quidditch and feasts and secret passages, and the room of actually. Never mind, you'll find that one on your own. James, Lily warned. I'm just saying, he's been in a cupboard for 10 years, let him live a little. Harry looked at his father's ghost, transparent and silver and grinning and dead at 21, and felt a surge of love so intense it made his wandless magic flare. The rubber ball on the floor shot across the room and bounced off the wall. I'll make friends, Harry promised. I'll play Quidditch. I'll have fun. And you'll be careful, Lily added. And I'll be brilliant, Harry said with a quick grin that was pure James Potter. And you'll write to us. Well, you can't write to us, we're ghosts. You'll talk to us every night, James finished. Every night. Fleamont drifted closer. His expression was the most serious Harry had ever seen it. Harry, one more thing. When you get your wand tomorrow, you're going to feel something you've never felt before. All the theory, all the wandless practice, it's going to pale. A wand is not just a focus, it's a partnership. It will amplify everything you are, and you are, quite a lot. What are you saying, Grandad? I'm saying that when you cast your first spell with a wand, it may be more powerful than you expect. Significantly more, be ready for that. Don't let anyone see how much power you have until you understand the landscape. You've been a secret for 10 years. Stay one a little longer. Harry nodded. Fleamont held his gaze for a long moment, then smiled, the warm, crinkly smile that Harry would have given anything in the world to feel pressed against his forehead in a good-night kiss. Your parents would be so proud of you, Fleamont said, and then caught himself. Your parents are so proud of you, we all are. I know, Harry said. I've always known. He lay down on the hard floor of the shack, pulled Hagrid's coat over himself as a blanket and closed his eyes. Around him, 4 ghosts settled into their positions, Lily nearest as always, James by the door, guarding, Fleamont at the window, watching the sea, Euphemia floating near the ceiling, thinking, always thinking. Outside, the storm died. The clouds parted briefly and moonlight spilled through the window and turned the dust motes silver. In that light, if you'd been looking very carefully, you might have seen 4 translucent figures arranged around a sleeping boy like points on a compass. North, south, east, west. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. The living and the dead, sharing one last ordinary night before the world cracked open. Harry dreamed of castles. He woke to Hagrid banging around the shack, producing sausages from yet another pocket of his apparently bottomless coat. The Dursleys were huddled in the corner, grey-faced. Vernon's rifle was bent into a knot, Hagrid's work from the night before. Right then, Harry. Best be off. Got a lot to do today. Gotta get your money, gotta get your books, gotta get ye a wand. Could I have one of those sausages first? Hagrid laughed. Help yourself. Eat as many as ye want. Harry ate 4 sausages and felt each one like a small miracle. The Dursleys had never cooked for him with anything approaching generosity. Food, freely offered, still felt like an act of rebellion. The ghosts were invisible and silent as Hagrid led Harry out of the shack and into a boat that shouldn't have been able to hold Hagrid's weight, but managed through what Harry recognized as a subtle featherlight charm. They crossed the grey water to the mainland, caught a train to London, and the whole time Harry played his role, wide-eyed, overwhelmed, asking questions he already knew the answers to. Hagrid was wonderful. He was kind and enthusiastic and hopeless at keeping secrets, and Harry genuinely liked him. When they reached the leaky cauldron, which Harry pretended not to be able to see until Hagrid pointed it out, the wall of whispers and handshakes hit him like a wave. Bless my soul. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, such an honour. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Harry shook hands and smiled and was polite and let the overwhelm show on his face because some of it was real. He'd known he was famous. Knowing it and experiencing it were, it turned out, very different things. Always like this, Hagrid muttered as they escaped into the back alley. You're famous, Harry. Everyone knows your name. I wish they didn't, Harry said honestly. Hagrid tapped the wall. The bricks rearranged themselves, and Diagon Alley opened up before them like a storybook illustration come to life, crooked buildings stacked improbably high. Shop windows full of things that sparkled and moved and occasionally tried to escape. Witches and wizards in every colour of robe conducting the cheerful chaos of magical commerce. Harry had heard about this place 1,000 times. Every shop, every alley, every landmark, his family had described it all. But descriptions, no matter how detailed, hadn't prepared him for the smell, gunpowder, chocolate, something floral and electric that he realised was ambient magic. The sound owls chatter, a distant explosion from what was probably a joke shop. And the sheer overwhelming reality of a place that had lived in his imagination for a decade. Wow, he said, and this was not an act. Behind him, invisible, James whispered, "Welcome home, kid." They went to Gringotts first. The goblins were exactly as Euphemia had described, short, sharp, and utterly unimpressed by human fame. Harry rode the cart down to his vault with Hagrid and stood quietly while the door opened to reveal piles of gold, silver, and bronze. "Your parents left ye a fair amount," Hagrid said. Harry looked at the gold. His parents had left him money. They'd also left him themselves, which was worth infinitely more, but the gold was useful. He filled a bag with a measured amount, enough for supplies, not enough to draw attention, and noticed when Hagrid pocketed a grubby little package from another vault, though he pretended not to. "Vault 713, Fleamont murmured from over Harry's shoulder. "High security." Whatever Hagrid just collected is either extremely valuable or extremely dangerous. Or both, Euphemia added. Harry filed this away alongside the vault key observation and the letter manipulation and every other data point he'd been collecting. The picture wasn't clear yet, but it was forming, the outline of something Dumbledore wanted protected, something hidden at Hogwarts, something connected to the security he'd seen in the Daily Prophet headlines that Hagrid had accidentally let him glimpse. They bought his supplies methodically. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a pale, drawling boy who talked about Quidditch and houses with the casual entitlement of old money. "I say, are you going to Hogwarts too?" the boy asked while a tape measure flew around Harry's inseam. "Yes. Know what house you'll be in?" "I'll be in Slytherin, of course. Whole family's been. Imagine being sorted into Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" Harry thought about what Euphemia had taught him about the 4 houses, about the political dynamics of blood purity, about the families that had funded Voldemort and the ones that had fought against him. He looked at this boy, blonde, pointed, radiating privilege like a small, well-dressed lighthouse, and recognized the Malfoy colouring from Fleamont's descriptions. "I don't think any house is better than another," Harry said mildly. "They all have their strengths." The boy gave him a look that suggested this was a deeply unfashionable opinion. "What's your name?" "Harry, you, Draco Malfoy. Nice to meet you, Draco." Malfoy looked faintly surprised. Harry stored the reaction. In a world where the Malfoy name was either feared or fawned over, simple politeness was apparently unexpected. They parted without further incident, and Harry moved on to the rest of his supplies. Books at Flourish and Blotts, where he had to physically restrain himself from buying the entire advanced section. A cauldron, telescope and scales, potions, ingredients that made Fleamont whisper corrections about quality and freshness. The boomslang skin is subpar. Take the one from the second barrel. No, the second barrel, left side, yes, that one. Better. And then, finally, they came to a narrow, shabby shop with peeling gold letters above the door, Ollivanders, makers of fine ones since 382 BC. "This is it," James said, and his voice was thick with something Harry had rarely heard from his father, reverence. "Every Potter has gotten their wand here," Lily said. "Your father, your grandfather, your grandmother, your mother too," James added. "I remember because she came out of Ollivanders, looking like she'd been struck by lightning. Told me later it was the best moment of her life until our wedding. I pointed out that our wedding was a disaster, and she said that was exactly why she ranked it second." "We agreed the fire was not your fault," Lily said. "The fire was absolutely my fault. Best wedding ever." Harry pushed open the door. A bell tinkled. The shop was narrow and dusty, with thousands of narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling on every wall. It felt, Harry thought, like standing inside the idea of magic itself, concentrated, waiting, ancient. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, and Mr. Ollivander emerged from the shadows like a spider from its web, not sinister exactly, but not entirely comfortable either. His pale eyes were enormous and unblinking. "Hello," Harry said. "Ah yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Ollivander moved closer. "It seems only yesterday your mother was in here buying her first wand, 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow, nice wand for charm work." Harry said nothing. Let the man talk. "Your father, on the other hand, favoured a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration." Ollivander's silvery gaze fixed on Harry's scar. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that." 13½ inches. "You, powerful wand, very powerful. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do, well." He turned abruptly and began pulling boxes from shelves. "Let's find you a match, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, as I always say, which is your wand arm." "Right." A tape measure flew up and began taking measurements while Ollivander retreated into the stacks. Harry stood quietly, hands at his sides, his heart beating faster than it had in years. This was the moment. 10 years of theory, 10 years of waiting, 10 years of building magical understanding without the one tool that would make it real. "Try this one," Ollivander said, returning with a box. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible." Harry took the wand and felt nothing. A faint warmth, like holding a cup of tea through a mitten. He gave it a wave. A vase on the counter wobbled half-heartedly. "No, no," Ollivander snatched it back. "Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy, nothing. Ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy." A stack of boxes toppled, but it felt wrong, like wearing shoes on the wrong feet. Ollivander's eyes were brightening. "Tricky customer, not to worry, we'll find your match." He disappeared into the back, and Harry could hear him muttering and shuffling. "He's enjoying this." Fleamont observed from the corner of the shop. "Ollivander lives for difficult matches. The harder the pairing, the more interesting the wizard." Wand after wand, holly and unicorn hair, ash and dragon heartstring, vine and phoenix feather, cedar and unicorn. Each one Harry picked up, and each one failed to connect. Wrong, wrong, close but not quite, completely wrong. "I wonder," Ollivander murmured after the 27th attempt. He was looking at Harry with an expression that had shifted from professional interest to genuine fascination. "Yes." "Why not? Unusual combination. Let's try." He went to the very back of the shop and returned with a dusty box. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a wand, 11 inches. Holly, phoenix feather. Harry picked it up. The world rang like a bell. Warmth didn't just flow through his fingers, it erupted. It started at his hand and roared up his arm and flooded his entire body, and every cell of Harry Potter lit up like a star igniting. The wand shop filled with golden light. Red and gold sparks cascaded from the wand's tip like fireworks, spiraling up to the ceiling, and the ancient wooden shelves hummed in resonance, and thousands of boxed wands rattled in sympathy. It lasted about 4 seconds. It felt like a lifetime. Harry stood in the centre of Ollivander's, with his wand raised and his eyes wide and his whole body thrumming with power he'd spent 10 years understanding and had never, until this instant, truly felt. It was theory becoming reality. It was a key sliding into a lock that had been waiting 11 years to be opened. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Curious, though, very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked. His voice was steady, but his hand was trembling. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry already knew this. Euphemia had theorized it years ago based on the rebound mechanics of the killing curse, but he let his face show shock, let his hand tighten on the wand, let his breath catch. "The wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander repeated softly. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid 7 gold galleons and walked out of the shop with his wand in his hand and his family in his wake, and the whole wizarding world spread out before him like a story waiting to be written. That night, in the room above the leaky cauldron that Hagrid had arranged before departing on mysterious Dumbledore business, Harry sat on the bed with his wand and his ghosts and felt, for the first time in his life, complete. Try it, James urged. Come on, just a basic spell. Lumos. You've been doing it wandless for years. Carefully, Lily cautioned. Remember what Fleamont said. The wand will amplify. Lumos, Harry said, and thought the intent and pushed his magic through the holly wand with the same control he'd spent 5 years developing wandlessly. Light exploded from the wand tip. Not the flickering candle glow of his wandless attempts, a sun-bright blaze that filled the room, blew the curtains back and cast 4 ghost shadows on the wall sharp enough to cut glass. Harry clamped down on it instantly, years of occlumency training giving him the mental control to throttle his output, and the light shrank to a reasonable, normal, first-year appropriate glow. The room was silent. Well, said Fleamont. Bloody hell, said James. Language, oh, who am I kidding? Lily breathed. Harry, that was master-level output, Euphemia said crisply, but her eyes were bright. Raw power channeled through the wand with theory-perfect control. You felt the amplification. It was like, Harry searched for words. Like I've been whispering my whole life and someone just gave me a megaphone. That's exactly what it is. The wand doesn't give you power, it removes the barriers between your power and the world. And you, Harry, have more power than you realize, because you've been unconsciously suppressing it for a decade to work within wandless limitations. Euphemia was pacing through the walls with excitement. We need to recalibrate. Everything I've planned for your first year needs adjustment. Your raw magical capacity is, Mum, James said. It's his birthday, he just got his first wand. Can we have 5 minutes before we start recalibrating? Euphemia stopped pacing, looked at Harry, looked at the wand in his hand. And something in her severe, brilliant face softened into something wholly grandmotherly. 5 minutes, she allowed. Harry grinned. Then he raised his wand and whispered, Orchideus. A conjuring charm from the 3rd-year curriculum, and a burst of lilies erupted from the wand tip and cascaded across the bed in a fragrant white-petaled avalanche. Lily made a sound that was half laugh and half sob. Happy birthday to me, Harry said. The weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the strangest of Harry's life. He was back at the Dursleys, unavoidable, given the blood wards, but everything felt different. He had a wand now. He had a trunk full of books he'd already read in theory and could now study in practice. He had a ticket for a train that would take him to the place he'd dreamed of since he was 4 years old, and he had a month to practice. Every night, after the Dursleys went to bed, Harry crept into the garden and worked. The 4 ghosts ran him through practical applications of everything he'd learned, one spell at a time, building from basic to advanced with the methodical precision of Euphemia's curriculum and the creative flair of James's improvisation. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry murmured, and a garden gnome rose smoothly off the ground, hung in the air for 5 seconds and settled back down without a wobble. Perfect, Lily said. Textbook. Now again, but without the incantation. Harry focused, pointed his wand. The gnome rose again, shakier, slower, but it rose. He's casting non-verbally, James whispered to his parents. He's 10. He's casting non-verbally at 10. He's been doing wandless magic for 5 years, Fleamont pointed out. Non-verbal casting is the midpoint between wandless and verbal. For Harry, it's actually easier than fully verbal casting because he's more accustomed to intent-based magic than incantation-based. Try the transfiguration, Euphemia directed. Match to needle. Harry set a match on the garden wall. He pointed his wand, visualized the transformation, the molecular restructuring he'd studied for years, the wood grain elongating into metal crystalline structure, the red head thinning to a point, and said, Accuse mutatio. The match shivered and became a perfect silver needle. Gleaming, sharp, flawless. That's a Newt standard transformation, Fleamont said quietly. Most 7th years can't do that on their first attempt. It took me 3 tries at his age and I was considered a prodigy. The theory is doing the heavy lifting, Harry said, examining the needle. I know exactly what should happen at every stage of the transformation. The one just executes it. This is what happens when you educate before you equip, Euphemia said, and there was quiet triumph in her voice. Every other student at Hogwarts will learn the spell first and the theory later, if at all. They'll be parroting incantations without understanding the underlying transformative mechanics. Harry understands the mechanics at a fundamental level. The spell is almost an afterthought. Which means, Lily added, that you need to be very, very careful about how much you show in class. You can't perform at this level on day one, it'll raise questions we can't answer. Harry nodded. He'd already thought about this. I'll hold back in most classes, perform well but not impossibly well. Top of the class but not suspiciously above it. And if someone pushes you, if there's a situation where you need your full ability. Harry twirled the needle between his fingers and then, with a flick of his wand, turned it back into a match. Then I'll deal with that situation and figure out the explanation later. The month passed quickly. Harry practiced, studied, and made careful plans. He memorized the Hogwarts layout from his family's descriptions. He studied the current faculty, Dumbledore as headmaster, McGonagall for transfiguration, Flitwick for charms, Snape for potions. Lily's face had been complicated during this discussion. Sprout for herbology, and a new defense against the dark arts professor whose name none of them recognized. Quirinus Quirrell, Euphemia mused. Not a name I know. The defense position has been cursed since the early 70s. No professor has lasted more than a year. Whoever this Quirrell is, he's either very brave or very foolish. Or very expendable, Fleamont suggested. Maybe he's very good, Harry offered. In my experience, said Euphemia, who had quite a lot of experience, defense professors at Hogwarts fall into 3 categories: incompetent, dangerous, or both. Plan accordingly. On the night of August 31st, Harry packed his trunk for the final time, checked his supplies against the list, and sat on his bed in the cupboard under the stairs, his room for 10 years, the first classroom of the most unconventional magical education in history. Ready? James asked. Harry looked around the cupboard, at the thin mattress where he'd slept and studied and meditated, at the shelf where he'd kept his handful of possessions, at the walls that had contained his entire world and simultaneously, through the presence of 4 extraordinary ghosts, had opened it wider than most people's worlds ever got. Ready, Harry said. He closed his trunk. He gripped his wand. He thought about tomorrow, platform 9¾ the Hogwarts Express, the castle he'd been dreaming of for 7 years. He thought about the things he knew and the things he'd have to hide and the friends he'd have to make and the enemies he'd have to outthink. He thought about the pale boy at Madame Malkin's and the gentle giant on the motorcycle and the old man who'd left a baby on a doorstep and the dark wizard whose brother wand was in his pocket. And somewhere deep beneath his occlumency shields, in a place he'd built out of love and moonlight and the desperate, luminous devotion of 4 people who had refused to let death stop them from being parents, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel something he rarely indulged: excitement. Tomorrow the boy who lived would walk into Hogwarts, and no one, not Dumbledore, not Snape, not the ghost of Voldemort himself, had the faintest idea what was coming. Chapter 2. The weight of a name. King's Cross Station smelled like diesel and coffee and the particular anxiety of 1,000 people trying to be somewhere else. Harry pushed his trolley through the crowd with Hedwig's cage balanced on top of his trunk, the snowy owl watching the muggles with the haughty disdain of a creature who knew she was the most interesting thing in the building. He'd bought her in Diagon Alley on a whim, or what looked like a whim. In truth, Lily had quietly suggested it. A boy needed something living to touch. Between platforms 9 and 10, James said, drifting alongside him, invisible to the morning commuters. The barrier looks like solid brick. You walk through it. I know, Dad. Just walk, don't hesitate. If you hesitate, you bounce off, and that's embarrassing. I watched a kid faceplant into it in 1972. Cried for 10 minutes. James, stop making him nervous, Lily chided from Harry's other side. I'm not nervous, Harry said, then realized he was talking to thin air in the middle of a crowded train station and adjusted his expression to look like he was muttering to his owl. Hedwig hooted obligingly. Fleamont and Euphemia were already on the other side. They'd simply glided through the barrier without the indignity of needing a physical body to transport. Harry angled his trolley toward the brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10, picked up his pace and sound. Colour. Steam. The world transformed between one step and the next, and Harry was standing on platform 9¾ with a scarlet locomotive billowing white smoke and hundreds of wizarding families milling about in a chaos of trunks, owls, cats, and tearful goodbyes. Harry stopped walking. Not because he was playing a role, he genuinely needed a moment. He'd been imagining this place since he was 4. He knew the dimensions of the platform, the make and model of the Hogwarts Express, the approximate number of students who'd be boarding. But knowing and standing here were different things, separated by the same gap that had opened in Ollivander's shop, the gap between theory and the warm, messy, overwhelming reality of being alive in a magical world. A boy ran past trailing a broomstick and laughing. Two girls compared wands near the engine, sparks drifting from their tips. A mother was licking her thumb and scrubbing something off her protesting son's nose. An elderly witch was scolding a toad that was making a determined bid for freedom. Normal. Magical and utterly normal. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful. "Breathe, kid," James said gently. Harry breathed. Then he straightened his shoulders, adjusted his grip on the trolley and walked into the crowd. He loaded his trunk into a compartment near the back of the train, strategically chosen, close to an exit, good sightlines. Euphemia's training. Then he leaned out the window and watched the platform, cataloguing faces, absorbing the rhythm of this world he was about to enter. A family of redheads caught his eye. Hard to miss them, there seemed to be dozens, though he counted and found only 5 children plus a stout, bustling mother who was herding them toward the train with the practiced efficiency of a woman who'd done this many times before. Weasleys. Euphemia murmured from inside the compartment. "Arthur and Molly Weasley's brood, if I'm not mistaken. Old family. Pure blood, but none of the pretension. The Weasleys were blood traitors before it was fashionable. Arthur was in the order." "Good people," James confirmed. "I didn't know them well, but Molly's brothers, the Privets, fought with us, died fighting. Took 5 Death Eaters to bring them down." Harry watched the red-headed family. The mother was fussing over one of the older boys, twins. It looked like identical and grinning in a way that reminded Harry of his father's descriptions of his marauder days. A taller boy with a prefect badge was looking superior. A small girl was crying and trying to run after the train. And the youngest boy, about Harry's age, tall and gangly with a long nose and more freckles than seemed statistically likely, was hanging back, looking quietly overwhelmed. Something about the boy's expression resonated with Harry. Not the wide-eyed wonder of a kid seeing the train for the first time. The Weasley boy had clearly been here before. It was something else. The look of someone standing in the shadow of older siblings and wondering where he fit. Harry knew about shadows. He'd grown up in one. The whistle blew. Last-minute scrambles, hurried kisses, slammed doors. The train lurched and began to pull away from the platform, and Harry settled into his compartment and waited. He didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes into the journey, the compartment door slid open and the red-headed boy from the platform stood in the gap, looking awkward. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." It wasn't true. Harry had seen at least 3 empty compartments on his way back. The boy just didn't want to sit alone. Harry understood this too. "Go ahead," Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy dropped into it with the graceless relief of someone who'd been dreading rejection. "I'm Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. His eyes flicked up to Harry's forehead, found the scar and went wide. "Are you really? I mean, sorry, my brothers told me you might be on the train, but I thought they were having me on. They do that. Fred and George, the twins. They once told me they'd turn my teddy bear into a spider if I didn't eat my Brussels sprouts, and then they actually did it, and now I can't anyway. Sorry, you probably get this all the time." "I don't actually, I grew up with muggles." "Really?" Ron looked fascinated. "What's that like?" Harry considered the question. What was it like to grow up in a cupboard under the stairs, underfed and overworked, in a house that hated him? What was it like to have that experience transformed night after night by 4 ghosts who poured the entirety of their love and knowledge into him until the cupboard became the best classroom in Britain? "Quiet," Harry said. "Tell me about growing up magical." Ron needed very little encouragement. Within minutes, Harry had a thorough if somewhat scattershot picture of life at the Burrow. A crooked house that was held together by magic and stubbornness, a ghoul in the attic, a garden full of gnomes, 6 older brothers casting long shadows, and parents who loved fiercely if chaotically. Ron talked about being the 6th son with a sort of rueful humour that didn't quite hide the ache underneath. Bill was head boy, Charlie was Quidditch captain, Percy's just been made prefect. Fred and George mess about a lot, but they're dead clever. Everyone thinks they are really funny. And I'm Ron. Everyone expects me to be as good as the others, and I probably won't be, and it doesn't matter because even if I am, I'll just be the sixth Weasley to do it. Harry looked at this boy, open-faced, self-deprecating, fundamentally decent, and felt something he'd been told to expect but hadn't truly understood until this moment. He wanted to be Ron's friend, not strategically, not because Euphemia had identified the Weasleys as a useful political alliance. Because Ron was funny and honest and had the kind of easy warmth that Harry had only ever experienced from the dead. I don't know anything about your brothers, Harry said, so you're not the sixth anything to me, you're just Ron. Ron's ears went red again, but this time he grinned, a wide, uncomplicated grin that transformed his whole face. Yeah, well, you're not the boy who lived to me, I mean you are, but also you're just the bloke who shared his compartment. So, even. Even, Harry agreed. The door slid open again. A round-faced boy with watery eyes peered in, clutching what appeared to be nothing. Sorry, have either of you seen a toad? I've lost him, his name's Trevor. Haven't seen one, Ron said, but we can help you look. Really? The boy's face brightened with pathetic gratitude. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry's expression didn't change, but behind his eyes, gears turned. Longbottom. Euphemia had taught him the prophecy, or what she and Lily and James had been able to piece together from fragments and context. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. 2 boys had fit that description. Harry was one, Neville Longbottom was the other. Harry looked at this soft, nervous boy and thought about the weight of prophecy, and the random cruelty of a dark wizard choosing one baby over another, and the fact that Neville's parents were alive but might as well not be. Lily had told him about Frank and Alice Longbottom. Tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, and Harry had not slept well that night. We'll find him, Harry said, standing up. Toads can't have gotten far on a train. They searched 3 cars before a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth and an air of breathless authority found them. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one and I've been helping. Oh, she looked at Harry and Ron. Are you looking too? This is Neville, Harry said, indicating the round-faced boy. We're helping. Oh, I've already checked the front 3 carriages, no toad. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read all about Hogwarts in Hogwarts, a history. Have any of you read it? It's fascinating. I have, Harry said before he could stop himself. Hermione's eyebrows rose. Ron mouthed, who reads that, behind her back. Really? What did you think about the chapter on the founding? I found the section about the Chamber of Secrets particularly interesting, even though it's probably just a legend. It's not a legend, Harry said, and then caught himself. Too much. Euphemia had taught him about the chamber as historical fact. She'd cross-referenced multiple sources during her time as an unspeakable, but Hogwarts. A history treated it as myth. A first year who'd grown up with muggles shouldn't be this certain. I mean, I think there's evidence for it. But I'm probably wrong. No, I'd love to hear your reasoning, Hermione said, and there was a sharpness in her eyes that Harry recognized, the hunger of someone who loved learning the way other people loved breathing. He'd seen that look in his mother's ghost every single day of his life. He liked her immediately. They found Trevor the Toad under a seat cushion in the 7th carriage, returned him to a grateful Neville and ended up back in Harry's compartment, all 4 of them now, plus the Toad, arranged around a growing pile of sweets from the trolley witch. Chocolate frogs. Ron said, ripping one open. You collect the cards. I've got about 500, but I haven't got Agrippa or Ptolemy. Harry opened one and found Albus Dumbledore's card. The old wizard's painted face twinkled up at him. Harry studied it and felt exactly nothing warm. He looks kind. Hermione observed, leaning over. He looks like someone who knows he looks kind, Harry said, and then turned it into a joke. Those twinkly eyes could sell anything. He should do adverts. Ron laughed. Hermione looked thoughtful. Harry pocketed the card and moved on. The afternoon deepened. The train rushed north through countryside that grew wilder and more beautiful with every mile. Harry answered questions about growing up with muggles, carefully edited, asked questions about the wizarding world, carefully chosen to fill specific gaps in his knowledge without revealing how few gaps there actually were, and found himself doing something extraordinary. He was having fun. Not the careful, measured engagement of a student following a curriculum. Not the bittersweet joy of loving people he couldn't touch. Fun, messy, directionless, punctuated by Ron's terrible jokes and Hermione's earnest corrections and Neville's quiet, unexpected humour. Fun with living people his own age. It was wonderful. It was terrifying. It was entirely different from anything his ghost family had prepared him for. At some point, James drifted through the compartment wall invisible and watched Harry laughing at something Ron had said. Harry caught the edge of his father's expression, wonder, grief, joy, all tangled together, and understood that James was seeing something he'd dreamed about for 10 years. His son happy with friends. Harry looked away before his own expression could give anything away. The compartment door banged open. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 large boys who looked like they'd been hired for their width. "Is it true?" Malfoy said, scanning the compartment. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment, so it's you, is it?" "That's me," Harry said easily. "This is Crabbe and this is Goyle, and I'm Draco Malfoy. We met at Madame Malkin's." Something flickered across Malfoy's face, pleasure at being remembered, maybe. "Right, yes, I just wanted to say you want to be careful who you make friends with, Potter. Some families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." His grey eyes slid to Ron, whose ears had gone scarlet. "I can help you there." He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. In his mind, he sorted through everything he knew about the Malfoys. Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, claimed imperious defense, bought his way out of Azkaban, still held enormous political influence. Draco, only child, raised in privilege, probably parroting his father's ideology without fully understanding it. 11 years old, a child. Harry had been trained to think strategically. Euphemia would have told him to keep Malfoy close, an asset to be managed, a source of information about the Death Eater families. Fleamont would have counselled diplomacy, no need to make enemies on the first day. Both approaches had merit. But Harry looked at Ron, who was staring at his shoes with the expression of someone who'd been told he wasn't good enough his entire life, and was hearing it confirmed by a stranger on a train. And Harry thought about cupboards and hand-me-downs, and being told you were the wrong sort of person by people who'd decided your worth based on your name. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," Harry said. His voice was pleasant and calm and completely unmistakable. Malfoy's pale face flushed, his eyes narrowed. For a moment something almost vulnerable crossed his features, the sting of rejection, quick and surprised as though he genuinely hadn't expected it. Then it was gone, replaced by a sneer that looked inherited. "I'd be careful, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. The temperature in the compartment dropped. Not metaphorically, the actual temperature plummeted by about 10 degrees. Frost crept across the window glass. Ron flinched. Hermione drew a sharp breath. Neville clutched Trevor so hard the toad croaked in protest. Harry hadn't moved. His face was still pleasant, still calm, but his magic had responded before his mind could leash it, and the cold was radiating off him like a wave. He pulled it back. The frost retreated. The temperature normalized. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds, and Harry disguised it by shifting in his seat and saying very quietly, "I'd leave now, Malfoy." Malfoy left. His 2 bodyguards followed, looking confused and slightly pale. The compartment door slid shut. Silence. "Did it just get really cold in here?" Ron asked. "Draft from the corridor," Harry said smoothly. "These old trains." He turned to Ron and smiled. "You were telling me about Chudley Cannon's chances this season." Ron blinked, visibly set aside the strange cold, and launched back into an impassioned defense of his terrible Quidditch team. Hermione pulled out Hogwarts, a history, and began reading. Neville fed Trevor a bit of lettuce. Beneath his calm surface, Harry's pulse was pounding. He'd lost control. 3 seconds of lost control, because an 11-year-old brat had mentioned his parents. In 3 seconds, he dropped the ambient temperature of a train compartment by at least 15 degrees through raw, uncontrolled emotional magic. If Malfoy had been more observant, if a professor had been nearby, get it together, he told himself. He reinforced his occlumency shields, layered his emotions behind the familiar walls, and breathed. From the corner of the compartment, invisible, Lily's ghost watched her son with an expression that was equal parts concern and recognition. She'd had that same temper. She'd spent years learning to master it. "He's fine," James murmured, also invisible, also watching. He caught it. This time. Lily said. Night had fallen by the time the train slowed. The students changed into their robes, Harry's fit perfectly, the first clothes that had ever been bought specifically for him, and filed onto a dark platform. Furs years over here. Hagrid's lantern swung above the crowd like a lighthouse. Harry grinned despite himself. There was something about Hagrid that made you feel like everything would be all right, even when you knew perfectly well it wouldn't. All right there, Harry. All right, Hagrid. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path through thick trees. Nobody spoke much. Then the path opened up and there it was. Hogwarts. The castle sat on the far side of a vast black lake, its hundreds of windows blazing with warm light, its towers reaching into a sky full of stars. It looked ancient and alive and impossible, and even Harry, who had studied architectural plans, memorized floor layouts and heard it described 1,000 times by 4 people who'd loved it, felt his throat tighten. "Oh," said Ron. "It's real," Hermione whispered. "It's home." Neville said quietly, and then looked surprised at himself. Harry said nothing. He stood on the shore of the Black Lake and looked at the castle where his parents had fallen in love, where his grandparents had been educated, where his entire family's history was woven into the stones, and he let himself feel it without analysis or strategy or caution. It was the most magical thing he'd ever seen, and he meant that in the way that had nothing to do with spells. They crossed the lake in boats. The giant squid surfaced once, a tentacle breaking the glassy water, and several students shrieked. Harry watched it with interest. Fleamont had told him the squid was at least 800 years old and partially sentient, bound to the castle by an agreement older than the founders. It slipped back beneath the surface as the boats passed, and Harry could have sworn the tentacle waved. Professor McGonagall met them inside the entrance hall. She was exactly as Lily had described, tall, severe, black-haired, with the bearing of someone who had never in her life suffered a fool. She wore square spectacles and an expression that suggested she was already disappointed in several of them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her Scottish accent gave the words a weight they wouldn't have carried in any other voice. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because while you are here, your house will be something like your family." Harry felt his 4 actual family members drift closer. They'd come through the castle walls and were hovering in the shadows of the entrance hall, invisible, taking in the school they'd known in life with expressions that ranged from nostalgic James, to critical Euphemia, to quietly emotional Fleamont, to watchful Lily. McGonagall led them into the great hall, and even Harry's preparation couldn't prevent a small intake of breath. The ceiling was bewitched to mirror the sky outside tonight, a vast expanse of stars. Thousands of candles floated above 4 long tables packed with students. At the head of the hall, the staff table stretched across a raised platform, and in its centre, wearing robes of deep purple with silver stars, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry's eyes met the headmaster's for exactly 1 second. In that second, he felt something brush against his occlumency shields, not an attack, not even a deliberate probe. Just awareness, the ambient magical perception of a very powerful wizard sensing the new arrivals, cataloguing them. Harry's surface layer held. Confused boy, nervous, excited. Nothing to see. Dumbledore's gaze moved on. The sorting hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It sang a song about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious, and Harry listened with half an ear while studying the staff table. McGonagall he knew. Dumbledore he knew. Hagrid, settling into a seat at the far end, he knew. The tiny wizard who must be Flitwick, half-goblin, dueling champion, Lily's favourite professor. The stout, cheerful witch who was probably Sprout. The dark-haired man at the far end of the table, with a hooked nose and black eyes that held approximately the same warmth as a glacier. Severus Snape. Harry studied him carefully. Lily had told him everything, their childhood friendship, the word that ended it, Snape's descent into Death Eater ideology, and the complicated, painful, unresolved history between them. She'd been honest. She'd said Snape was brilliant and cruel and damaged, and that he'd loved her, and that his love hadn't been enough to make him a good person but might have been enough to make him switch sides, and that Harry should judge him by his actions at Hogwarts rather than by anything she said. Snape was staring at Harry. His black eyes had locked on and hadn't moved, and his expression held something raw and complicated that Harry filed away without reacting to. Then there was the man in the turban. He was sitting next to Snape, thin, pale, nervous-looking, with a large purple turban wound around his head. Professor Quirrell, presumably, the new defense against the dark arts teacher. He was picking at his food and flinching whenever anyone addressed him, the picture of academic anxiety. And Harry's scar was burning. Not badly. Not the searing agony he'd been warned about. Euphemia had theorized that the scar might react to proximity to Voldemort or his servants, based on its probable nature as a dark magical wound. This was more like a low-grade headache, a persistent prickle, like a warning light blinking at the edge of his awareness. Harry didn't touch his forehead. He didn't react. He filed the sensation alongside the 1,000 other data points he'd been collecting and turned his attention back to the sorting. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jammed the hat on her head, and sat vibrating with anticipation for nearly 4 minutes before the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." She went to the Gryffindor table with a huge smile, and Harry noticed she looked back at him, checking where he'd end up. Longbottom Neville. Neville tripped on the way to the stool, turned crimson, and sat under the hat for nearly 5 minutes. Harry watched the boy's expression cycle through doubt, then surprise, then something that looked like courage choosing itself. Gryffindor. Neville ran to the table still wearing the hat and had to come back to return it to general laughter. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Malfoy's head. Slytherin. Malfoy sauntered to the Slytherin table looking supremely satisfied, and Harry noted the way several older Slytherins made room for him with an air of arranged expectation. The Malfoy name carried weight, even among children. Names rolled on. Parkinson, Patel again. Potter, Harry. The whispers erupted like a flock of startled birds. Potter, the Harry Potter, heads craned from every table. The hall buzzed with sudden electric interest, and Harry walked to the stool feeling the weight of several hundred stairs pressing against his back like a physical force. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. Well, said a small voice in his ear. This is unusual. Harry waited. Occlumency shields on a first year, and not crude ones either. These are layered, sophisticated, professionally constructed. Whoever taught you was very good. Harry carefully opened the outermost layer of his shields, just enough to let the hat see what it needed without exposing his deeper knowledge. This was a technique Lily had drilled into him specifically for this moment. Give the hat enough to sort you, but not enough to compromise your secrets. The hat was an ancient magical artifact with no obligation to keep confidences from Dumbledore. Cautious, too. Very well, I'll work with what you're showing me. The hat sounded amused. Plenty of courage, oh my, yes. A mind that could do remarkable things in Ravenclaw, loyalty that would make Hufflepuff proud, and ambition, not for power but for something deeper. You want to be ready. You want to be enough. Harry said nothing. Slytherin could make you great, you know. Everything's here in your head, the strategic thinking, the self-preservation instinct, the willingness to play a long game. You do well in Slytherin. Harry thought very carefully, not Slytherin. No. You're sure it could help you on the way to greatness? I don't need a house to be great, I need a house where my friends are. The hat was quiet for a moment, then with something that felt like a chuckle. That's the most Gryffindor thing you've said. Very well, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter." Ron was banging his fist on the table with undisguised delight. Hermione was clapping furiously. Even Neville managed a shy thumbs up. Harry took off the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table. As he sat down between Ron and Hermione, he caught Dumbledore's eye again. The headmaster was applauding politely, his expression benign, but Harry thought he saw a flicker of something behind those half-moon spectacles. Satisfaction, maybe. The chess piece was on the right square, for now, Harry thought. For my own reasons, under the table his wand hand tingled. Ready. At the staff table, Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that could have curdled milk, and next to him, Professor Quirrell in his ridiculous turban was also watching, and Harry's scar gave another lazy pulse of pain. Harry served himself roast potatoes, and listened to Ron explain the finer points of Gryffindor House with the enthusiasm of someone who dreamed about this his entire life. and he laughed and ate, and looked like any other first year on the best night of his life. Underneath, he was mapping the hall, noting exits, clocking every professor's line of sight, and thinking about the fact that his scar only hurt when Quirrell looked directly at him. The Gryffindor common room was exactly as James had described it, warm, round, draped in scarlet and gold, with overstuffed armchairs and a fireplace big enough to stand in. The fat lady guarded the entrance. The password was Caput Draconis, and Harry stored both facts automatically while pretending to be enchanted by the novelty. "Boys' dormitories up the stairs to the left," said Percy Weasley, the prefect, who had the officious manner of someone who'd been practicing authority in front of a mirror. "Your things have already been brought up." The first-year boys' dormitory contained 5 four-poster beds with deep crimson hangings. Harry's trunk was at the foot of the bed nearest the window, prime position, good sightlines, which he suspected was not coincidence. His roommates were Ron, Neville, and 2 boys he hadn't met yet. Seamus Finnegan, who was Irish and loud, and Dean Thomas, who was tall and quiet and had a poster of a football team Harry didn't recognise. They stayed up talking for an hour, the normal, chaotic chatter of 11-year-old boys in a new place. Seamus set his curtains on fire trying a spell his mum had taught him. Dean asked if anyone else thought the moving staircases were a health and safety violation. Neville lost Trevor again. Ron ate 3 chocolate frogs and fell asleep mid-sentence. Harry lay in his bed with the curtains drawn and waited until the dorm was quiet. "Clear," he whispered. His family materialized through the dormitory wall like 4 silver comets slowing to a stop. James did a quick loop of the room, grinning madly. "I slept in this exact dormitory," he whispered, gesturing at the bed farthest from the window. "That one was mine. Sirius was next to me. Remus was by the door. He always wanted to be closest to the exit. We never understood why until 3rd year. And Peter was," he stopped, his grin dissolved. "Peter was there." Lily touched his arm, passed through his arm, their silver forms mingling at the boundary. James closed his eyes. "Focus," Euphemia said, not unkindly. "Harry, report." Harry cast a silent muffliato around his bed, wandless, the weakest version, just enough to keep his whispers from carrying. It drained him slightly, but held. "Dumbledore scanned me during the sorting. Ambient legilimency, not targeted. Surface shields held. He didn't push. He wouldn't." "Not on the first night. He'll be patient," Euphemia said. "Snape stared at me through the entire feast. He's going to be a problem." "Snape is going to be a puzzle," Lily corrected. "Don't write him off as a problem until you understand his position." "He's still working for Dumbledore, which means he switched sides. People who switch sides have complicated loyalties." My scar hurt. Only when Quirrell looked at me. The ghosts went still. Fleamont and Euphemia exchanged one of their married couple glances, the kind that contained entire conversations. "Not Snape?" Fleamont asked carefully. "Snape stared at me constantly, nothing from the scar, but Quirrell, every time his eyes met mine, the scar prickled. Not agony, just awareness." "The turban," Euphemia said. "Did you notice anything about the turban? It's large, unusually large, and he touched it constantly, adjusted it, straightened it like he was checking something, or keeping something in place." Euphemia's voice was flat and sharp. "Harry, the defense position has been cursed since the early 70s. The rumor, unconfirmed but persistent, is that Voldemort cursed it himself after Dumbledore refused to hire him. Every defense professor since has left within a year, usually badly. If Quirrell is this year's victim of that curse, and if your scar reacts to him specifically, then Quirrell's connection to Voldemort isn't just historical," Harry finished. "It's current. Speculation," Lily said firmly. "We need more information before we draw conclusions." "Agreed," said Fleamont. "But Harry, be careful around Quirrell. If there's even a chance he's connected to Voldemort, I'll watch him from a distance, nothing obvious." "Good." Euphemia settled into her hovering position, which Harry had learned over the years was the ghost equivalent of sitting down. "Now, more importantly, your classes start tomorrow. Let's talk about how much you show." This was the conversation they'd been building toward for years. Harry sat up in bed, cross-legged, wand across his knees, and listened. "You're going to be bored in most of your classes," Euphemia said bluntly. "You know the first-year material backward and forward. The temptation will be to show off. Don't." "I wasn't planning to." "I know, but temptation has a way of finding you when you're not planning on it." When a professor asks a question, and you know the answer and 20 other students are sitting there looking blank, the urge to speak up is powerful. Especially for someone who's been learning in isolation and finally has an audience. Perform in the top 10%, Fleamont suggested. Not the top 1%. Get spells on the second or third try, not the first. Ask questions that show intelligence but not mastery. Be the brightest first year, not the most suspicious one. Except in potions, Lily said. Everyone looked at her. Snape will target Harry. That's not speculation, that's certainty. He'll try to humiliate him, to prove that James Potter's son is as arrogant and mediocre as he believes James was. If Harry fumbles in potions, Snape will have ammunition. If Harry excels, not impossibly, but genuinely, it'll throw Snape off balance. He won't know what to do with a Potter who actually respects his subject. That's a risk, Euphemia cautioned. Snape is a risk no matter what Harry does. Better to control the terms of engagement. Mum's right, James said, which made Lily's eyebrows rise. Snape's going to come after him regardless. If Harry's terrible at potions, Snape gloats and Harry's miserable. If Harry's average, Snape picks him apart looking for mistakes. If Harry's good, genuinely, undeniably good, Snape has to either acknowledge it or look petty. And Snape's too proud to look petty. Since when do you understand Snape? Lily asked. I understood him better than you think. I just didn't like what I understood. Harry let them debate. He was thinking about something else, about Ron, who'd fallen asleep in the next bed with chocolate on his face. About Hermione, who'd known the answer to everything on the train and had the slightly desperate eagerness of someone who'd been told her whole life that being clever wasn't the same as being liked. About Neville, who'd trembled his way onto the stool and come out a Gryffindor. I want to help them, Harry said, cutting through the debate. Help who? Fleamont asked. Ron, Hermione, Neville, they're all brilliant in different ways, but they don't know it yet. Ron thinks he's ordinary. Hermione thinks knowledge will make people love her. Neville thinks he's barely magical. Harry paused. I've had 4 tutors my whole life. I've had every advantage. They haven't. I'm not going to sit in class performing at 80% while my friends struggle. You can't tutor them without revealing how much you know, Euphemia pointed out. I'm not going to tutor them. I'm going to study with them. Ask for their help. Let Hermione explain things she understands. Let Ron show me the practical, intuitive approach. Let Neville teach me about plants. He knows more about herbology than I do. I don't have to pretend to be less. I have to be the kind of person who makes them more. The dormitory was quiet except for Ron's snoring. 4 ghosts looked at an 11-year-old boy who had just, without realizing it, articulated a philosophy of leadership that most adults never grasped. Lily, Euphemia said. Your son is remarkable. I know, Lily said, and her voice was thick with something that ghosts shouldn't have been able to feel. First period Monday morning was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. And Harry walked into the classroom with the coiled readiness of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for years, while maintaining the external appearance of a slightly nervous first year who'd gotten lost twice on the way, because the staircases kept moving. The classroom was stone-walled and high-ceilinged, with rows of desks facing a large teacher's desk behind which sat a tabby cat. Is that a cat or a professor? Ron muttered, sliding into the seat next to Harry. Both, Harry said, because McGonagall's animagus form was one of the first things James had told him about. Watch. The cat leaped from the desk and transformed mid-jump into Professor McGonagall, and the class erupted in startled applause. McGonagall looked satisfied. It was clearly a performance she'd perfected over decades. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said, surveying them over her square spectacles. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work transforming matches into needles, and Harry faced his first real test of restraint. He knew this spell. He'd mastered it weeks ago in the Dursleys' garden. He could transform the match in his sleep, non-verbally, wandlessly, if he pushed himself. He could probably transform every match in the room simultaneously if he really concentrated. Instead, he picked up his match, pointed his wand, and said the incantation. On his first try, nothing happened. On his second, the match turned silver. On his third, it became a needle, good but not perfect. The point was slightly blunt, the eye a touch too large. Well done, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, pausing by his desk. 5 points to Gryffindor. She picked up the needle and examined it, and something flickered across her severe face, surprise, maybe, or the ghost of a memory. Your father had a talent for transfiguration as well, though it took him considerably longer to produce a result this clean on his first lesson. Thank you, Professor. She moved on. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the room. She was hunched over her match, brow furrowed, wand moving in tight, precise patterns. Her match was obstinately wooden. Harry waited until McGonagall was at the other end of the room, then leaned across the aisle. You're overthinking the wrist movement. It's not a jab, it's more of a, he demonstrated, a loose, fluid motion. Like you're painting a line, not poking something. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She adjusted her grip, repeated the incantation, and her match shivered and became a needle. Not as clean as Harry's deliberate second best, but a needle. Her face lit up. Thank you. How did you know that? The textbook mentions that common errors in basic transfiguration come from muscle tension in the wand hand. Chapter 3, page 47. Hermione stared at him. You memorized the page number. I like reading, Harry said, which was the most spectacular understatement he'd ever uttered. On his other side, Ron was glaring at his match as though personal animosity might force it to change. Harry watched his technique. The incantation was fine, the intent was fine, but Ron was holding his wand like a weapon rather than a tool, all grip and no finesse. Loosen up, Harry murmured. You're strangling it. I'm strangling a match, your wand. Hold it like okay. How do you hold a chess piece when you're about to make a move? Ron blinked. With my fingertips, light, so I can feel where it wants to go. Exactly, try that. Ron adjusted his grip, flicked his wand, and the match became a needle with a crisp little snap that made McGonagall look over from 3 desks away. I did it. Ron's grin was incandescent. Harry, I did it. I saw, that was clean. 5 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall said, appearing at Ron's shoulder. Excellent work, Mr. Weasley. Ron went red to the roots of his hair, but the grin didn't fade for the rest of the lesson. The morning continued. Charms with Professor Flitwick was delightful. The tiny professor was as warm and encouraging as Lily had promised, and Harry enjoyed watching him demonstrate the levitation charm with a showman's flair. History of Magic with Professor Binns was exactly as Euphemia had warned. A ghost so boring he'd apparently bored himself to death, and not noticed. Harry used the period to practice occlumency meditation while appearing to take notes, and then on Thursday morning, potions. Harry descended into the dungeons with Ron, both of them slightly quieter than usual. Harry because he was preparing for the most complex performance he'd have to give at Hogwarts, Ron because the Weasley grapevine had thoroughly briefed him on Snape's personality. He's awful. Ron whispered as they took seats near the back. Fred and George say he takes points from Gryffindor for breathing. Percy says he's fair if you work hard, but Percy thinks anyone who wears a badge is fair, so. The dungeon classroom was cold, shadowed, and lined with jars containing things that floated in liquid and stared at you. Harry could identify about 3/4 of them by sight, Fleamont's training and the rest by smell if he got close enough. Snape entered without fanfare. He didn't need any. The door opened, and he was simply there, black robes billowing, dark eyes sweeping the room like searchlights. He radiated controlled hostility the way a furnace radiates heat. He took the register. His voice was barely above a whisper, and every student leaned forward to hear it, which was exactly the point, a dominance technique, making the audience come to you. Harry Potter. Snape paused on the name, his lip curled, our new celebrity. A few Slytherins sniggered. Malfoy smirked from the front row. Harry said nothing. He met Snape's eyes and let his surface layer present exactly what it was designed to. A boy who was slightly confused, slightly intimidated but attentive. Underneath, his occlumency shields were locked tight. Snape's gaze lingered. Harry felt the faintest brush against his outer shields, so subtle that anyone without occlumency training would never have detected it. Snape was testing him, not aggressively, not the full force of legilimency. Just a whisper, a tasting of the waters. The brush slid off Harry's shields like rain off glass. Something changed in Snape's expression. The curl of his lip faltered for a fraction of a second, replaced by a flicker of something Harry couldn't read. Then the mask was back. Potter, Snape said sharply. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The classroom was silent. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Harry considered his options in the space of a heartbeat. "The draught of living death, sir," he said calmly. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. They're also commercially available from most apothecaries, though the wild-sourced ones are more effective." The narrowing intensified. Hermione's hand was still up, now slightly wilting with confusion. The rest of the class was staring. "What is the difference between monksherd and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, also called aconite, key ingredient in the wolfsbane potion among others." Dead silence. Snape stared at Harry. Harry looked back with the expression of an eager student who'd simply read his textbook, and not the expression of someone who'd been drilled on every potion in the Hogwarts curriculum by a man who'd invented products that changed the wizarding beauty industry. "It seems celebrity has some substance after all," Snape said. The words were pulled from him like teeth. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" The scratching of quills filled the dungeon. Harry dipped his quill and wrote, careful to keep his hand steady and his expression neutral. Beside him, Ron was gaping. "How did you know all that?" Ron hissed. "I read the textbook." "Nobody reads the textbook that closely." "I was bored. The muggles I live with don't have interesting books." This was, in its way, entirely true. They brewed a simple boil-curing potion. Harry worked methodically, his hands moving with a precision that came from years of Fleamont's theoretical training finally meeting real ingredients. The nettles were dried too aggressively. He compensated by crushing them finer. The snake fangs were slightly stale. He adjusted the stewing time by 30 seconds. The porcupine quills needed to be added off heat, which every textbook specified but which Harry understood at a molecular level. The quills' magical properties destabilized above certain temperatures, and adding them to active heat caused an exothermic reaction that could melt a pewter cauldron. Next to him, Neville was sweating. His hands were shaking as he measured ingredients, and Harry could see the potion in his cauldron trending toward disaster. The color was wrong, the consistency too thick. "Neville," Harry murmured, barely moving his lips, "you've got the heat too high. Turn it down 3/4, and when you add the quills, take the cauldron completely off the fire first." Neville shot him a grateful look and adjusted the flame. His potion didn't improve dramatically. The earlier mistakes were already baked in, but it didn't explode, which was more than could be said for Seamus Finnegan's 3 desks over. Snape swept through the room, dispensing criticism like a priest dispensing penance. He paused at Harry's cauldron, looked at the potion, which was the exact shade of turquoise that the textbook specified, with the precise consistency and the faint shimmer that indicated properly dissolved snake fang. Snape said nothing. He stared at the potion, then at Harry, and something worked behind his black eyes, a calculation, a reassessment, a small, reluctant crack in the wall of preconception he'd built around the name Potter. He moved on without a word. No praise, no criticism. Just the silence of a man who'd expected to find his enemy's arrogant, mediocre son and had instead found something he didn't know how to categorize. "He didn't say anything," Ron whispered as they packed up. "Snape always says something. Fred says he once told a kid his potion smelled like the inside of a troll's boot and made the kid start over 3 times. Maybe he just didn't have anything to say," Harry offered. "Yeah, and maybe Dumbledore's secretly a Chudley Cannon's fan." Over the next 2 weeks, Harry settled into a rhythm that walked the razor's edge between concealment and authenticity. In Transfiguration, he was the best in the class, openly, unapologetically, because McGonagall's subject was the one where his family connections would most naturally explain exceptional talent. James's aptitude for Transfiguration was well documented, and McGonagall herself had taught James. If Harry showed unusual skill, it could be attributed to genetics rather than ghost tutoring. In charms, he let Hermione take the lead. This cost him nothing. Hermione was genuinely talented, and watching her work through problems in real time taught Harry things his theoretical education had missed. The gap between understanding a charm's principles and physically casting it was wider than he'd expected, and Hermione's methodical approach to bridging that gap gave him insights he wouldn't have found alone. In potions, he maintained steady excellence. Snape couldn't fault his work but refused to acknowledge it, which suited Harry perfectly. Every class, Snape tested him with increasingly difficult questions. Every class, Harry answered correctly. Every class, Snape's expression grew more complicated. In herbology, Harry did something unexpected. He deferred to Neville. Professor Sprout's greenhouse was the one environment where Neville Longbottom transformed from a trembling wreck into someone confident and capable. His hands were steady with plants. His knowledge was intuitive, passionate, rooted in genuine love for living things. Harry asked Neville's advice openly, deliberately in front of the class, and watched the boy straighten a little more each time. "You're good at this." Harry told Neville after a lesson on Devil's Snare that Neville had navigated with casual expertise while most of the class struggled. "Really good. It's just plants," Neville mumbled. "It's not just plants, you understand how they think, that's rare." Neville looked at Harry for a long moment, then smiled, a small, uncertain thing, like a plant testing whether the sun was real before committing to growth. Defense against the dark arts was the outlier. Quirrell's classroom smelled of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Albania, though the smell was so aggressive it felt more like a weapon against the students. Quirrell himself stuttered through his lectures with the scattered, nervous energy of a man who was afraid of his own subject. He flinched when students spoke too loudly. He went pale when discussing dark creatures. He was, by any reasonable standard, a terrible teacher. And Harry's scar hurt every single time he entered that classroom. Not badly. Never badly enough to show on his face, never enough to warrant concern from anyone who wasn't specifically monitoring it. But it was there, a low, persistent throb that intensified when Quirrell was close and faded when he moved away. Harry took a seat near the back of the defense classroom. He answered questions when called on, performed adequately in practical exercises, and watched Quirrell with the patient intensity of a hawk circling something it wasn't sure was prey. "The stutter is fake," he told his family that night, curtains drawn, muffliato cast. "He's performing. The nervous tics are too regular, genuine anxiety is unpredictable, but Quirrell stutters at the same rate regardless of context. And he smells like garlic, but underneath that, there's something else, something wrong." "What kind of wrong?" Lily pressed. "I don't know how to describe it." "Like the smell of magic, but twisted. Rancid. Dark magic," Fleamont said grimly. "Concentrated dark magic has a smell, most people can't detect it, but with your sensitivity—" "The turban," Euphemia said again. She'd been circling back to the turban for 2 weeks. "There's something under the turban, something magical. I can feel it when I get close, and I've been dead for over a decade. My magical sensitivity is largely gone. Whatever's hiding under that cloth is powerful. Can you get closer? Look under it." "I've tried." "There's a ward, a repulsion charm built into the fabric. When I approach from behind, something pushes me away. Not physically. It's like the ward recognizes that I'm a ghost and specifically blocks spectral intrusion." "That's specialized magic," Lily said. "Who wards against ghosts?" "Someone who knows ghosts could see what's hidden," Euphemia replied. "Someone who's thought about this carefully. The implications hung in the air of the dormitory like smoke." "We need to know what's under that turban," Harry said. "Not yet," Lily cautioned. "We don't know enough. If Quirrell is connected to Voldemort, if Voldemort is somehow present in this castle, we need to be certain before we act. Certainty requires patience." "Your mother's right," Fleamont said. "And in the meantime, there's another mystery worth examining." He looked at Harry meaningfully. "Hagrid collected something from Gringotts on the day you visited. Something from a high-security vault. And something at Hogwarts is being guarded. The third-floor corridor is off-limits. Dumbledore said so at the feast. You think they're connected?" "I think Dumbledore brought something extremely valuable to Hogwarts and hid it behind protections on the 3rd floor. I think the timing, immediately after someone attempted to rob the vault, according to the Daily Prophet, suggests that Hogwarts was a last resort, not a first choice. And I think the question worth asking is, what's valuable enough to require Hogwarts-level security and who's trying to steal it?" Harry thought about this. He thought about Nicholas Flamel, a name Fleamont had mentioned once casually in a lesson about famous alchemists. He thought about the Philosopher's Stone. He thought about what the stone could do. Produce the elixir of life, turn lead to gold. He thought about who would want those things and why. "Voldemort," he said quietly. "Speculation," Lily repeated. "Informed speculation." A disembodied dark wizard with no physical form would need the elixir of life to return. The stone is the only known source. If Voldemort's found a way to operate through an agent, Through Quirrell, maybe. Then the stone is his target and the third-floor corridor is where it's hidden. Silence. He's not wrong, James said. He might not be right either. Lily's expression was fierce. And even if he is, he's 11. This is not his fight. It became his fight the night Voldemort chose him, Euphemia said, and the words were gentle, which made them worse. We can argue about fairness, Lily, and you're right. It's not fair. But if Voldemort is in this castle, if he's after the stone, and if Harry is the one whose scar burns when Quirrell looks at him, he's already involved. The only question is whether he's involved with eyes open or eyes shut. Lily turned away. She drifted to the window and looked out at the Hogwarts grounds, silver and moonlit, beautiful and dangerous, and Harry watched his mother struggle with the thing she'd struggled with since the night she died. The knowledge that loving her son was not enough to keep him safe, and that the best she could do was make him ready. Eyes open, Lily said finally, not turning around. Always eyes open. Friday afternoon brought the first flying lesson, and with it, the first moment Harry's careful restraint faced a serious challenge. The Gryffindors trooped onto the grounds alongside the Slytherins, a pairing that seemed designed to produce maximum friction, and lined up next to rows of battered school brooms that looked like they'd been personally insulted by the concept of aerodynamics. Everyone stand by a broomstick, barked Madame Hooch, a wiry witch with yellow hawk's eyes. Stick out your right hand over the broom and say up. Up, chorused 20-odd students. Harry's broom smacked into his palm like it had been waiting for him. Not surprising, James had been a phenomenal flyer, and Fleamont had explained that broomstick affinity was partially hereditary. A few other brooms obeyed, Malfoy's, predictably. Hermione's rolled over. Ron's hit him in the face. Now, when I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and touch back down. 3-2, Neville's broom shot skyward. It happened so fast that Madame Hooch didn't even finish her countdown. One moment Neville was standing on the ground looking terrified. The next he was 20 feet up and rising, his face white, his hands locked around the broom handle with the desperate grip of someone who'd never been in control and knew it. Come back, boy, Hooch shouted. Neville couldn't come back. The broom was bucking and spinning, and Neville was slipping, and Harry watched with the calm, analytical part of his brain cataloguing the angle, the height, the trajectory, while the rest of him tensed like a spring. Neville fell, 25 feet straight down. He hit the grass with a sickening crunch and a scream that cut through the morning air, and his wrist bent the wrong way, and Madame Hooch was running toward him before he'd stopped rolling. Broken wrist, Hooch muttered, helping Neville up. The boy was crying, not from embarrassment but from genuine pain. Right, come on, boy, hospital wing. Everyone else, feet on the ground. If I see a single broom in the air, the person riding it will be out of Hogwarts before they can say Quidditch. She marched Neville away. The moment she was gone, Malfoy laughed. Did you see his face, the great lump? The Slytherins joined in. Harry felt his jaw tighten but kept his expression neutral. Malfoy was performing, playing to his audience, establishing dominance through cruelty. It was a pattern Harry recognized from Euphemia's lessons on pureblood politics. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look. Malfoy darted forward and snatched something from the grass. It was a glass ball the size of a large marble filled with white smoke. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's gran sent him, a remember-all. Give that here, Malfoy, Harry said. His voice was quiet. Not aggressive, quiet in the way that a river is quiet before it drops over a waterfall. I don't think I will. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? Malfoy mounted his broom and kicked off, rising until he was level with the top of the nearest oak. What's the matter, Potter? Too scared to come up and get it? Harry looked at the broom beside him. He looked at the sky. He looked at Malfoy, hovering 20 feet up with Neville's remember-all in his hand and a smirk on his pointed face. The strategic choice was obvious. Don't take the bait. Let Malfoy have his moment. Recover the remember-all later through non-confrontational means. Don't risk expulsion for a glass ball. Harry mounted the broom. No, Hermione gasped. Madame Hooch said, Harry, don't, Ron started. But Harry was already in the air, and the moment his feet left the ground, something extraordinary happened. He could fly, not in the mundane, mechanical sense of being carried by a broomstick. He could fly. The broom wasn't fighting him. It was singing under his hands, responding to the slightest shift of weight, the subtlest pressure of his knees. The wind was a language and he was fluent in it. Every theoretical principle James and Fleamont had taught him about flight dynamics, aeromancy and broomstick handling clicked into place simultaneously, and Harry rose through the air with the fluid, instinctive grace of someone born to be there. This was not something he had to fake being bad at. This was something he couldn't have faked being bad at if he'd tried. He pulled level with Malfoy. The blonde boy's smirk faltered. He'd expected hesitation, clumsiness, the uncertain wobble of a first-time flyer. Instead, Harry was hovering with the easy stability of a natural. "Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off that broom." "As if you—" Harry feinted left. Malfoy flinched, jerked his broom sideways, and Harry shot past him on the right so fast Malfoy's robes fluttered in his wake. He looped around, an actual loop, tight and controlled, and came at Malfoy from above. Malfoy's eyes went wide. "Have it then." Malfoy threw the Remembrall as hard as he could. It arced through the air, a glittering glass comet, and gravity caught it and pulled it down toward the castle wall, toward the ground, toward shattering Harry Dove. The world narrowed to a single point of glass catching the sunlight. He flattened himself against the broom and dropped, picking up speed, the ground rushing up like a fist, and every instinct trained by Euphemia and every tactical principle drilled by Fleamont screamed at him to pull up, to calculate the risk, to think. But this wasn't thinking. This was flying. This was the first thing Harry Potter had ever done that felt like pure, unthinking joy. He caught the Remembrall 6 inches from the ground and pulled out of the dive so close to the grass that his trainers scraped the turf. He rolled once, twice, and landed standing up with the ball in his hand and his heart hammering and a grin on his face that was so purely James Potter that Lily, watching invisibly from the edge of the pitch, had to turn away. The Gryffindors erupted. Cheering, screaming, running toward him. Ron was shouting something incoherent. Hermione looked torn between fury and awe. Even some of the Slytherins were staring with grudging respect. "Harry Potter!" McGonagall was striding across the lawn and her expression was thunderous. Harry's grin dissolved. The cheering stopped. A cold weight settled in his stomach. "Never in all my time at this school, Professor, it wasn't his fault," Ron started. "Be quiet, Mr. Weasley. Potter, come with me." She turned on her heel and marched toward the castle. Harry followed, aware of the stairs, aware of Malfoy's triumphant smirk, aware that he'd done exactly what his family had warned him not to do. Drawn attention, acted on emotion, chosen spectacle over strategy. But the Remembrall was still in his hand, and it had been Neville's, and some things mattered more than strategy. McGonagall didn't speak as they walked through the corridors. Harry kept pace, his face composed, his mind racing through scenarios. Expulsion was possible. Detention was likely. Loss of house points was certain. They stopped outside a classroom. McGonagall opened the door. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, could I borrow wood for a moment?" A large, burly fifth-year boy emerged, looking confused. McGonagall studied him, then Harry, then back at the older boy, and her severe expression cracked into something almost predatory. "Wood, I found you a seeker." Oliver Wood's confusion dissolved into naked, desperate hope. "Are you serious?" "I have never been more serious about anything in my life. This boy caught a Remembrall in a 50-foot dive on a school broom. He's a natural. I want him on the team. But first years aren't allowed. I'll speak to Dumbledore. Rules can be bent for the right reason." McGonagall fixed Harry with a stare that was part sternness, part undisguised excitement. "Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." "I know, Professor," Harry said, and this time the emotion in his voice was completely unfeigned. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room that evening to find Ron waiting with a mixture of anxiety and desperate curiosity. "Are you expelled? Please tell me you're not expelled. If you're expelled because of Malfoy, I'll hex him. I don't care if I only know one spell, I'm on the Quidditch team." Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "You're taking the piss." Seeker, youngest in a century, apparently. Ron made a sound that dogs 2 blocks away probably heard. He grabbed Harry's shoulders and shook him, which was the most physical contact Harry had experienced from a living person in recent memory. And Harry found himself laughing, actually laughing, the kind that came from his belly and couldn't be controlled. "This is the best thing that's ever happened," Ron declared. My best friend is the youngest seeker in a century. Best friend. Ron had said it casually, naturally, as though it were obvious. Harry's laughter died in his throat, replaced by something bigger and warmer and more terrifying than any spell he'd ever studied. Yeah, Harry said. I guess you're stuck with me now. They went down to dinner together, and the news had already spread. The Hogwarts rumour mill was more efficient than any communication system Harry had ever studied. The Gryffindor table buzzed with excitement. Fred and George Weasley planted themselves on either side of Harry. Woods told us. Fred said, We're on the team too, beaters. We're going to win the cup this year, George said. Haven't won it since Charlie left, and he was brilliant, but you might be better. Don't tell Charlie we said that. Wouldn't dream of it. From across the Great Hall, Malfoy was watching Harry with an expression that had evolved from smug satisfaction to confused fury. His plan to get Harry expelled had backfired spectacularly, and Harry could almost see the recalculation happening behind those grey eyes. At the staff table, Snape was also watching. His expression was unreadable, a dark, blank mask that gave nothing away, and Quirrell was watching too, nervous fingers plucking at his turban, and Harry's scar pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. Harry ate his shepherd's pie and thought about Quidditch and friendship and the thing under the turban, and he let himself feel all of it, the excitement and the warmth and the cold undercurrent of danger, without retreating behind his shields. He was 11 years old. He had friends. He was on the Quidditch team. His dead family was hiding in the walls around him, proud and terrified and loving. It was, all things considered, a good start. The pattern of the next few weeks was established quickly, and it was a rhythm Harry fell into with surprising ease. Classes during the day, practice and friendship in the evenings, ghost council late at night after the dormitory quieted. Quidditch practice was a revelation. Oliver Wood was a fanatic, a good-natured one, but a fanatic nonetheless. He ran drills with the intensity of someone preparing for war, and Harry threw himself into training with a discipline that surprised even Wood. You've really never flown before this year. Wood asked after Harry's third practice, during which Harry had caught the practice snitch 14 times in 40 minutes. Never. That's actually a bit frightening, Potter. It was honest, which Harry appreciated. His flying was frightening. It was the one area where he couldn't hold back, even if he wanted to, because flying wasn't like casting spells. It wasn't cerebral, wasn't something you could deliberately perform at 80%. It was instinct and joy and gravity, and Harry's instincts on a broom were extraordinary. He flies like James, Lily said that night, her voice carrying the particular quality of someone watching a miracle and a tragedy simultaneously. Exactly like James. The way he takes corners, the way he leans into dives, it's identical. It's better, James said, and he wasn't jealous. He was incandescent with pride. He's got my instincts, but your precision, Lily. I was flashy, he's efficient, he doesn't waste a single movement. Quidditch is useful cover, Euphemia observed from her habitual position near the dormitory ceiling. His flying ability gives a natural explanation for exceptional reflexes and spatial awareness. If anyone questions his physical capabilities, the answer is simply that he's a gifted athlete. Mum, can we enjoy one thing without turning it into strategy? No. Meanwhile, Harry's relationships deepened in ways that surprised him daily. Ron was becoming less a strategic asset and more a genuine anchor, someone who made Harry laugh, who called him out when he was being too serious, who had an emotional intelligence that his self-deprecation obscured. Ron saw people clearly. He understood social dynamics with the intuitive fluency of someone raised in a large, loving family, and he navigated the complex tribal politics of Hogwarts student life with a casual skill that no amount of ghost tutoring could have replicated. Malfoy's recruiting. Ron said one afternoon, sprawled across an armchair in the common room. Did you notice? He's not just picking on people anymore, he's building a group. Crabbe and Goyle are the muscle, but Parkinson's the gossip network, and Zabini's the one everyone actually respects. He's setting up a whole power structure. How do you know that? I grew up with 5 brothers. I know what it looks like when someone's building an army. Ron grinned. Fred and George did it in their first year, had half the school eating out of their hands by Christmas. The trick is jokes. Malfoy's doing it with fear. Fear works faster but breaks easier. Harry stored this analysis alongside Euphemia's more academic version of the same observation and found that Ron's was, in several respects, more useful. Hermione was a different kind of revelation. She attached herself to Harry and Ron with the grateful tenacity of someone who'd never had friends and was determined not to let these ones escape, even as her intensity sometimes pushed them away. She corrected their homework. She quoted textbooks at dinner. She raised her hand in every class so relentlessly that even the professors sometimes looked weary. But underneath the academic armor, Harry could see the same loneliness he recognized from his own mirror. Hermione hadn't been raised in a cupboard, but she'd been raised in a world that didn't understand her, a muggle world where a girl who loved books and rules and precision was strange, and where strangeness was punished with isolation. "She's like me," Harry told Lily one night. Not the same situation, but the same shape. The shape of someone who learned to be smart because being liked wasn't an option, Lily said quietly. "Yes, I recognize it too. How do I help her without being patronizing? You can't fix loneliness with a strategy, just be her friend. Consistently. She'll stop needing to prove herself when she trusts that you're not going to leave." Harry tried. It was harder than it sounded. Hermione's default mode was competition, and Harry's knowledge made him a frustrating competitor. She'd study for hours to master a concept and find that Harry already understood it, and her reaction oscillated between admiration and resentment. The breakthrough came, unexpectedly, in the library. Harry was researching Nicholas Flamel carefully, using cover topics to disguise his real interest, when Hermione dropped into the chair across from him and slammed down a book. "You already know everything, don't you?" Harry looked up. Hermione's eyes were bright and fierce, and she'd clearly been building to this. "I mean in class. You already know everything. You get the spells too quickly, you know things that aren't in the textbook. You, in Charms yesterday, you corrected Flitwick. You caught it immediately. He used the wrong Latin declension for the softening charm, and you noticed in real time, and Flitwick's been teaching for 40 years. Harry set down his quill. "You noticed that?" "Of course I noticed. I notice everything, Harry, that's my entire problem. And I've been noticing you for weeks, and either you're the most naturally gifted wizard who ever lived, or someone's been teaching you, and I want to know which." Harry studied her. Hermione Granger, bushy-haired and fierce and so desperately hungry for knowledge that she'd cornered someone she suspected of hiding it and demanded the truth. "Would you believe me if I said I just read a lot?" "No," he almost smiled. "I can't tell you everything, not yet. But I'll tell you this, I had access to information before Hogwarts, unusual access, and I'm trusting you with that, which means I'm trusting you not to push for details I'm not ready to give." Hermione stared at him. Something moved behind her eyes, hurt that he wouldn't tell her everything, pride that he'd trusted her this far, curiosity, vast and hungry and barely restrained. "Okay," she said. For now, but I'm going to figure it out, you know that. I'd be disappointed if you didn't." Hermione huffed, then she pulled his flame research toward her, glanced at it and frowned. "Why are you looking up Nicholas Flamel? Curious about alchemy?" "Harry, I'm trusting you not to lie to me. Please extend the same courtesy." He deserved that. "Okay. I think something's being hidden on the 3rd floor. Something connected to Flamel. I'm trying to figure out what." Hermione's eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again. The emotions cycled through her face like weather across a plain: shock, excitement, fear, and finally the expression Harry was coming to associate specifically with Hermione. The look of someone who'd just been handed a puzzle and wouldn't rest until she'd solved it. "I know who Nicholas Flamel is," she said. "He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." Harry kept his face carefully surprised. "How do you know that?" "I read it in Alchemy Through the Ages. Picked it up for a bit of light reading." She said this without irony. "The stone produces the elixir of life and can turn any metal into gold. Flamel is 665 years old. If someone's hidden the stone at Hogwarts, the question is why? Because someone's trying to steal it." "Who?" Harry hesitated. Then, "I don't know yet. But I have a theory and I need time to confirm it." Hermione leaned back in her chair. She was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke, her voice had lost its combative edge and gained something more dangerous: conviction. "I'm helping you, whatever this is, I'm helping. It could be dangerous. Then you'll need someone who reads Alchemy Through the Ages for fun. Harry looked at this girl, 12 years old, muggle-born, fierce beyond measure, and thought about what Lily had said about friendship not being a strategy. He thought about the warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the simple, terrifying act of letting someone in. "Yeah," he said, "I will." That night the ghosts were agitated. "She's sharp," Euphemia said, pacing through walls with unusual energy. "Too sharp. She'll figure out the ghost connection eventually." "Good," Harry said. "Good. I need living allies, Grandmum. You've told me that yourself. Allies who can do things ghosts can't, carry objects, interact with the physical world, be in places I can't be. Ron and Hermione are those allies. But allies need trust, and trust requires honesty. There's a difference between strategic honesty and full disclosure. I know, and I'm not giving full disclosure, but I'm not going to lie to my friends either, not about things that matter." Euphemia opened her mouth and Fleamont put his hand through hers. "He's right, dear," Fleamont said gently. "We raised him to be strategic, but Lily raised him to be honest, and right now, honesty is the better strategy. If Hermione discovers the truth through investigation rather than disclosure, she'll feel betrayed. If Harry brings her in gradually on his terms, she'll feel trusted. Trust is a more durable bond than manipulation." Euphemia closed her mouth. She looked at Fleamont with the expression of someone who'd been married long enough to know when she'd lost an argument, and gracious enough to lose it well. "Fine," she said, "but carefully, and not the full truth, not yet." "Not yet," Harry agreed. James had been unusually quiet through this exchange. Harry turned to him. "Dad, you okay?" James was looking at Harry with an expression Harry had never seen before, or rather had seen in fragments in moments but never all at once. Pride, grief, joy, loss, love, all layered together like the strata of a geological formation, pressed together by the weight of 10 years into something dense and precious and painful. "You're going to be fine," James said. "You know that, right? Whatever happens with the stone, with Quirrell, with Dumbledore, you're going to be fine. Not because of what we taught you, because of who you are. Dad, I spent 10 years terrified I wasn't enough, that we weren't enough. That raising a kid as ghosts in a cupboard, with no touch and no sunlight and no—" James's voice broke. He pulled it back together through visible effort. "But you're sitting here making friends and flying broomsticks and outsmarting Hermione Granger in the library, and you're kind, Harry. You're kind in a way I wasn't at your age, and that's not because of us, that's you." The dormitory was very quiet. Ron snored. Neville murmured something about greenhouses. The castle settled around them, ancient and vast and full of secrets. "It's because of all of you," Harry said. "Everything I am is because you stayed." Lily made the sound that ghosts made when they would have been crying if they'd had bodies. And James made the sound that ghosts made when they were pretending they weren't making that sound. And Fleamont cleaned spectacles that didn't exist on a face that wasn't real. And Euphemia studied the ceiling with intense interest for approximately 30 seconds. "Right," Euphemia said briskly once she'd finished studying the ceiling. "That's enough sentiment. Let's talk about the Cerberus." Harry blinked. "The what?" "There's a Cerberus guarding the third-floor corridor. 3-headed dog. Massive. I found it tonight while surveying the castle's restricted areas." "You surveyed of course you did. The corridor is a gauntlet. The Cerberus is the first layer. I couldn't get past it, even as a ghost. The dog detected my presence and became hostile. But I could see a trapdoor beneath its paws. Whatever Dumbledore's hiding is underneath. How many layers of protection? I couldn't determine that without getting past the dog. But I heard music coming from somewhere below, faint, melodic, and I smelled plants. Living plants underground, which suggests Sprout contributed a layer. Multiple professors, multiple protections. It's a gauntlet designed to stop an intruder." "Or designed to be solvable," Harry said slowly. "If it were truly meant to be impenetrable, Dumbledore would have used Fidelius or unplottable charms. A gauntlet of puzzles suggests that someone is intended to get through. The question is who? Or it's a trap," Fleamont said. "A gauntlet designed to catch whoever tries." "Which brings us back to the same question," Harry said. "Who's trying?" He looked toward the dormitory wall in the direction of the defense against the dark arts classroom 3 floors below, where a man with a turban full of secrets slept, or didn't sleep. "Quirrell," Harry said. "We don't have proof," Lily reminded him. "Then let's get some." The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch practice and covert investigation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione formed a research triangle. Harry guided the overall strategy, Hermione demolished the academic puzzles, and Ron provided the social intelligence and logistical support that neither of them thought to consider. Quirrell was a Muggle studies professor before this year. Ron reported one evening, having extracted this information from a chatty seventh-year Ravenclaw through the simple expedient of playing chess with him and asking casual questions. Ron was devastatingly good at chess. People told him things without realizing they were being debriefed. Took a year off to travel, came back different. Apparently before Albania he was confident, clever, normal. And after Albania, Hermione pressed, stutter, turban, garlic, and a personality transplant. Everyone figured the vampire shook him up, but Albania, Harry said. Where did Voldemort go after he lost his body? Silence. Then Hermione's eyes widened. You don't think? I think a confident, intelligent professor went to Albania and came back as something else. I think that's worth paying attention to, and so they paid attention. Carefully, patiently, in the margins of their normal school life. They watched Quirrell's patterns. They noted when he disappeared, which was often, usually in the evenings, usually in the direction of the third floor. They tracked Snape's movements too, because Snape was also watching Quirrell, and his expression when he looked at the defense professor was not contempt but suspicion. Snape knows something's wrong with Quirrell, Harry told his ghosts. He watches him the way I watch him, like he's trying to see through the surface. Snape was a Death Eater, Lily said. He'd recognize dark magic better than most. If Quirrell's carrying something dark, Snape would sense it. Does that make Snape our ally? Lily was quiet for a long time. It makes him someone who's opposed to the same thing we're opposed to. Whether that makes him an ally depends on why. The days shortened. October came, bringing cold winds and the smell of damp stone and the slow, golden decay of the Hogwarts grounds. Harry's first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, loomed on the horizon, and Oliver Wood had increased practice to 4 nights a week with the manic energy of a man who'd been waiting his entire captaincy for a seeker worth flying with. Harry let the rhythm of school life carry him. He studied with his friends, practiced Quidditch, attended classes, and maintained his careful dual existence, the bright, talented, slightly mysterious first year on the surface, the trained, watchful, strategically minded operator underneath. But he also, and this surprised him more than anything else, let himself be 11. He laughed at Ron's jokes. He argued with Hermione about homework and felt the warm friction of disagreement between people who cared about each other. He helped Neville with defense against the dark arts and let Neville help him with herbology. He played Exploding Snap in the common room and ate too many sweets and fell asleep in History of Magic and flew his broomstick through Scottish skies with the wind in his hair and nothing in his mind but joy. It was, he realized, the childhood he'd never had. Compressed into weeks instead of years, stolen from the margins of a situation that was anything but childlike but real, genuine, his. Are you happy? Lily asked him one night, drifting beside his bed. Harry thought about it honestly. Yeah, he said, I think I am. Good, Lily's form flickered. I need you to remember this feeling, Harry. Whatever comes next, and something is coming, we can all feel it. I need you to remember what happiness feels like. Promise me. I promise. Good. She said again, and drifted toward the window, and the moonlight caught her edges and made her glow like something holy. Harry closed his eyes and let sleep take him, and in his dreams the castle wrapped around him like arms he could finally feel. Chapter 3. First Blood Halloween morning smelled like pumpkin and wood smoke, and the castle hummed with the particular energy of a school preparing to celebrate. Hagrid's giant pumpkins lined the corridors, carved into faces that shifted expression when you weren't looking directly at them. Live bats swooped through the hallways in formations that were either magical or the result of a very organized bat community. The suits of armor had been polished to a reflective shine, and were singing something that might have been a funeral dirge, but was probably meant to be festive. Harry barely noticed any of it. He was sitting in the back row of charms, watching Professor Flitwick demonstrate the levitation charm for the practical portion of today's lesson, and his mind was 3 floors above, in a corridor guarded by a 3-headed dog. Something had changed last night. Euphemia had reported that Quirrell had visited the 3rd-floor corridor at 2 in the morning. She'd followed him, staying well back, using the castle walls for cover. He'd stood outside the door for nearly 10 minutes, murmuring to himself, not stuttering. Speaking in a low, fluent voice to someone who wasn't there, or someone who was there but couldn't be seen. He was having a conversation, Euphemia had said, her expression grim. I couldn't hear the other voice, but his responses were clearly reactive, answering questions, defending positions. Not yet, Master, was the phrase that carried. And then the dog. The old man's protection. I need more time, Master. Harry had lain awake for an hour after that, staring at the canopy of his four-poster, thinking about what kind of master you'd address while standing alone in a dark corridor at 2 a.m. Thinking about what kind of master you might carry with you, hidden under layers of cloth and garlic and performance. Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing. Flitwick squeaked from his stack of books at the front of the class. Swish and flick. And say the incantation clearly, Wingie Ardium Leviosa. The class dissolved into chanting. Feathers sat stubbornly on desktops. Seamus set his on fire. Deans rolled off the edge of the table and wafted gently to the floor, which was technically movement but not the right kind. Harry pointed his wand at his feather, said the incantation with the correct emphasis, and let it rise smoothly to about eye level. Good, not extraordinary, exactly what a talented first year should produce. Beside him, Ron was jabbing his wand at his feather with the intensity of someone trying to kill a wasp. Wingardium Levio SAH. You're saying it wrong, Hermione said from Ron's other side. Her tone carried the particular flavour of correction that she hadn't yet learned to soften. It's Leviosa, not Levio SAH. You do it then if you're so clever. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, performed the charm with textbook precision, and her feather floated gracefully toward the ceiling. Flitwick clapped. Oh, well done, see here everyone, Miss Granger's done it. Ron's ears went crimson. He didn't speak to Hermione for the rest of the lesson, and when they filed out into the corridor, he turned to Harry with his jaw tight. It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly. Someone shouldered past them, Hermione. Her head was down and she was walking fast, but not fast enough to hide the fact that she was crying. Ron's face went through a rapid series of expressions, anger, surprise, guilt, and a kind of helpless dismay that suggested he'd figured out what he'd done wrong approximately 2 seconds after it was too late to undo it. She heard you, Harry said. Yeah, I know. You should apologize. I know that too, Ron's jaw worked. It's just she acts like she's better than everyone, and she acts like she's better because she's terrified she's not good enough. Different thing. Ron looked at Harry. Something in Harry's tone, some note of personal understanding, cut through his defensiveness. He deflated. I'll find her, apologize. Good, but Hermione didn't come to the next class, she wasn't at lunch. Parvati Patil mentioned she'd been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon and wanted to be left alone, and Ron's guilt went from mild to acute. I'm a git, he said miserably, pushing food around his plate. Yes, but a fixable one. Apologize tonight. What if she won't talk to me? Then apologize harder. The Halloween feast began at 7. The Great Hall was spectacular, 1,000 live bats, floating candles, and pumpkins the size of garden sheds. The smell of food was overwhelming. Roast turkey, baked potatoes, cauldrons of sweets. Harry served himself generously, hyper-aware that Hermione's seat was empty. He was reaching for the gravy when the doors of the Great Hall slammed open and Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew, face the colour of cold porridge. Troll, he gasped. In the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He collapsed face first onto the floor, the hall erupted. Students screamed, professors leapt to their feet, Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, silence, and the room went still. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The orderly evacuation began, or what passed for orderly among several hundred terrified children. Harry let the crowd carry him 2 steps before his brain caught up with his feet. Hermione, girls' bathroom, she didn't know about the troll. He grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know. Ron's face went white. The bathroom, she's been in the bathroom all. They were already running, breaking away from the Gryffindor column while Percy Weasley's back was turned, ducking down a side corridor and heading toward the first-floor girls' bathroom. Harry's wand was in his hand. His mind was running calculations, troll physiology, vulnerabilities, combat tactics, even as his heart hammered with something that no amount of training could fully suppress. Fear, not for himself, For a girl crying alone in a bathroom who didn't know a mountain troll was loose in the castle, they heard it before they saw it. A smell like an open sewer crossed with a locker room, heavy footsteps that shook dust from the ceiling. A low, guttural grunt that sounded like a diesel engine with a head cold. The troll turned the corner ahead of them, and Harry got his first real look at a mountain troll. 12 feet tall, granite grey skin stretched over slabs of muscle, tiny, stupid eyes set deep in a skull the size of a boulder. It was carrying a wooden club roughly the length of Harry's body, dragging it along the stone floor and leaving gouges in the centuries-old masonry. It was heading for the girls' bathroom. "Oh," Ron said faintly. "That's big." Harry's training took over, not the panicked scramble of an unprepared child, but the cold, systematic analysis of someone who'd been drilled for exactly this kind of situation. "Mountain troll," he said, barely above a whisper. "Resistant to frontal magic, the hide's too thick for most hexes. Vulnerable behind the ears, inside the nostrils and at the knees. Stupid but strong. The club is the main threat, one hit and we're done. Harry, I don't know how to fight a troll." "You don't have to fight it, you have to distract it. Can you do that?" Ron's face was ashen but his jaw set. "Yeah, I can do that. When I give the signal, make noise, loud as you can, draw its attention right and I'll come from the left." "What's the signal?" The troll reached the bathroom door and smashed through it. The crash was enormous. Wood and stone exploded inward. And from inside the bathroom, Hermione screamed. "That," Harry said, and ran. They burst through the destroyed doorway into a bathroom that was rapidly being demolished. The troll had cornered Hermione against the far wall, between two smashed sinks, and was swinging its club in wide, destructive arcs that sent chunks of porcelain and pipe flying. Hermione was on the floor, arms over her head, screaming, "Oi, pea-brain!" Ron bellowed from the doorway and hurled a piece of broken pipe at the troll's head. It bounced off the thick skull with a dull clang. The troll paused. Its tiny eyes swiveled toward Ron. It grunted, confused, trying to process the existence of a second small thing. Harry was already moving. While the troll's attention was on Ron, he sprinted left, vaulted a fallen sink, and pointed his wand at the troll's club. The smart move, the Euphemia-approved, strategically sound move, was a basic disarming charm. Expelliarmus. Textbook response. Reasonable for a talented first year to know. The problem was that Expelliarmus wouldn't work on a mountain troll. The charm operated on the magical connection between a wizard and their weapon, and a troll wasn't a wizard, and a club wasn't a wand. Disarming charms bounced off magical creatures like raindrops off rock. Harry needed something else, something from deep in his theoretical arsenal, something no first year should know. But Hermione was screaming and the troll was turning back toward her, and there was no time for restraint. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry pointed his wand not at the troll but at the club. The charm, powered by his full intent, channeled through a wand that amplified his already formidable raw magic, hit the club like a thunderbolt. The massive wooden weapon wrenched itself from the troll's grip, soared 10 feet into the air and hovered. The troll looked up at its club with an expression of profound betrayal. Harry brought the club down on the troll's head. The impact was tremendous. The troll's eyes crossed. It swayed like a tree in a hurricane, took one wobbling step forward, and crashed to the bathroom floor with an impact that shook the walls and sent a wave of dust and debris rolling across the room. Silence. Harry stood with his wand raised, breathing hard, staring at the unconscious troll. His hand was trembling, not from exhaustion but from the adrenaline that came after danger, the body's delayed reaction to its own mortality. "Is it dead?" Ron asked from the doorway. His voice was several octaves higher than usual. "Unconscious. Trolls have thick skulls." Harry lowered his wand. "Hermione, are you okay?" Hermione was pressed against the wall, still half-crouched, her face streaked with tears and dust. She stared at Harry, then at Ron, then at the unconscious troll, and opened her mouth as if to speak. She burst into fresh tears and launched herself at both of them, wrapping one arm around Harry and one around Ron. And Harry found himself being hugged by a living person with actual warm arms, and he couldn't breathe, and he wasn't sure if that was the hug or the emotion. "You came back for me." Hermione choked out. "You came back." "Course we did," Ron said, looking simultaneously terrified and deeply uncomfortable and also like he might cry himself. "You're our friend. Sorry I called you a nightmare." "You are a nightmare," Harry said into Hermione's bushy hair, "but you're our nightmare." Hermione laughed, a wet, hiccuping sound, and squeezed harder. The bathroom door burst open. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed in. McGonagall's face was white with fury. Snape swept the scene with black eyes that missed nothing. Quirrell took one look at the troll and leaned against the wall, pressing his hand to his chest. "What on earth were you thinking?" McGonagall's voice could have cut diamond. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Hermione stepped forward. She'd stopped crying, and her voice, when she spoke, was remarkably steady. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. I went looking for the troll. I've read about them, and I thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to find me." McGonagall stared at Hermione as though she'd sprouted antlers. "Miss Granger, you went looking for a mountain troll." "Yes, Professor, it was stupid. I'm sorry." It was a lie, and a generous one. Hermione was taking the blame to protect Harry and Ron, and the selflessness of it made something shift permanently in the dynamic between the three of them. McGonagall deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's serious lack of judgment, and awarded 5 points each to Harry and Ron for sheer dumb luck. Then she swept out, and Harry thought he caught the ghost of something on her face as she turned, not quite a smile, but the absence of the frown she'd been wearing. Snape lingered. His eyes moved from Harry to the unconscious troll to the floating club, which was still hovering, Harry realized. He'd forgotten to release it. He let it drop with a thud. "An impressive levitation charm, Potter," Snape said softly. "Lifting a club of that weight at that distance with that precision, that's well beyond first-year capability." "Adrenaline, sir. Adrenaline." Snape's tone suggested he found this explanation about as convincing as a chocolate teapot. His black eyes held Harry's for a long moment, and Harry felt the brush again, that featherlight touch against his outer shields. Testing. Probing. Harry's shields held. Snape's expression tightened fractionally. 5 points from Gryffindor for reckless endangerment, Snape said. "Be grateful it isn't 50, he swept out. As he passed Quirrell in the doorway, Harry noticed something. Snape was limping. His right leg moved stiffly, and when his robes shifted, Harry caught a flash of torn fabric and the dark stain of blood. Snape had been injured. Tonight, while the rest of the school was dealing with the troll. Harry filed this alongside everything else, and followed his friends back to Gryffindor Tower, and the three of them sat in the common room until midnight, not talking about trolls or stones or turban-wearing professors. Just sitting together, alive and shaken and bonded in the way that only shared danger could create. When Harry finally crawled into bed and drew the curtains, his family was waiting. "That was reckless," Lily began. "That was brilliant," James countered. "That was both," Euphemia said. The levitation charm on the club was inspired, using the troll's own weapon against it rather than attempting direct magical assault on its hide. Tactically sound, but you showed too much, Harry, Snape noticed. "I know." "And you dropped your restraint the moment someone you cared about was in danger. That's a pattern we need to address." "Euphemia," Lily's voice held a warning edge, "he saved Hermione's life. I'm not disputing that. I'm pointing out that the next time someone he cares about is in danger, the stakes might be higher, and the audience might be more attentive. Harry needs to be able to operate at full capacity without revealing that he has full capacity. Tonight he couldn't manage both." Harry stared at the canopy of his bed. "You're right, I panicked." "You didn't panic," Fleamont corrected gently. "You acted with remarkable composure for an 11-year-old facing a mountain troll. But you defaulted to effectiveness over concealment, which means your instinct in crisis is to protect, not to perform. That's a good instinct, Harry, but it needs refinement." "How?" "Practice," Fleamont said. "Not magical practice, situational practice. Running through scenarios where you must solve a problem at full capability while appearing to operate at a fraction of it. The art of seeming lucky rather than skilled." "Sheer dumb luck," Harry murmured, echoing McGonagall's words. "Exactly. If you're going to do extraordinary things, make them look like accidents. Make them look like flukes. Make them look like anything other than the product of 10 years of intensive training." "Meanwhile," Euphemia said, redirecting the conversation with her usual efficiency, "we need to talk about what happened while you were fighting the troll. Snape was injured. I saw it too, his leg was badly bitten. 3-headed dog teeth marks, if I'm not mistaken. Snape went for the stone. Snape went to the 3rd-floor corridor. Whether he was going for the stone or trying to stop someone else from getting it, I can't say. But the timing is suspicious. The troll was a distraction, Harry. Someone let it in deliberately, and the most likely purpose was to draw the staff away from the 3rd floor while someone attempted to breach the protections. Quirrell let the troll in, Harry said. It wasn't a question. He announced it and then fainted. The perfect way to avoid being expected to help deal with it, and the perfect cover for being somewhere else. But Snape went to check, James added, which means Snape suspects Quirrell too. The pieces were clicking together now, forming a picture that was still incomplete but increasingly recognizable. Quirrell was Voldemort's agent, the stone was the target. Snape was a wild card, enemy of Harry by temperament, enemy of Voldemort by allegiance, and caught between the two like a man standing on a bridge that was burning at both ends. "I need to talk to Snape," Harry said. All 4 ghosts said no simultaneously. "He's the one person in this castle who might have answers about Quirrell. He's also the one person in this castle who's actively probing your occlumency shields," Lily said firmly. "If you approach Snape with questions about Quirrell, he'll want to know why you're asking. And once Snape starts asking questions, he doesn't stop. He's not Dumbledore, he doesn't play gentle games. He'll push until he finds what he's looking for." "Your mother's right," Euphemia said. "Snape is not an ally we can approach directly. Watch him, note his movements, but do not engage." Harry exhaled. He wanted to argue, but the logic was sound. "Fine, what about the stone itself? If Quirrell's already making attempts, we need to understand the protections." "Leave the protections to me," Euphemia said. "I'll survey the corridor more thoroughly. James, you take Quirrell, follow him when you can, note his patterns, see if you can get close enough to hear those conversations. Lily, Fleamont the staff, watch Dumbledore, watch Snape. Watch for anything that tells us what Dumbledore's actual plan is, because I refuse to believe the most powerful wizard in Britain doesn't know there's something wrong with his defense professor." "You think Dumbledore knows?" Harry asked. "I think Dumbledore knows everything that happens in this castle," Euphemia said, "and the question that should keep you up at night is why he's allowing it to continue." November arrived cold and sharp, and with it came Harry's first Quidditch match. He'd been training 5 nights a week. Oliver Wood had drilled plays and strategies into his head, with the relentless enthusiasm of a man who believed Quidditch was not a sport but a religion. And Harry had absorbed it all while carefully calibrating how much of his natural ability to display in practice versus how much to hold in reserve. The answer, he'd discovered, was that he couldn't hold much in reserve at all. Flying was the one area where his body overrode his brain. On a broom, all the careful restraint he maintained in classrooms simply evaporated. He was too fast, too instinctive, too in love with the air to be anything less than extraordinary. "Just catch the snitch," Wood told him in the changing room before the match. "That's your only job. Don't worry about the score, don't worry about the bludgers, don't worry about Oliver, the Slytherin beaters who are basically gorillas on broomsticks. Oliver. And definitely don't worry about Flint, who will absolutely try to foul you. I'll catch the snitch." Wood stopped mid-sentence, looked at Harry's calm face and exhaled. "Right, yeah, okay, let's go." The Gryffindor team walked onto the pitch to a roar from 3/4 of the crowd. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw united in their desire to see Slytherin lose. Harry mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had somehow procured for him, which had arrived at breakfast in a long, thin package and had made Ron actually fall off his bench and kicked off. The wind hit his face and everything else fell away. The crowd, the pressure, the secret war playing out in the castle below, all of it dissolved into the pure, singing clarity of flight. Harry rose above the pitch, above the stands, above the towers, until the players below were small and the sky was enormous, and the only thing that mattered was the flutter of gold somewhere in all that blue. The game began. Madam Hooch's whistle shrieked. 14 brooms shot into the air, and Harry climbed to his usual height, well above the play, circling slowly, scanning for the snitch with the patient focus of a raptor hunting. Lee Jordan provided commentary from the stands with a bias toward Gryffindor that McGonagall repeatedly failed to correct. Gryffindor scored. Slytherin scored twice. A bludger nearly took off Angelina Johnson's head. Marcus Flint committed 3 fouls in 4 minutes and grinned about all of them. Harry circled, watched, waited. The snitch appeared briefly near the Slytherin goalposts, a flash of gold that vanished before anyone else noticed. Harry tracked its trajectory, calculated its probable pattern, and shifted his position to intercept. Then his broom jerked. It was subtle, a twitch, a shudder, like a horse shying from a shadow. Harry tightened his grip and the broom steadied. For about 3 seconds. Then it jerked again, harder, and this time Harry felt something that his years of magical training identified immediately: external magical interference. Someone was jinxing his broom. The broom bucked. Harry's grip slipped and he swung sideways, one hand on the handle, legs dangling over 100-foot drop. The crowd gasped. The Weasley twins swerved toward him but couldn't get close. The broom was zigzagging erratically, fighting Harry's control with a will that wasn't its own. Harry's mind raced. A broomstick jinx required continuous eye contact and unbroken incantation. Powerful magic, dark and coming from someone in the stands. His scar was burning, a sharp, bright pain that cut through the fear and adrenaline like a knife. He couldn't look for the source. He was too busy not dying. The broom rolled. Harry's fingers slipped another inch. Below him, the pitch swam in and out of focus, green grass, tiny figures, the awful, patient pull of gravity. Think, he couldn't break the jinx directly, not from a broomstick, not while fighting to hold on. But he could redirect it. The jinx was pushing magical energy into the broom's enchantments, corrupting the flight controls. If Harry pushed back, sent his own magic into the broom to override the corrupted commands, he'd never done this before. It wasn't in any textbook. It was a synthesis of wandless control, magical theory, and desperate innovation. Harry closed his eyes. He pushed his magic down through his hands, into the wood, into the broom's enchantment matrix. He could feel the jinx, a cold, invasive presence worming through the broom's control charm. He couldn't remove it, but he could outshout it. He poured power into the broom. Not a spell, not a charm, raw magical force overwhelming the jinx's signal with his own. The broom shuddered, fought, and then, suddenly, violently, obeyed. Harry snapped upright. The broom steadied. The crowd cheered, thinking he'd simply regained his balance, and Harry let them think it. But his hands were shaking, and his scar was still burning, and somewhere in the stands, someone had just tried to kill him. He didn't have time to think about it. The snitch glittered near the ground. It had descended during the chaos, hovering near the boundary line. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, had spotted it too and was diving. Harry flattened himself against the nimbus and dove. The world became a tunnel, wind, speed, the golden gleam of the snitch growing larger. Higgs was closer, had a head start, but Harry was faster. He pulled alongside, then ahead, then his feet hit the ground. He stumbled, fell, rolled across the grass, and felt something small and cold and struggling in his hands. He held them up. The snitch's wings beat furiously against his fingers. Lee Jordan's voice cracked the sky. Harry Potter catches the snitch. Gryffindor wins 170-60. The pitch erupted. Fred and George tackled Harry from either side. Angelina was screaming. Oliver Wood was crying, actually crying, tears running down his face, which was the most emotionally honest thing Harry had ever seen from a 16-year-old boy. Ron was in the stands, jumping up and down, hugging a startled Hermione. Neville was waving a Gryffindor banner so hard it hit the person next to him in the face. Harry stood in the center of it all, holding the snitch, and grinned until his face ached. It was only later, in the chaos of the post-match celebration, that Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him aside. "Your broom was jinxed," she said. "I saw it. It was bucking in a pattern, irregular, resistant to your control. Someone in the stands was doing it." "I know. I saw who it was." Hermione's face was pale but set. "It was Snape. He was staring at your broom, not blinking, his lips were moving. I panicked. I set his robes on fire." "You set Snape's robes on fire. Just a little fire. In a jar, he didn't see me. But when he moved, when the fire broke his concentration, your broom steadied." Harry processed this. Snape had been staring at his broom and mouthing an incantation. From the outside, it looked exactly like a jinx. But Harry's scar had been burning during the incident, burning in the way it only burned when Quirrell was involved. 2 possible explanations. 1. Snape had been jinxing the broom, and the scar pain was coincidental. 2. Someone else, Quirrell, had been jinxing the broom, and Snape had been performing the counterjinx. The counterjinx required the same conditions: eye contact, incantation. From a distance, you couldn't tell the difference. "You think it was Snape?" Harry asked carefully. "Who else?" "He hates you, Harry. Everyone knows he hates you, and his lips were moving the whole time your broom was going haywire. Counter-jinxes look the same as jinxes from the outside. Hermione blinked. What? If someone else was jinxing my broom and Snape was trying to stop them, it would look identical. Same eye contact, same incantation, same timing. Who else would? Hermione stopped. Her brilliant, methodical brain caught up. Quirrell was also in the stands. Also had a clear line of sight. But he's Quirrell, he's scared of his own shadow. Exactly the kind of person nobody would suspect. They stared at each other. Around them, the Gryffindor celebration continued, shouting, laughter, someone setting off filibuster fireworks. We need more evidence, Hermione said. We need to figure out what's under that turban. Hermione's eyes widened. You think there's something under his turban? I think there's someone under his turban. The words hung between them, absurd and terrifying, and Harry was increasingly certain true. Someone tried to kill you today, Lily said that night, and her voice held the cold fury that Harry had learned to recognize as his mother at her most dangerous. Yes, no more waiting, no more watching. I want Quirrell investigated now tonight, Lily. Fleamont's voice was gentle but firm. We can't confront Quirrell directly. If what Harry suspects is true, if Voldemort is somehow present in this castle, an aggressive move could force them to accelerate. We'd be pushing them toward the stone instead of away from it. Someone tried to kill my son. Yes, and they failed. Because Harry is brilliant and capable, and did something with raw magic and a broomstick that most adult wizards couldn't manage. He's not helpless, Lily. He shouldn't have to be anything. He's 11. Lily's form was flickering wildly, the ghost equivalent of hyperventilating. He should be worried about Quidditch scores and homework, not whether his defense professor is harboring the dark wizard who murdered us. The dormitory went very quiet. Ron snored. The castle creaked. James moved to Lily's side. Their forms overlapped, silver meeting silver, edges dissolving into each other. It was the closest they could come to holding. I know, James said. I know. Harry watched his parents and felt the ache that never quite went away, the ache of loving people he couldn't touch, of being loved by people who existed only as light and voice and the memory of warmth. He wanted to reach out and hold his mother. He wanted his father to put a hand on his shoulder. He wanted Fleamont's crinkly smile to come with the scratch of a beard against his forehead, and Euphemia's sharp eyes to come with the weight of a hand steering him by the elbow. Instead, he had this. Silver figures in a dark dormitory, fierce and loving and forever out of reach. I'm going to be okay, Harry said. We're going to figure this out and we're going to stop it and I'm going to be okay. You don't know that, Lily whispered. No, but I choose to believe it. You taught me that sometimes the choice to hope is the bravest thing you can do. Lily stared at him, then she laughed, a broken, wet sound that shouldn't have been possible for a ghost. I'm supposed to be the parent, she said. You are, you always have been. Euphemia cleared her throat. If we're quite finished with the emotional crisis, and I say that with all the love in my dead heart, I have news about the protections. The mood shifted. 4 sets of attention locked onto Euphemia. I got past the Cerberus. How? Fleamont asked, surprised. Music. Hagrid mentioned in passing to a student, I overheard it on the grounds, that the dog falls asleep if you play it music. I hummed. It worked. Beyond the trapdoor there's Devil's Snare. I couldn't test it directly, but I could see it. After that, a room full of flying keys and broomsticks. Then a giant chess set, wizard's chess, life-size. Then a chamber with a troll, though presumably the one that was released tonight, was it? Then a room with potions and a logic puzzle. And finally, the stone itself, hidden behind a protection I couldn't identify, some kind of enchantment I've never encountered. That's the whole gauntlet, Harry asked. That's the whole gauntlet. Devil's Snare, flying keys, chess, troll, potions, and whatever's at the end. That's a puzzle box, not a security system, Harry said slowly. Each protection is solvable. Each one tests a different skill, herbology, flying, strategy, combat, logic. It's like they were designed to be beaten. By someone with specific abilities, Fleamont added, and his voice was careful. They all understood. The protections weren't impossible. They were calibrated, almost as if someone had designed them to be challenged by a particular set of skills. A student who was good at herbology could handle the Devil's Snare. A good flyer could get the right key. A chess player could navigate the board. Someone who could face a troll. Someone with logic for the potions. It was almost as if the gauntlet had been designed for 3 specific first years. Dumbledore, Harry said flatly. He set this up, not just to protect the stone, to test me. That's a leap, Lily cautioned. Is it? He brings the most sought-after magical artifact in the world to a school full of children. He hides it behind protections that are solvable, not impenetrable. He hires a defense professor who is obviously compromised. And he puts me, the boy who lived, the child prophesied to face Voldemort, in the same building as all of it. This isn't security. This is a stage. To what end? Fleamont pressed. I don't know yet, testing me, training me, seeing how I respond to danger. Dumbledore lost 10 years of influence over me. 10 years I was supposed to spend being moulded into his grateful, loyal weapon. He's trying to compensate. He's engineering scenarios where I'll prove myself, where I'll learn to fight, where I'll build the identity he needs me to have. That's paranoid, Lily said. Is it, Mum? Because everything I know about Dumbledore, everything you and Dad and Grandmum and Grandad have taught me, says he doesn't leave things to chance. He orchestrates. He manipulates. He calls it guidance, and he calls it the greater good, and he genuinely believes he's right, which makes him more dangerous than someone who knows they're wrong. The dormitory was silent. Even the castle seemed to be holding its breath. He might be testing Quirrell, not Harry, Fleamont offered. Using the stone as bait to draw out Voldemort's agent. Then he's using the entire school as bait, Harry said. Including me. Including you, Euphemia confirmed. Which is precisely why we need to control the situation ourselves. If Dumbledore is engineering a confrontation between Harry and Quirrell, we need to ensure that when it happens on our terms. Or, Lily said firmly, we prevent it from happening at all. We tell Dumbledore what we know, what we suspect, and let him deal with Quirrell. That's the responsible choice. The responsible choice assumes Dumbledore wants to deal with Quirrell, Harry countered. What if he wants the confrontation? What if stopping Quirrell too early ruins whatever plan he's running? Then at least Harry wouldn't be in danger. Lily, darling, Euphemia said, and her voice was the gentlest Harry had ever heard it. Harry will always be in danger. Voldemort marked him, the prophecy bound him. Whether the confrontation is this year or next year or 10 years from now, it's coming. The only question is whether Harry faces it prepared or unprepared, and right now, he's more prepared than any first year in the history of this school. Lily didn't respond. She drifted to the window again, her habitual retreat when the conversation veered toward the thing she couldn't bear to face directly. The moonlight caught her edges and made her glow. I hate this, she said to the glass, to the night, to no one in particular. I know, said everyone. December came with snow and a question Harry hadn't anticipated. Christmas. Are you staying at Hogwarts for the holidays? Ron asked one morning over breakfast, through a mouthful of scrambled eggs that made the question sound more like Rue shtaen a Hogwash FRH lidays. I think so. The Dursleys won't want me back. Ron's face cycled through several expressions. Indignation on Harry's behalf, relief that Harry wouldn't be alone, and then a complicated guilt that Harry recognized as Ron realizing he was glad Harry's terrible relatives were terrible, because it meant Harry would be at Hogwarts for Christmas. Fred and George and I are staying too. Mum and Dad are visiting Charlie in Romania, Ron grinned. It'll be brilliant. The castle's nearly empty over Christmas. You can do anything. Anything within the rules, Hermione said automatically from behind her Transfiguration notes. Hermione, even you don't believe that. I believe in the principle of rules, even if the practice occasionally needs to be flexible. She's learning, Ron muttered to Harry. Hermione went home for the holidays. Neville went home. The castle emptied, and Harry found himself in the strange, peaceful limbo of a Hogwarts Christmas. Snow on the turrets, frost on the windows, and a common room shared with Ron, the twins, and Percy, who spent most of his time in his room doing whatever prefects did in private. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to something he'd never experienced. Presents. They were piled at the foot of his bed, a modest heap, but to someone who'd never received a Christmas present from a living person, it might as well have been a mountain. Ron had given him a box of every flavour beans. Hermione had sent a large box of chocolate frogs. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute. Mrs. Weasley, a woman Harry had never met, had sent a hand-knitted jumper in emerald green and a tin of homemade fudge. Harry held the jumper for a long time. His throat was tight. Mum makes those for everyone, Ron said, pulling on his own jumper maroon which he hated. She must have heard from, I dunno, maybe I mentioned in a letter. You wrote to your mum about me. Ron's ears went crimson. Might have mentioned you, once or twice. Harry put the jumper on. It was slightly too large and wonderfully warm and smelled like someone's home, wool and kitchen spices, and the indefinable scent of a house where people loved each other. It fits perfectly, Harry said, and meant something much larger than the jumper. There was one more present. A package with no card, wrapped in plain brown paper. Harry opened it, and a shimmering, fluid fabric spilled into his hands like liquid moonlight. It caught the light and disappeared, not metaphorically, actually disappeared. When Harry draped it over his arm vanished. That's an invisibility cloak. Ron's voice was hushed with awe. Those are really rare. Who sent it? A note fluttered from the wrapping. Harry, read it. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. It was your dad's. Ron was staring at the cloak like it was the Holy Grail. Harry held the cloak and thought about James Potter wearing it, sneaking through Hogwarts corridors with his friends, and the ache came back, fiercer than usual, because this was the first physical object his father had ever given him. Everything else had been words and light and love from the wrong side of death. This was real, this was touchable, this had been his father's. Yeah, Harry said, his voice rougher than he'd intended. It was my dad's. That night, after Ron fell asleep in a chocolate-induced coma, Harry drew the invisibility cloak around his shoulders and slipped out of the dormitory. He didn't have a specific destination. He just wanted to walk, to feel the castle around him, silent and vast and ancient, with the cloak flowing behind him like a secret. His ghosts found him on the 4th floor. You got the cloak, James said, and his voice was strange, thick with emotion that rippled his form. I wondered if Dumbledore would give it back. Dumbledore. I lent it to him before we went into hiding. He wanted to study it. It's not a normal invisibility cloak, Harry. Normal ones fade over time, lose their power. This one's been in the Potter family for centuries, and it's as strong as the day it was made. Dumbledore was fascinated by it. Why give it back now? Control, Euphemia said flatly. It's a gift which creates obligation. It's a tool which will lead Harry into nighttime exploration, which Dumbledore expects and possibly desires. And it's an emotional weapon, connecting Harry to his father, reinforcing the narrative of the orphan boy whose mentor protects his legacy. Or, Fleamont said mildly, it's an old man returning a boy's inheritance at Christmas because it's the right thing to do. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Euphemia replied. Harry stroked the fabric. It really was extraordinary, smoother than silk, lighter than air, and when he wrapped it around himself, it was like being held by the night itself. Can I keep it? It's yours, James said firmly. It's always been yours. Whatever Dumbledore's reasons for returning it, the cloak belongs to the Potter family. To you, Harry nodded. Then, I want to explore. Is there anything I should see? James's grin was incandescent. Oh, kid, let me show you your school. They spent 3 hours wandering the castle under the cloak. James was an ecstatic tour guide, pointing out every secret passage, hidden room and architectural oddity he'd discovered during 7 years as a marauder. Here was the passage behind the one-eyed witch that led to Honeyduke's cellar. There was the trick step on the 3rd floor that swallowed your leg. Here was the corridor where James had first kissed Lily. 7th floor behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, James said, and his ghostly face held a softness that made him look even younger than his 21 years. She hexed me, right in the face, a bat-bogey hex that lasted 3 hours. I wasn't ready, Lily said, drifting alongside. You ambushed me. I did not ambush you, I leaned in. There's a difference. There is no difference when you haven't been given permission. You gave me permission the 2nd time. The 2nd time you asked. See, Harry, that's the lesson, always ask. Harry was laughing silently under the cloak in a dark corridor in the middle of the night. This was what he'd always wanted, his parents together, bickering and loving each other in the way that married people did. He couldn't touch them, he'd never been able to touch them. But right now, walking through their school with their laughter in his ears, the ache was almost bearable. They came around a corner and Harry stopped. A door he hadn't noticed stood ajar, and from inside came a strange, cold light. I don't know this room, James said, frowning. Harry pushed the door open. The room was empty except for a mirror. It was enormous, ceiling height ornate, with a gold frame and a strange inscription carved across the top. Ereisd stra eru oit ub kafru oit on wosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire, Fleamont translated quietly. Harry stepped in front of the mirror. For a moment he saw exactly what he expected. His own reflection, thin and dark-haired and green-eyed, wearing the invisibility cloak over his pajamas. Then the reflection shifted, and Harry Potter looked at the mirror of Ereisd and saw himself. Older. Standing in sunlight, laughing at something someone had said. Surrounded by people, some he recognized, some he didn't. Ron was there, and Hermione and Neville, and faces that might have been the Weasley twins, and behind him, close enough to touch, close enough to hold, his family, not as ghosts. As people, solid, warm, alive. Lily with her hand on his shoulder. James with his arm around Lily's waist. Fleamont and Euphemia standing behind them, silver-haired and bright-eyed and real. Living, Harry stared at the mirror and felt something crack inside his chest. Not his occlumency shields, not his careful composure, something deeper. Something he'd been holding together for 11 years without knowing it was fragile. Harry, Lily's voice from beside him. What do you see? He couldn't speak. He stared at the mirror and watched his reflection smile at its family, its real, solid, touchable family, and the tears came without permission, without precedent, sliding down his face in hot, silent streams. You, he whispered. I see you, alive. Nobody spoke. Harry stood in front of the mirror of Ereisd and cried for the first time since he was 15 months old. Not for the parents he'd lost, he hadn't lost them, not really. For the parents he'd never quite had. For the touch he'd never felt. For 11 years of love expressed through moonlight and whispers, and the careful, painstaking movement of blankets by fingers that weren't really there. James broke first. He made a sound that was grief and love and rage all tangled together. A sound that shouldn't have been possible from someone without lungs, and he surged forward and tried to put his arms around his son. His form passed through Harry's body, a cold rush, like walking through a waterfall, and for 1 second, one impossible, miraculous second, Harry felt something, not warmth, not touch, but presence. The absolute, undeniable knowledge that his father was there, was real, existed in the same space he did, and loved him so fiercely that death itself had bent. Dad, Harry choked. I'm here, kid, I'm right here. Lily came next, and Fleamont and Euphemia, and they all tried to hold him at once. 4 ghosts crowding into the same space as one small boy. Silver light and human grief merged together in a cold, bright tangle that probably looked terrifying from the outside and felt, from the inside, like the closest thing to an embrace that the dead could give. Harry stood there for a long time. The mirror showed him his heart's desire, and the reality offered him its pale, persistent, unbreakable shadow. And for tonight, the shadow was enough. Eventually, the tears stopped. Harry wiped his face on his sleeve and stepped back from the mirror. I could stare at this forever, he said. That's precisely the danger, Fleamont said gently. The mirror of Ereisd has driven people mad. They sit before it for days, years, wasting away in pursuit of an image they can never reach. It shows you the one thing you want most in the world, and it gives you just enough to keep you coming back. I won't come back. Harry, I mean it. I have you. Not the way the mirror shows, but I have you. And I'd rather have you as you are, ghosts impossible here, than chase a reflection of something that can't exist. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders and turned away from the mirror. Let's go. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence. The castle was dark and still and cold, and Harry's face was dry, and his shields were back in place, and the crack in his chest was still there, but it was manageable now. A wound that would scar but not break him. At the portrait hole he stopped. I love you, he said. Not in the casual way he usually said it at bedtime, a reflex of routine. In the deliberate, eyes-open way of someone who understood exactly what the words meant and chose them anyway. All 4 of you, I love you and I'm glad you stayed. We love you too, sweetheart. Lily said. Obviously, James said, his voice wrecked. Always, Fleamont added. Now go to bed, Euphemia said. You look terrible. Harry smiled. He climbed through the portrait hole and went to bed and dreamed not of mirrors but of sunlight. January was cold and focused. The Quidditch match had been won, Christmas had been weathered, and Harry turned his attention fully to the puzzle of the 3rd floor. He told Ron and Hermione everything he was willing to share. The stone, the protections, Quirrell's suspicious behavior. He left out the ghosts. That secret was too large, too strange, too central to everything he was. But he gave them enough to work with, and they rose to it brilliantly. Ron took over the strategic analysis. When Harry described the chess set, giant pieces, living wizard's chess, Ron's eyes went sharp in a way that Harry had never seen from him before. Wizard's chess, life-size, meaning you have to play your way across. Ron's fingers drummed on the common room table. What's the board look like? Standard layout. I haven't seen it myself. My source says it's a full-size board with full-size pieces. The pieces are enchanted, they fight. So you lose a piece, the piece gets destroyed. Ron's jaw set. That means you can't sacrifice freely. You have to play conservatively or someone gets hurt. Can you beat it? Ron looked offended. Harry, I beat my brothers when I was 6. I beat the Ravenclaw prefect last week and he's been playing since he was 4. I can beat a chess set. Even one where the pieces are trying to kill you. Especially one where the pieces are trying to kill me. Fear's just pressure and I play better under pressure. Ron paused. Did I just sound cool? I think I sounded cool. You sounded very cool, Hermione confirmed without looking up from her potions research. Hermione had taken on the potions challenge. Harry had described the logic puzzle, a row of bottles, a riddle, and the knowledge that some contained poison, and Hermione had immediately begun studying the principles of magical logic puzzles, potion identification, and deductive reasoning with the ferocious concentration of someone who'd found her element. The puzzle will be based on propositional logic, she said one evening, scribbling on a piece of parchment that was more equations than English. If we know the rules and the constraints, we can solve it without tasting anything. The potions themselves will have identifying characteristics, color, viscosity, temperature. We just need to observe carefully. And if observation isn't enough, then we apply the principle of elimination and hope for the best. Hermione smiled. I'm very good at the principle of elimination. Harry was impressed. Not by their intelligence, he'd known they were brilliant, but by their willingness. They were 11 years old. They were volunteering to face a gauntlet of deadly magical protections to stop a dark wizard from stealing an alchemist's legacy. And they were doing it not because they had to, but because Harry needed them and they refused to let him go alone. You know this is dangerous. He told them one evening in a quiet corner of the library. Obviously, Ron said, extremely dangerous, people could get hurt. We know, Hermione said. I can't guarantee, Harry. Ron leaned forward. Shut up. Harry, shut up. We know it's dangerous. We know we could get hurt. We also know that you're going to do this whether we help or not, because you're like that. And if you think we're going to sit in the common room playing gobstones while you face a 3-headed dog and a dark wizard by yourself, you're mental. Ron's voice was steady and sure and entirely devoid of the self-deprecation that usually colored his speech. We're your friends. This is what friends do. What he said, Hermione added, though I'd phrase it with more nuance. Nobody wants your nuance, Hermione. Everyone wants my nuance. They just don't know it yet. Harry looked at them, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, freckled and bushy-haired and impossibly brave, and felt the warmth again, the warmth that had nothing to do with magic. Okay, he said. Then let's make a plan. The plan took shape over weeks, refined by 3 first-years and 4 ghosts, though the ghosts' contribution was filtered through Harry and presented as his own reasoning. Each protection was analysed, prepared for, and assigned. Devil's Snare, Hermione. She'd researched the plant extensively and could produce bluebell flames, a specialty charm she'd mastered early in the term. Neville had provided additional botanical intelligence without knowing why it was needed. Flying keys, Harry, no discussion required. Chess, Ron, also no discussion required. Troll, already dealt with. Euphemia confirmed the chamber was empty. The Halloween troll had been its occupant. Potions puzzle, Hermione. Logic, deduction, careful observation. Her wheelhouse, the final protection, unknown. This was the variable, the unsolvable piece, and it worried Harry more than anything else. It's Dumbledore's protection, Fleamont said. The others were contributed by individual professors. The final one is the headmaster's, and Dumbledore doesn't do anything simple. Could you identify it at all? Harry asked. It's not a ward, it's not a creature, it's not a physical barrier. Fleamont's brow furrowed. It felt like intention, like the protection is somehow keyed to desire, to wanting the stone for a specific purpose. the mirror of Erised. Harry said immediately. Fleamont looked at him sharply. What? The mirror I found at Christmas. It shows your heart's desire. If Dumbledore hid the stone inside the mirror or behind it, then the protection would be tied to intent. Someone who wanted the stone to use it couldn't get it. Only someone who wanted to find it but not use it could retrieve it from the mirror, Euphemia finished. That's elegant. That's infuriatingly elegant. That's Dumbledore, James said. It also means, Harry said slowly, that I'm the only one who can get the stone. Quirrell wants to use it. Voldemort wants to use it. I just want to keep it safe. The mirror would give it to me. Which is exactly what Dumbledore would want, Lily said, her voice thin. He'd want you to be the one who faces the mirror. He'd want you to be the one who retrieves the stone. Because then you've proven yourself, you've passed his test. And he'd have another piece of evidence about who I am and what I'm willing to do. Yes. Harry stared at the ceiling. The castle hummed around him, ancient magic, layered deep, the work of 1,000 years and 1,000 hands. Then I give him what he wants, Harry said. I go through the gauntlet, I face the mirror, I get the stone, and then I decide what to do with it. That's his plan, Lily protested. You'd be playing right into. His plan assumes I'm a pawn. A brave, noble, slightly reckless pawn who'll do the right thing because it's the right thing. But I'm not his pawn, Mum. I'm your son, and I'm Grandmum's student, and I'm Dad's kid, and I'm Grandad's apprentice. I'll walk Dumbledore's gauntlet, and I'll beat Dumbledore's test, and then I'll do the one thing he's not expecting. What's that? James asked. Harry smiled. It was not the smile of an 11-year-old. It was the smile of someone who'd been raised by 4 extraordinary people to play a game that the whole world thought he didn't know existed. I'll make my own choice. Chapter 4. The game beneath the game. The snow hadn't fully melted when Draco Malfoy decided to escalate. Harry noticed it on a Tuesday in late January. Small things at first, the kind of social maneuvering that most 11-year-olds wouldn't register, but that Harry, trained by a former unspeakable to read political dynamics the way most people read facial expressions, caught immediately. A whispered conversation between Malfoy and Theodore, not in the library, both boys glancing at Harry's table before turning away. Pansy Parkinson making pointed comments about Muggleborns in Hermione's hearing during herbology. Crabbe and Goyle positioning themselves at corridor junctions where Harry regularly passed between classes, not blocking, not confronting, just present. Watching. He's mapping your routine, Ron said at dinner, demonstrating once again the social intelligence that he consistently undersold. Crabbe was outside the Charms corridor this morning. Goyle was near the library after lunch. They're too thick to be doing it on their own, Malfoy's running them. Why? Hermione asked. Because Harry embarrassed him. Twice on the train and during the flying lesson. Malfoy's a Slytherin. They don't forget and they don't forgive. He's planning something. Harry ate his shepherd's pie and considered the situation. Malfoy as an antagonist was manageable. The boy was clever but immature, driven by wounded pride rather than genuine malice. The danger wasn't Malfoy himself. The danger was what Malfoy represented. The Slytherin power structure, which was backed by families like the Malfoys and the Knotts and the Crabbes, which was in turn backed by money, political influence, and, in some cases, ideological connections to Voldemort's First War. If Malfoy escalated to the point where Harry had to respond publicly, it would force Harry to reveal more of his capabilities than he wanted. And it would create a conflict narrative that the purebloods would use to frame Harry as the aggressor, the famous boy who lived, bullying a child from an old family. I need to talk to him, Harry said. Ron choked on his pudding. You what? Not a confrontation, a conversation, privately. Harry, Malfoy hates you. Malfoy doesn't know me. He hates what I represent, a half-blood who rejected a pureblood's friendship in public. That's a political wound, not a personal one. Political wounds can be managed. Hermione was studying Harry with the sharp, assessing gaze she wore when she was trying to figure out how he knew things he shouldn't know. What would you even say to him? The truth, or part of it? Which part? The part where I tell him I didn't reject his friendship because of his blood status. I rejected it because he insulted my friend in front of me, and I don't respond well to people who try to buy loyalty by putting others down. Ron was quiet for a moment. You think that'll work? I think Malfoy is 11 years old, and he's performing a role his father taught him. Underneath the performance, he's a kid who wanted Harry Potter as a friend and got rejected instead. If I can separate the kid from the role, even slightly, I can de-escalate. And if you can't, then at least I'll know what he's actually planning. Harry found his opportunity the next afternoon, outside the greenhouses after herbology. The Gryffindors and Slytherins had shared the lesson, a volatile combination that Sprout managed through sheer force of cheerfulness, and as the students filed out, Harry hung back until Malfoy was the last Slytherin in the corridor. Malfoy. Got a minute? Malfoy turned. His expression was a Pavlovian sneer, automatic, defensive, the social equivalent of drawing a wand. Crabbe and Goyle materialized behind him like particularly dense bodyguards. What do you want, Potter? A conversation, just you and me. Harry glanced at Crabbe and Goyle. No offense to your friends, but I'd rather talk privately. Something flickered in Malfoy's grey eyes, curiosity, maybe, struggling against the instinct to dismiss anything a Gryffindor said. He studied Harry for a moment, then jerked his head at Crabbe and Goyle. Wait by the lake. They lumbered off. Malfoy crossed his arms, chin lifted, every inch the pure-blood prince, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the slight uncertainty in his stance. Malfoy was braced for a fight, which meant he'd been expecting one. I want to clear something up, Harry said. On the train, when you offered your hand, I didn't reject you because you're a Malfoy. Malfoy's sneer deepened, but he didn't interrupt. I rejected you because you insulted Ron. You walked into my compartment, looked at someone you'd never met, and decided he was beneath you based on his last name and his second-hand robes. That's not friendship, that's recruitment, and I don't join teams that require me to look down on people. The Weasleys are blood traitors and... The Weasleys are a family, same as yours, different values, different circumstances, same basic structure, people who love each other and want the best for their kids. Harry kept his voice calm, conversational, deliberately non-threatening. I grew up with muggles who hated me for being magical. I know what it looks like when someone despises you for something you can't control. I'm not going to do that to anyone, and I'm not going to stand by while someone else does it. Malfoy's jaw tightened. You don't know anything about my family. I know your father was a Death Eater. The words landed like a slap. Malfoy's face went white, then red, then white again. His hand twitched toward his wand pocket. Careful, Malfoy. How dare my father was under the Imperious Curse? Maybe he was. I don't know, and I'm not judging him. I'm telling you what I know so you understand that I'm not ignorant. I know who the Malfoys are. I know what your name means in the wizarding world. And I know that right now, you're having Crabbe and Goyle tail me through the castle because you're planning something, and I'd rather we talked about it like two people than played it out like enemies. The greenhouse corridor was empty. Wind from the grounds carried the smell of fresh earth and cold water. Malfoy stared at Harry with an expression that kept trying to be contempt and kept faltering into something more complicated. What do you want, Potter? Really? I want you to stop. Not because I'm threatening you, I'm not. But because whatever you're planning, it's going to go wrong, and when it does, it'll hurt you more than me. You're not stupid, Malfoy. You don't need to pick this fight. You rejected me in front of Weasley and Granger and Longbottom. Everyone on the train heard about it by the sorting. Do you have any idea what that did to my standing in Slytherin? And there it was. Not hatred, not ideology, humiliation. An 11-year-old's social currency, spent and lost on a gamble that backfired. I'm sorry, Harry said. Not for what I said, but for how it landed. That wasn't my intention. Malfoy flinched, which told Harry that genuine apologies were not something Draco Malfoy encountered often. I don't need your pity. It's not pity. It's acknowledgement. You made an approach, I shut it down publicly, and that hurt you. I understand that. I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen. But I'm also not going to let you use it as justification for whatever you're planning with Crabbe and Goyle. A beat of silence. 2, 3. I was going to challenge you to a wizard's duel, Malfoy said abruptly. Midnight, trophy room, then tip off Filch so you'd get caught. Harry raised his eyebrows. That's a terrible plan, I know. Malfoy looked momentarily startled by his own honesty. Not said it wouldn't work, he said you'd see it coming. Not's right. Another silence, longer this time. Malfoy unfolded his arms. He looked younger without the defensive posture, less like a Malfoy, more like a boy. We're not going to be friends, Potter. Probably not. But I'll call off Crabbe and Goyle. Thank you. Don't thank me, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because the plan was rubbish and I'm better than rubbish plans. Harry almost smiled. Fair enough. Malfoy turned to leave, then stopped. Without looking back, he said, My father wasn't under the imperious curse. He walked away before Harry could respond. Harry watched him go, a thin, blonde figure moving across the snowy grounds toward two hulking shapes by the lake, and filed the conversation away alongside everything else. Malfoy wasn't an ally. He wasn't an enemy either. He was something more interesting, a wild card. A boy who'd been given a script by his family and was just beginning to realize that scripts could be rewritten. That was well done, Fleamont murmured from behind the greenhouse wall. Empathy as diplomacy. Your grandmother would be proud. Grandmam would say I gave away too much information. Your grandmother would be right, and she'd still be proud. February brought two developments that disrupted Harry's careful equilibrium. The first was Neville. It happened on a Wednesday, after Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirrell's stuttering lecture on werewolves, which was inaccurate in several important respects that Harry bit his tongue not to correct. The students filed out into the corridor, and Harry was discussing the lecture's deficiencies with Hermione in careful, non-specific terms when he heard it. The particular quality of laughter that meant someone was being laughed at rather than with. Around the corner, Malfoy, who had kept his word about the surveillance but hadn't exactly become a pacifist, was standing over Neville's remembrall, which he'd apparently knocked from Neville's hands. The glass ball rolled across the stone floor, white smoke swirling inside it. Things always going red, isn't it, Longbottom? Malfoy drawled. Must be exhausting having so many things to forget, like how to be a proper wizard, for instance. Neville was on his knees, reaching for the remembrall, his face burning. Crabbe had his foot near the ball, not on it, just near it, a positioning that was technically deniable and functionally threatening. Harry opened his mouth to intervene, and then something extraordinary happened. Neville stood up, not quickly, not dramatically, just stood up. He rose from his knees, planted his feet, and looked directly at Malfoy. His face was still flushed, his hands were still trembling, but his eyes were steady. Pick it up, Neville said. Malfoy blinked. Excuse me, you knocked it out of my hand, pick it up. The corridor went quiet. Students paused, sensing the atmospheric shift that accompanied an unexpected confrontation. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, confused by the deviation from the established script in which Neville cowered, and they laughed. And if I don't? Malfoy's voice held a slight uncertainty that hadn't been there a moment ago. Then I'll tell Professor McGonagall, and she'll ask why you're harassing a fellow student in the corridor, and you'll lose house points, and Snape will be annoyed with you because losing house points to Gryffindor is the one thing he cares about more than terrorizing first years. Harry stared. This was not the Neville Longbottom he'd met on the train, the trembling, toad-losing boy who apologized for his own existence. This was someone who'd found, in the depths of his considerable anxiety, a seam of bedrock. Malfoy stared too. Then, with an expression of distaste that didn't quite conceal his surprise, he bent down, picked up the remembrall, and held it out. There you go, Longbottom. No need to get upset. Neville took the remembrall. Thank you. He walked away. His hands were still shaking, and Harry could see the tension in his neck and shoulders, the physical cost of standing his ground. But he walked away with the remembrall in his pocket and his head held high, and he didn't look back. Did that just happen? Ron muttered. That just happened. Hermione confirmed, looking impressed. Harry caught up with Neville in the common room 10 minutes later. The round-faced boy was sitting by the fire, holding the remembrall and staring at it like it held answers. That was brave, Harry said, sitting in the adjacent armchair. That was terrifying. Neville corrected. My hands are still shaking. Look. He held them up. They trembled visibly. Bravery and terror aren't mutually exclusive. Actually, I think they're the same thing. Neville looked at him. You always say stuff like that, like you've thought about it before. I think about a lot of things. I noticed. Neville was quiet for a moment, the fire crackling between them. Harry, can I tell you something? Always. My gran, she raised me after my parents. Well, she raised me, and she's always comparing me to my dad. Frank Longbottom, the great aura. Brave, powerful, brilliant, and I'm not brave, I'm terrible at magic. I couldn't even hold on to Trevor on the train. Neville, wait, let me finish. Neville's jaw set, the same stubborn line he'd shown Malfoy. I'm not brave like my dad, I'm not powerful. I forget things and I drop things and my potions are always wrong. But today, when Malfoy knocked my rememberall, I thought about my mum. My mum was brave too. She was an aura like Dad, and she didn't fight because she wasn't scared, she fought because she was scared and she did it anyway. Harry said nothing. He thought about Alice Longbottom in St. Mungo's long-term ward, unreachable, unknowing, handing her sons sweet wrappers because it was all she had left to give. So I stood up, Neville said simply, and my hands shook and my voice wobbled and it was awful, but I did it. And I think maybe that's enough. Being brave isn't about not being scared. It's about being scared and standing up anyway. Harry looked at this boy, this quiet, anxious, perpetually underestimated boy, and saw something that reminded him of the view from the mirror of Air-Eyed. Not a desire for something unattainable, but a recognition of something already present. Neville Longbottom had courage that ran deeper than flashy dueling or first-day brilliance. His courage was the kind that grew in dark soil, slowly, stubbornly, reaching toward light it couldn't always see. That's exactly enough, Harry said. They sat by the fire for a while longer, and Harry told Neville about the herbology essay he was struggling with, and Neville explained the reproductive cycle of venomous tentacula with an enthusiasm that made Hermione look restrained by comparison. And neither of them mentioned bravery again because they didn't need to. The second development was the conversation with Dumbledore. Harry had been expecting it. The headmaster had been watching him all year. Not obviously, not invasively, but with the quiet attention of a man who was used to knowing everything about everyone and who had encountered in Harry Potter a gap in his understanding that clearly bothered him. It happened in the corridor outside the Great Hall after dinner on a Friday evening. Harry was walking to the library, Ron and Hermione having peeled off to the common room, when a door he could have sworn hadn't been there a moment ago opened to his left, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out. Harry. A word, if you have a moment. Harry's occlumency shields tightened automatically. His surface layer presented what it always presented, a polite, slightly awed first year encountering the headmaster. Of course, Professor. Dumbledore gestured to the open door, which led to a small, comfortable sitting room that Harry was quite certain didn't exist on any floor plan of the castle. 2 armchairs faced each other before a crackling fire. A plate of biscuits sat on a side table. It was the kind of room designed to make you feel safe, welcomed, and slightly off balance. Harry sat in the armchair that faced the door. Old habit. Euphemia's training. Dumbledore settled into the opposite chair with the unhurried grace of a man who owned every room he entered. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the firelight. His blue eyes were bright and warm and absolutely, relentlessly perceptive. Lemon drop. He offered a dish of yellow sweets. No thank you, sir. They're quite good. I find that sugar aids conversation, something about the sweetness loosens the tongue. The twinkle was in full effect. How are you finding Hogwarts, Harry? I love it, sir. It's everything I hoped it would be. I'm glad to hear it. Your mother loved it too. She told me once that Hogwarts was the first place she'd ever felt she truly belonged. He paused, letting the mention of Lily land. You remind me of her a great deal. People usually say I remind them of my father. Physically, yes. But the way you carry yourself, the way you listen before you speak, the way you observe a room before you enter it, that's Lily. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened just slightly behind the benevolent facade. You're a very watchful young man, Harry. I grew up needing to watch, Harry said. The Dursleys weren't kind. You learn to read a room when you're trying to avoid being noticed. It was a calculated disclosure, true enough to be convincing, vulnerable enough to invite sympathy, and precisely designed to explain away the observational skills that Dumbledore had clearly noticed without revealing their actual source. Something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes. Guilt, maybe. He'd placed Harry with the Dursleys. He'd chosen that path and left Harry on it for 10 years. If the boy had learned to be watchful out of self-defense, that was, at least partially, Dumbledore's doing. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said, and it sounded genuine. I placed you with your aunt for reasons I believed were sound, the blood wards, the protection your mother's sacrifice provided. I knew Petunia's nature, I hoped things I shouldn't have. It's done, sir, I survived. You've done more than survive, you've thrived. Your professors speak very highly of you, McGonagall, Flitwick, even Professor Snape in his own particularly restrained fashion. A slight smile. You've made friends, you've joined the Quidditch team. You've handled yourself with remarkable composure for someone who entered this world less than 6 months ago. Here it comes, Harry thought. Almost too remarkable in some ways, Dumbledore added gently. One might wonder where a boy raised by muggles acquired such poise. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. The surface layer held confused boy, uncertain, flattered by the attention but unsure where the conversation was heading. Underneath, his shields were steel. I read a lot, sir. The Dursleys left me alone most of the time. When you're alone, you read. And when you read enough, you start to understand things. What kinds of things? People, patterns, the way the world works. Harry shrugged, a carefully constructed gesture of adolescent nonchalance. I didn't know about magic until Hagrid came, but I knew about people. Magic doesn't change the fundamentals. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The fire crackled. The biscuits sat untouched. The room hummed with the quiet tension of two people who were both being very careful about what they revealed. No, Dumbledore said finally. No, it doesn't. He picked up a lemon drop and turned it between his fingers. Harry, I'd like to ask you something, and I hope you'll answer honestly. Of course, sir. Have you been to the 3rd floor corridor? Harry's heartbeat didn't change. His expression didn't shift. His surface layer rippled with exactly the right amount of surprised curiosity. The one you said was off limits. No, sir, you told us not to at the feast. So I did. Dumbledore watched him. But you've wondered about it. Everyone wonders about it. You told a school full of children that a corridor was forbidden, and that anyone who entered would die a painful death. That's the most effective curiosity generator in the history of education. A genuine laugh from Dumbledore, brief, startled, delighted. You're not wrong. Perhaps I should have said nothing at all. Or perhaps you wanted us to be curious. The laughter faded. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened behind his spectacles, not threatening but intensely focused. The ambient legilimency was stronger now, pressing against Harry's outer shields like a hand testing a door. Harry's shields held. They'd been built to hold against exactly this, the gentle, probing curiosity of a master legilimens who didn't want to push hard enough to be noticed. Dumbledore would find the surface layer, read the boy he expected, bright, brave, slightly suspicious, entirely normal, and find nothing underneath. You're an interesting young man, Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, settling back in his chair. I've been told, sir. By whom? Mr. Ollivander, when he sold me my wand. Professor McGonagall, when she caught me flying, and now you. Harry stood. Was there anything else, Professor? Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, with the full weight of a century and a half of magical experience and human insight, and something in his expression shifted. Not suspicion exactly, recognition. The dawning awareness that the person sitting across from him was not the person he'd assumed. No, Dumbledore said softly. No, that's all. Thank you for your time, Harry. Harry walked to the door. As he reached for the handle, Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, you found the mirror of Erised over Christmas. Harry stopped, turned. It's been moved. Dumbledore continued, his tone conversational. To a more secure location, but I'm curious, what did you see? My family, sir, alive. Dumbledore's expression fractured. For one moment, one raw, unguarded moment, the mask dropped, and Harry saw something in the old man's face that he recognized. Grief. Old grief, the kind that had calcified into something you carried in your bones. Yes, Dumbledore murmured. Yes, I imagine you did. Harry left the room. The door closed behind him, and he was fairly certain ceased to exist. He walked to the nearest empty classroom, stepped inside, and let out a long, controlled breath. He knows I'm not what he expected, Harry said to the air. Euphemia materialized from the wall. How much does he know? Not the details, but he knows the surface doesn't match the substance. He was probing, not hard but persistently, and he led with emotion. My parents, the mirror. He wanted me off balance. Were you? The mirror question hit. I gave him the truth. I saw my family alive. It wasn't strategic. It just came out. The truth can be strategic when it's the right truth at the right time. Showing Dumbledore that you're a child who misses his family reinforces his model of you, vulnerable, emotional, in need of guidance. Euphemia paused. Whether that model is accurate is something he can continue to debate with himself. He feels guilty, Harry said. About the Dursleys, I could see it. Good, guilt is leverage. Grandmum, he's not an enemy. No, he's something more dangerous. He's someone who believes he's right. Euphemia's expression was complex. I knew Dumbledore, Harry, not well but well enough. He visited us during the Grindelwald War when your grandfather and I were funding the resistance. He was brilliant, charismatic, utterly convinced of his own moral authority. And he was right more often than not, which is the most dangerous thing about him. When a man is right 90% of the time, he stops questioning the other 10%. What's the 10%? The people he sacrifices for the greater good. Harry thought about this. He thought about a baby on a doorstep, about 10 years in a cupboard, about a school that contained a dark wizard and a deadly artifact and a child who'd been placed in the exact position to confront both. He won't sacrifice me, Harry said. Not because I won't let him, because I'm not his to sacrifice. I never was. Euphemia looked at her grandson with the expression that Harry had learned, over 11 years, to read as her version of overwhelming love. A slight softening around the eyes, a barely perceptible loosening of the jaw. On anyone else, it would have been invisible. On Euphemia Potter, it was the equivalent of a standing ovation. No, she agreed, you never were. March arrived raw and blustery, and with it, the sense that events were accelerating. Quirrell's behaviour had changed. James, who'd been trailing the defence professor through the castle walls for months, reported that Quirrell's midnight visits to the third-floor corridor had become more frequent and more agitated. The conversations with his unseen master were growing heated. He's being pushed, James said during a late-night council. Whatever's under the turban, the master, it's losing patience. Quirrell keeps saying he needs more time, but the responses are getting angrier. Last night he was shaking, physically trembling. Did you hear anything specific? Harry asked. One phrase. Quirrell said, the stone is protected by Dumbledore's enchantment, I cannot take it by force. And then he listened, and whatever the response was, it terrified him. He went white, nodded, said yes, master. He can't get past the mirror, Harry said. He wants the stone to use it, so the mirror won't give it to him. He's stuck. For now, Fleamont cautioned, but stuck people do desperate things. If Quirrell is being pressured by Voldemort, and I think we can stop calling this speculation and start calling it what it is, then at some point, the pressure will reach a breaking point. He'll try something reckless. When? Impossible to say, but soon. The school year ends in June. Whatever Voldemort's timeline is, it has a deadline. Harry relayed this information, edited, sanitized, attributed to observation rather than ghostly surveillance, to Ron and Hermione during a study session in the library. They took it with the seriousness it deserved and the determination he'd come to depend on. We need to be ready to move fast, Ron said, tapping his quill against his chin. If Quirrell makes his attempt, we might not have much warning. We also need to decide what to do about Dumbledore. Hermione added, if he's engineering this situation, does he know when Quirrell will move? Is he planning to intervene? I think Dumbledore is planning to let it play out, Harry said slowly. He's set the stage, the protections are solvable, I'm in the castle, he's waiting to see what happens. That's mental, Ron said flatly. That's Dumbledore. Same thing, Hermione's brow was furrowed. If Dumbledore is waiting for you to act, then acting is what he expects. What if we did the unexpected? What if we went to McGonagall, told a professor, forced them to deal with Quirrell officially? Harry considered it. It was the sensible option, the responsible option, the option that treated them as children and the adults as the ones who should handle dangerous situations. We could, he said, but McGonagall would want evidence. What do we have? A stuttering professor who visits a corridor at night, a scar that hurts in his presence, a theory about a turban. It's not enough. She'd think we were being dramatic first years. We are dramatic first years, Ron pointed out. Dramatic first years who happen to be right, but without proof. Then we get proof, Hermione said, in the tone of voice that meant she'd already started planning. We watch Quirrell. We document his movements, his patterns, his absences from meals. We build a case that even McGonagall can't dismiss. That could take weeks. Then it takes weeks. Better than rushing in and getting killed. Harry looked at Hermione, methodical, thorough, relentlessly logical, and then at Ron, intuitive, strategic, brave in ways he didn't give himself credit for, and felt the familiar warmth. These were his people. Living, breathing, imperfect, magnificent people. Okay, he said. We build the case, but we also prepare. If Quirrell moves before we're ready, I need to be able to go through that gauntlet on short notice. We'll be ready, Ron said. We'll be ready, Hermione echoed. They weren't ready for what happened next. It came on a Friday evening in late March. Harry was in the common room. ostensibly doing his charms essay, actually reviewing the gauntlet protections in his mind for the 100th time, when Neville burst through the portrait hole, looking like he'd seen a ghost, which at Hogwarts was hardly unusual. But Neville's expression suggested something worse than the average spectral encounter. "Harry," Neville gasped, bending double with exertion. "I was coming back from the greenhouses. I saw Snape in the forest. Slow down. Breathe." Neville breathed. Snape was at the edge of the forbidden forest, talking to Quirrell. "I was behind a greenhouse and they didn't see me, but I could hear them." Harry set down his quill. Around the common room, other students continued their evening activities, oblivious. Harry drew Neville closer to the fire, where Ron and Hermione were already pretending to study while actually mapping Quirrell's schedule on a piece of enchanted parchment. "What did you hear?" Snape was angry, really angry. He said something about loyalty and your little bit of hocus pocus, and I know what you're after." And Quirrell was stuttering worse than usual, saying he didn't know what Snape meant. And then Snape grabbed Quirrell's arm and said, Neville's eyes were wide. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell." The four of them exchanged looks. Harry's mind was racing. Snape confronted Quirrell directly, Hermione murmured. "He suspects." "More than suspects," Ron said. "Snape knows or thinks he knows. The question is what he does with it," Harry said. He turned to Neville. "Thank you, this is important." "Is it?" Neville looked between them, sensing the weight behind the simple exchange. "What's going on? Something's going on, isn't it?" Harry hesitated. This was the moment, the decision point he'd known would come eventually. Neville wasn't part of the plan. Including him increased the risk, added a variable, complicated the operation. Euphemia would counsel against it, but Neville had stood up to Malfoy. Neville had walked into the common room with this information instead of hiding from it. Neville was brave in the way that mattered most, the quiet, persistent way, the way that didn't announce itself but simply was. "Yes," Harry said. "Something's going on, sit down." He told Neville everything he'd told Ron and Hermione. The stone, the protections, Quirrell's suspected connection to Voldemort. Neville listened with an expression that transitioned from confusion to fear to a grim, stubborn resolve that sat oddly on his round face. "Voldemort," Neville said. "You think Voldemort is in this castle? Attached to Quirrell somehow. We think he's possessing him, using Quirrell as a host." Neville's hands were shaking. He put them flat on his knees and pressed down, stilling them by force. "My parents fought Voldemort. His followers, Bellatrix Lestrange, I know," Harry said quietly. Neville looked at him. Something passed between them, a recognition of shared damage, shared loss, shared scars that didn't always show on the surface. "What can I do?" Neville asked. "Watch the corridors. You know the castle better than any of us, the greenhouses, the grounds, the paths between. If Quirrell moves toward the 3rd floor, we need to know immediately." "I can do that. It could be dangerous." Neville's jaw set. "I know." Harry held out his hand. Neville took it. They shook, a simple, firm grip, the kind of handshake that meant something had been agreed upon that went beyond words. April dissolved into May and the castle bloomed. The grounds turned green, the lake warmed enough for the giant squid to bask near the surface, and the academic pressure of end-of-year exams began to exert its gravitational pull. Hermione's revision schedules appeared on every available surface. Ron groaned performatively, but studied harder than he let anyone see. Neville threw himself into herbology revision with a passion that bordered on religious. Harry studied too, but his focus was split. He spent his days performing as a top student, carefully calibrated, consistently excellent but never suspiciously so, and his nights reviewing the gauntlet plan with his ghosts and monitoring Quirrell's increasingly erratic behavior. The defense professor was deteriorating. The stuttering had worsened. The garlic smell was stronger. His lectures had become so scattered that even the most generous students had given up taking notes, and he'd started talking to himself in corridors, low, urgent conversations with an empty space over his left shoulder. "He's losing control," James reported. "The thing under the turban, whatever it is, it's getting stronger, or Quirrell's getting weaker, maybe both." "How long?" Harry asked. "Days, not weeks. Something's going to break." On a warm Thursday evening in late May, Harry received a piece of intelligence that changed everything. He was visiting Hagrid, a regular occurrence, partly because he genuinely enjoyed the half-giant's company and partly because Hagrid was a remarkably poor keeper of secrets and occasionally let slip information that proved invaluable. Today, Hagrid had a dragon egg. A Norwegian ridgeback. Hagrid said proudly, cradling the enormous egg in his massive hands as it rocked gently in a cauldron over the fire. Won it off a stranger in the pub, bit of cards. He seemed glad to be rid of it, to be honest. Harry stared at the egg. Hagrid, you live in a wooden house. I've always wanted a dragon, ever since I was a kid. Hagrid, dragons are illegal, you can't keep it. I'll manage, Dumbledore'll understand. Harry set aside the dragon problem temporarily and circled back to the stranger. Who was this man in the pub? What did he look like? Dunno. Kept his hood up. Not unusual for the Hog's Head, you get all sorts. We got talking, he seemed interested in the sorts of creatures I look after, wanted to know what kind of experience I had. Harry felt ice crystallize at the base of his spine. What did you tell him? Well, I told him about Fluffy. Fluffy, the three-headed dog. He's mine, lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Hagrid stopped. His face reddened. I shouldn't have said that. Hagrid, did you tell the stranger how to get past Fluffy? I might have mentioned that music sends him right off to sleep, but I didn't tell him what was down there, just said the dog's mine and all you have to do is play him a bit of music and... Hagrid's face went from red to white. I shouldn't have told you that. Hagrid, did this stranger have a turban? I don't. He had his hood up, I couldn't see. Harry was on his feet. I need to go, Hagrid, do not tell anyone about this conversation. Harry Watts, please, trust me. He ran from Hagrid's hut across the darkening grounds, his mind working at full speed. Quirrell had found out how to get past Fluffy. A chance meeting in a pub, except it wasn't chance, it was targeted intelligence gathering, using Hagrid's love of creatures and his loose tongue as entry points. It was elegant. It was exactly the kind of manipulation that Voldemort would engineer. Quirrell could get past the dog now. The only thing stopping him was the final protection, the mirror. But if Quirrell found a way around the mirror, or if Voldemort's increasing desperation pushed them to try brute force, Harry burst into the Gryffindor common room. Ron, Hermione and Neville looked up from their revision. He knows about the dog, Harry said, barely concealing his urgency. Quirrell knows how to get past Fluffy. He's been gathering information. He tricked Hagrid weeks ago, maybe months. The colour drained from 3 faces. How long until he tries? Ron asked. I don't know, but the exams are next week. The castle will be chaotic, students studying, professors proctoring, schedules disrupted. If I were going to make an attempt, that's when I'd do it. Then we need to be ready before exams start. Hermione said, and her voice held a steel that Harry had been watching develop for months. This week, Harry agreed. He looked at his 3 friends, Ron pale but determined, Hermione scared but resolute, Neville shaking but standing. 4 first years against a possessed professor, and the shade of the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. It wasn't enough. It shouldn't be enough. No sane assessment of the situation would conclude that 4 11-year-olds were adequate for this task. But Harry had been raised by 4 people who had refused to let death stop them from loving their son, and if there was one lesson he'd learned from a lifetime in a cupboard with ghosts, it was this. The gap between what should be enough and what is enough is bridged by the people who show up anyway. We go through the gauntlet before Quirrell does, Harry said. We get the stone first, and then we figure out what to do with it. 3 heads nodded. In the walls of Gryffindor Tower, invisible and luminous, 4 ghosts watched their boy marshal his army and felt the thing they'd been feeling since the night they died. The fierce, impossible, world-bending force of love that refused to accept limits, and they readied themselves for war. Chapter 5. What the dead know. The argument started at 2 in the morning on a Saturday, 6 days before exams, in the space between Harry's drawn curtains where 4 ghosts had gathered like a war council that couldn't agree on whether to wage the war. Tell him, Euphemia said. No, Lily replied. He deserves to know. He's 11. He's 11 and he's about to walk into a confrontation with Voldemort. He deserves every piece of information we have. Not this, not yet. Harry lay still, watching the argument develop with the patient attention of someone who'd been listening to his family disagree for a decade. He knew what they were arguing about. He'd known for years that there was something they weren't telling him, something connected to his scar, to the prophecy, to the reason Voldemort had chosen him over Neville. He'd felt the edges of it in the way Euphemia's lectures sometimes stopped abruptly, in the way Lily changed the subject when Harry asked certain questions about the night of his parents' murder, in the way Fleamont's eyes went distant when he examined Harry's scar during their monthly assessments of its magical signature. He'd been patient. He'd trusted that they'd tell him when the time was right, but patience had a shelf life, and Harry's was expiring. "Tell me what?" he said. The argument stopped. 4 ghosts looked at him with expressions ranging from Euphemia's grim satisfaction to Lily's stricken reluctance. "Tell me what, Grandmam?" Euphemia looked at Lily. Lily looked away, toward the window, toward the night, toward anywhere that wasn't her son's steady green gaze. "Lily," Fleamont said gently, "it's time. Don't tell me it's time, don't you dare tell me it's time. He's a child. He's a child who's going to face Voldemort. Whether we tell him or not, he'll face it. The question is whether he faces it understanding what he is or walks in blind. What I am." Harry sat up. His voice was quiet but carried the authority of someone who'd been lied to by omission and had decided, calmly, that it was over. "What am I?" Lily turned from the window. Her ghostly form was flickering rapidly, the emotional distress manifesting as instability in her spectral projection. She looked at Harry, at her son, at the boy she'd died for, and then stayed for, and then spent a decade pouring everything she had into, and Harry watched something in her break. "Your scar," she said. "It's not just a scar." Harry waited. "When Voldemort tried to kill you, when the curse rebounded, it didn't just destroy his body. His soul was unstable. He'd done things to it, Harry, dark magic, the darkest. He'd torn his soul apart deliberately, hidden pieces of it in objects, made himself harder to kill. The technical term is Horcrux. The word landed in the dormitory like a stone in still water. Harry knew it. He'd encountered it once, in a footnote of a dark magic theory text that Euphemia had reluctantly allowed him to study, a footnote that said only, "Horcrux, the act of encasing a fragment of soul in a physical vessel through the commission of murder, considered the most evil of all magical acts. Further discussion forbidden." "He made Horcruxes," Harry said. "Plural." "We believe so," Euphemia said, taking over with the clinical precision that she used when emotions threatened to compromise clarity. "The instability of his soul at the time of his attack on you, the ease with which it fractured, suggests multiple prior divisions. Each Horcrux weakens the remaining soul. By the time Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow, his soul was so damaged that the rebound of the killing curse shattered a piece off." Harry's hand moved to his forehead, to the scar. The lightning bolt that had been part of him for as long as he could remember, that pulsed when Quirrell looked at him, that burned in the presence of whatever was under the turban. "And that piece," Harry said, his voice very even, "went into me." Silence. "Yes," Euphemia said. Harry sat in his bed and felt the world rearrange itself around a single terrible fact. He was a Horcrux. He was carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar, had been carrying it since he was 15 months old. Every headache, every pulse of pain, every moment of connection to the thing under Quirrell's turban, it was Voldemort's soul fragment recognizing its master. He was the vessel. He was the container. He was the thing that Voldemort had never meant to create, but that existed nonetheless, binding them together across death and resurrection and 10 years of silence. "How long have you known?" Harry asked. Lily flinched. James, who'd been standing by the door with his jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth, answered. "Your mum and Euphemia figured it out when you were 7. The scar's magical signature, Euphemia tested it. It registers as a soul vessel. There was no other explanation." "You've known for 4 years. We've known, and we've been arguing about whether to tell you for 4 years. Obviously, I know which side of the argument won." Harry's voice was perfectly flat. Not angry, he'd been trained too well for uncontrolled anger. But flat in the way of someone who was holding something enormous inside a very small space and couldn't afford to let the walls flex. 4 years. "Harry," Lily started. "I'm not angry, I understand why you waited. I would have been too young at 7, probably too young at 8, 9, 10. He paused, "But I needed to know before I faced him, and you almost didn't tell me." "I would have told you," Lily whispered. "I was going to, you wanted to protect me." "Yes, you can't protect me from what I am." The words hung in the air, and Lily's form flickered so violently that for a moment she was barely visible. A shimmer, a suggestion, the ghost of a ghost. Harry took a breath, then another. His occlumency training held, channeling the shock and fear and existential dread into compartments where they could be examined without overwhelming him. He'd deal with the emotions later. Right now, he needed information. What does this mean practically, for the confrontation with Quirrell? Euphemia's expression shifted into something that looked almost like relief, the relief of dealing with a student who could set aside emotion and engage with the problem. Several things. First, Voldemort may not know you're a Horcrux. The creation was accidental, he didn't perform the ritual, didn't choose the vessel. He may sense a connection but not understand its nature. Second, the soul fragment in your scar may react unpredictably in close proximity to Voldemort's main soul. The pain you feel near Quirrell would intensify dramatically in a direct confrontation. You need to be prepared for that, prepared to function through it. Third, Euphemia hesitated. This was the part she'd been dreading. Third, if Voldemort ever discovers that you're a Horcrux, he'll want to keep you alive. You become leverage, a piece of his own immortality that he can't afford to destroy. Or, Harry said, following the logic to its end, he'll want to extract the soul fragment, which would kill me. We don't know that. Horcrux extraction is barely theoretical, but it's possible. In theory. The research is the Department of Mysteries studied the concept. During my time there, we theorized about methods of separating soul fragments from living vessels. The work was never completed. The ethical implications, Euphemia stopped. Her composure, which had held through the entire conversation, cracked. Harry, I will not let that happen to you. Do you understand me? Whatever this means, whatever comes of it, I spent 18 years in the Department of Mysteries studying the boundary between life and death, and I will find a way to separate that fragment from you without harm. I don't know how yet, but I will find it. Harry looked at his grandmother, fierce, brilliant, dead for over a decade, still fighting, and felt something loosen in his chest. Not the fear. The fear was still there, cold and heavy and entirely rational. But alongside it, something warmer, the bone-deep certainty that he was not alone with this. Okay, he said. Okay, so I'm a Horcrux. Voldemort might not know. The scar will hurt worse up close, and we need to find a way to deal with the fragment eventually, but not tonight. He organized the information the way Fleamont had taught him to organize complex problems into categories, priorities, action items. Does this change the plan for the gauntlet? It changes the stakes, Fleamont said. If Voldemort is possessing Quirrell and you face him directly, the proximity of two connected soul fragments could create effects. Magical resonance, emotional bleed, possibly even communication between the fragments. You might feel what he feels. He might feel what you feel. Then I lock down my occlumency. Everything behind the shields. He gets nothing from me. That might not be enough. Occlumency protects against external intrusion. The soul fragment is internal. It's part of you, Harry, woven into your magical signature since you were a baby. You can't shield against something that's already inside. Harry absorbed this. The implications were staggering, and he deliberately chose not to stagger under them. Later. He'd process later. For now, there was a plan to execute and friends who were counting on him. Then I use it, he said. Four ghosts stared. If the fragment creates a connection, that connection goes both ways. If I can feel him, he can feel me. And what I feel, what I'm made of, is everything you've given me for 11 years. Harry met his mother's eyes. You died to protect me. That protection is in my blood, my skin, my magic. If Voldemort's fragment touches that protection, it won't be me who suffers. Lily stared at her son. Slowly, very slowly, her flickering form stabilized. You're right, she breathed. The sacrificial protection, it's part of you. It's woven into the same scar that holds the soul fragment. If the fragment activates in Voldemort's presence, it'll be pushing against the protection simultaneously. It'll burn him. Love as a weapon, Fleamont said, and there was wonder in his voice. Love as a shield, Harry corrected. There's a difference. James hadn't spoken in several minutes. He was standing by the door, staring at his son, and his expression held something that Harry had never seen from his father before, not just pride or love, but a kind of astonished humility. The look of a man who'd given everything he had and was watching it grow into something he hadn't imagined. You're going to be okay, James said. It wasn't a hope or a wish. It was a statement of faith so absolute that it felt like prophecy. I'm going to be okay, Harry agreed. Now. Tell me everything else you haven't told me. They talked until dawn. Euphemia told him about her work in the Department of Mysteries, the veil in the death chamber, the research into soul mechanics, the theoretical frameworks for understanding life, death, and the spaces in between. She told him that ghosts were not, strictly speaking, dead. They were imprints, echoes, held in the mortal world by unfinished emotional business. Most ghosts faded over centuries as their connection to the living world weakened. The Potter ghosts should have faded. They should have been drawn through the veil within years, their emotional anchors, their love for Harry, insufficient to hold them as Harry grew and needed them less. They hadn't faded. If anything, they'd grown stronger. "It's you," Euphemia said. "You're not just an anchor, you're a source. The Horcrux in your scar damaged the veil at Godric's Hollow when it was created. That damage never fully healed, and it created a permanent thinning around you. We're sustained by proximity to that thinning. As long as we're near you, we're as strong as the night we died. So the thing that's keeping you here is the same thing Voldemort put in me." The supreme irony. Voldemort's darkest magic is what allows your family to stay with you. His attempt to kill you created the very condition that ensured you'd never be alone. Harry thought about this for a long time. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of humor that was both cruel and kind. Lily told him about the prophecy, the full version, as much as they'd been able to reconstruct from fragments, from overheard conversations during order meetings, from Dumbledore's occasional and cryptic references. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Lily's voice was steady, rehearsed. She'd been preparing to say these words for years. The power he knows not, Harry. Dumbledore believes it's love. I think he's right, but not in the way he imagines. He thinks of love as an abstract force, a protection, a shield. But love isn't abstract. Love is specific. Love is 4 dead Potters refusing to leave a baby in a cupboard. Love is 10 years of midnight lessons and careful planning and grief that never ends and devotion that never wavers. Love is what you're made of, James said. Not metaphorically, literally. Your magic, your personality, your strength, it was all shaped by being loved. Voldemort has power and intelligence and cruelty. He doesn't have this. He's never had it. He wouldn't know what to do with it. So my secret weapon is that I was raised right. Your secret weapon is that you were raised at all, Fleamont said. Voldemort expected a helpless child. Dumbledore expected a malleable one. Neither of them accounted for us. Neither of them imagined that love could be this stubborn. The sun crept over the Hogwarts grounds, turning the lake to gold and the towers to warm amber. Harry sat in his bed in Gryffindor Tower and held the weight of everything he'd learned, Horcruxes and prophecies, and the terrible, beautiful reason his family still existed, and let it settle into his bones alongside everything else. He was a Horcrux. He was a prophecy. He was a target and a weapon, and a chess piece in a game that had been playing since before he was born. He was also a boy who loved his friends and missed his family, and wanted to play Quidditch and pass his exams and eat treacle tart at the feast. He could be all of these things. The ghosts had taught him that. "Thank you," he said, "for telling me, for all of it." "We should have told you sooner," Lily said. "You told me when I needed to know. That's close enough." He drew back his curtains. Sunlight flooded the dormitory. Ron was still asleep, one arm hanging off the bed, mouth open. Neville was curled around his pillow. Seamus and Dean were tangled in their respective blankets like they'd been wrestling in their sleep. Normal. Wonderfully, absurdly normal. Harry got dressed, pocketed his wand, and went down to breakfast. He had 6 days before exams. He had a gauntlet to navigate, a dark wizard to face, and a piece of stolen soul riding behind his scar. He ate 3 pieces of toast and 2 sausages and drank his pumpkin juice, and when Hermione sat down across from him with her revision schedule and her anxious eyes, he smiled at her and said, "Morning." "Quiz me on Transfiguration," Hermione quizzed him. Ron arrived and complained about the quiz. Neville dropped his toast butter side down. The sun rose higher. The castle woke. Harry Potter carried the weight of the world behind his occlumency shields and ate breakfast with his friends, and both of these things were true at the same time. The next 5 days passed in a fever of revision, preparation, and surveillance. Exams were genuinely demanding. Not for Harry, whose decade of theoretical education made the written portions almost insultingly easy, but for the practical components, which required him to maintain his calibrated performance level under the watchful eyes of professors who were grading for mastery. He had to perform well enough to justify his grades, but not so well that he drew the kind of attention he'd been avoiding all year. In Transfiguration, he transformed his mouse into a snuff box that was elegant but not impossibly so, a few decorative flaws that McGonagall noted with approval rather than suspicion. In Charms, he performed the requested spells with confidence but not overwhelming power, and Flitwick gave him an encouraging nod. In Potions, he brewed a forgetfulness potion that was technically perfect. Fleamont's training made anything less feel like betrayal, and Snape's expression as he inspected it was the now familiar blank mask of a man confronting evidence that contradicted his worldview. The exam he was most careful about was defense against the dark arts. Quirrell's practical exam was a series of defensive exercises, shield charms, basic counterjinxes, identification of dark creatures from descriptions. Simple stuff, first-year level. Harry performed each task with appropriate effort and appropriate success, and kept his occlumency locked down tight, because sitting 6 feet from Quirrell was like sitting 6 feet from a fire. His scar burned with a persistent, droning heat that required constant management. Quirrell watched him throughout the exam, not with the nervous, scattered attention he showed other students, with focus, with an intensity that didn't match the stuttering, garlic-smelling facade. When Harry completed his final exercise, a shield charm that he deliberately made slightly too thin on the left side, Quirrell met his eyes, and for one fraction of a second the stutter dropped and something else looked out from behind those watery brown irises. Something old, something hungry. Something that recognized Harry on a level that transcended sight. Harry held the gaze for exactly 1 second, then looked away, letting his surface layer project the discomfort of a student who found his professor unsettling. Underneath, his shields were diamond. "Be very good, Peapotter." Quirrell said. The stutter was back. The mask was back, but they both knew the mask had slipped. Harry walked out of the exam and went directly to the nearest empty classroom where James was waiting. "He looked at me," Harry said. "Not Quirrell, him." "I know, I was watching through the wall." For about a second, Quirrell's face changed. The bone structure shifted subtly, barely perceptible. It was like looking at 2 faces superimposed. He's getting stronger, closer to the surface, which means the timeline just compressed. James's ghost face was drawn tight. "Harry, he's going to move soon. The exams are almost over. The castle will empty for the summer. If he doesn't get the stone before term ends, he loses his chance. Dumbledore will move the stone somewhere else. This is Quirrell's last window. Tonight then, or tomorrow." Harry shook his head. "Not tonight. Dumbledore's still in the castle. I saw him at the exam. Quirrell won't try with Dumbledore here. Then we watch for the moment Dumbledore leaves. It came sooner than either of them expected. 2 days after exams ended, on a drowsy afternoon when most students were sprawled on the grounds enjoying the June sunshine, Harry saw Dumbledore crossing the entrance hall with his travelling cloak over his arm, moving with purpose toward the front doors. Harry intercepted him. He didn't plan it. His feet moved before his brain authorized them, carrying him down from the first-floor corridor where he'd been watching through a window, through the entrance hall to the base of the marble staircase where Dumbledore was adjusting his cloak. "Professor." Dumbledore turned. "Harry, shouldn't you be outside enjoying this beautiful weather? Are you leaving the castle, sir?" A flicker of something, surprise perhaps at the directness. "I am. I've received an urgent owl from the ministry. I expect to return by tomorrow evening. Professor, I don't think you should leave." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Behind his spectacles, his blue eyes focused with an intensity that reminded Harry, absurdly, of Euphemia. "Oh, and why is that?" Harry stood at the foot of the staircase and made a decision, not the careful, calculated, Euphemia-approved decision. Not the strategic play, the long game, the chess move. The decision of someone who'd been carrying too many secrets for too long and who was looking at a man walking out the door while a dark wizard lurked in his castle. Because someone is going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. Silence. The entrance hall was empty except for the 2 of them. Dust motes drifted in the sunlight from the high windows. "That's a very specific claim," Dumbledore said. His voice hadn't changed, still warm, still grandfatherly, but something behind it had sharpened. "What makes you believe this?" Professor Quirrell has been visiting the third-floor corridor at night for months. He talks to someone when he's alone, someone he calls Master. He's been gathering information about the protections. He tricked Hagrid into telling him how to get past the dog, and his stutter is fake. Dumbledore was very still, the kind of stillness that Harry associated with extremely dangerous people who were reassessing a situation in real time. You've been watching Professor Quirrell? Yes, sir. For how long? Since September. His turban makes my scar hurt. Another silence. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and something shifted in his expression. Not surprise, recognition, the confirmation of something he'd suspected but hadn't been able to verify. Your scar, Dumbledore repeated softly, hurts in Professor Quirrell's presence. Yes, sir. Not Snape's. I know everyone thinks Snape is the one to watch, but it's Quirrell. It's always been Quirrell. Dumbledore studied him for what felt like a long time. Harry could feel the legilimency, stronger now, more deliberate than the gentle probes he'd felt before. Not an attack, but a request. An open hand, offered rather than forced. Harry made another decision. He lowered his outer shields. Not all of them, not the deep layers, not the Horcrux knowledge, not the ghosts. But he let Dumbledore see the surface honestly. A boy who'd been watching, worrying, and preparing. A boy who knew about the stone and the protections and the professor who was harbouring a dark wizard. A boy who was frightened and brave and asking for help. Dumbledore's expression changed. The calculation left his eyes, replaced by something warmer and more complicated. Harry, I appreciate your concern more than I can express, and I want you to know that the stone is well protected. Professor Quirrell cannot reach it, not without understanding something about its final protection that he is, by his very nature, incapable of understanding. The mirror. A beat. Yes, the mirror of Aerized. You've reasoned that out. The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Quirrell wants to use it. He's stuck. Precisely. Dumbledore's voice held the gentleness of a teacher who has found an exceptional student. The stone is safe, Harry. Even if Professor Quirrell attempts to retrieve it tonight, he will fail. Unless he finds another way, unless Voldemort finds another way. The name landed between them. Dumbledore didn't flinch. He was perhaps the only person in Britain who wouldn't, but something in his posture tightened. You know, he said, that Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. Yes, sir, I've known for months. And you didn't come to me. I'm coming to you now. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, 11 years old, thin, serious, standing in a pool of sunlight with the weight of the world behind his green eyes, and for the second time Harry saw the mask drop. Saw the real Dumbledore. Not the twinkling grandfather, not the political chess master, but a tired, old, brilliant man who had made terrible decisions and carried their consequences, and was now being confronted with evidence that one of those decisions had produced something he hadn't anticipated. I have to go to the ministry, Dumbledore said. The owl is not something I can ignore. It may, in fact, be a lure designed to draw me away. If so, I intend to spring the trap and return as quickly as possible. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the first time an adult had deliberately touched Harry in comfort since Hagrid's initial birthday visit, and Harry felt the warmth of it all the way to his bones. I will speak to Professor Snape before I leave. He will watch the third-floor corridor. And I will return by morning. What if morning's too late? Then the protections will hold, the mirror will hold. Dumbledore's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Harry, listen to me. Whatever happens tonight, do not go to the third floor. Do you understand? The stone is protected. Quirrell cannot get it. You are not responsible for this. Harry looked into Dumbledore's eyes and saw that the old man meant it, genuinely, sincerely meant it. He wasn't asking Harry to stay away as part of a manipulation. He was asking because he cared, because the guilt of the Dursleys was eating at him, because he was looking at a child he'd failed and trying belatedly to stop failing him. I understand, sir, Harry said. Dumbledore held his gaze for a moment longer. Then he nodded, squeezed Harry's shoulder and swept through the front doors into the afternoon sunlight. Harry watched him go. Then he turned, walked back up the marble staircase and found Ron, Hermione and Neville in the common room. Dumbledore's gone, he said. It's tonight. They waited until midnight. Harry used the hours to prepare mentally, physically, magically. He reviewed the gauntlet protections one final time with his ghosts. He checked his wand. He practiced his breathing exercises, his occlumency reinforcement, the wandless techniques he might need if something went wrong. Lily was quiet. She'd been quiet since the revelation about the Horcrux, and Harry understood why. His mother was watching him prepare for a confrontation with the man who'd murdered her, and she couldn't hold his hand or stroke his hair or pull him into the kind of fierce, protective embrace that her entire being screamed for. "Mum," Harry said, sitting on his bed with his wand across his knees. "I'm going to be fine. You keep saying that, because it keeps being true. Harry, when you face him, when you're in the room with him and your scar is burning and you can feel the peace of him inside you," Lily's voice cracked. "Remember who you are, not the boy who lived, not the Horcrux. Not the prophecy child. You're Harry, you're my son, you are loved beyond measure and no amount of dark magic can touch that." "I know, Mum. Promise me. I promise me you'll come back." Harry looked at his mother's ghost, at the silver light that had been his first memory. At the face he'd studied every night of his life, more familiar to him than his own reflection, beautiful and fierce and heartbroken. "I promise," he said, and meant it with everything he had. At 11:30, Ron, Hermione and Neville gathered in the common room. They were pale and wide-eyed and vibrating with the particular energy of people who were about to do something tremendously brave and tremendously stupid and knew it. "Everyone clear on the plan?" Harry asked. "Devils snare me," Hermione said, her voice only slightly higher than usual. "Keys you," Ron said, pointing at Harry. "Chess me. Troll room should be empty," Harry continued. "Potions puzzle, Hermione, after that I go on alone." "I don't like that part," Ron said. "I know, but the final protection is the mirror and I'm the only one who can use it." "What about me?" Neville asked. Harry turned to him. "You have the most important job, you stay here." Neville's face fell. "But, listen to me, if we don't come back, if something goes wrong, you're the one who raises the alarm. You find McGonagall or Snape or any professor and you tell them everything. You're our failsafe, Neville. If we succeed, it doesn't matter. If we fail, you're the reason someone comes looking for us." Neville's jaw tightened. Harry could see the argument building, the desire to come, to fight, to be brave the way he'd been brave against Malfoy. But Neville was also smart enough to understand the logic, and brave enough to accept a role that looked like retreat but was actually the backbone of the entire plan. "Okay," Neville said. "I'll wait until 1 o'clock. If you're not back by then, I go to McGonagall." "Perfect." "And Harry." Neville's round face was solemn. "Be careful, all of you. I don't have enough friends to lose any." Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. "We'll be back." The three of them slipped out of the common room under the cloak. A tight fit, requiring Hermione to step on Ron's heels repeatedly and Ron to mutter unflattering things about the cloak's dimensions. They navigated the dark corridors with the careful stealth of people who'd been studying Hogwarts nighttime geography for months. The four ghosts moved ahead, scouting corners and checking for patrols. Filch was in the dungeons. Mrs. Norris was 2 floors below. Peeves was terrorizing the trophy room. The path to the 3rd floor was clear. They reached the forbidden corridor. The door was ajar. "Someone's already been here," Hermione whispered. "The lock's been opened." Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was dark and smelled powerfully of wet dog. From somewhere in the darkness came a deep, rumbling snore, and a faint melody played from a harp in the corner, enchanted, playing itself, filling the room with the gentle music that kept the Cerberus asleep. Fluffy lay in a massive heap of grey fur and drool, 3 enormous heads resting on dinner-table-sized paws, all 6 eyes closed. Each head was the size of a small car. The trapdoor was visible beneath 1 enormous paw. "Quirrell's already passed," Harry murmured. "He set the harp, he's down there." They moved carefully around the sleeping dog and Harry knelt by the trapdoor. He could see nothing below, just darkness and a faint whiff of damp earth. "Once we jump, there's no coming back up this way," he said. "Last chance to change your mind." "Shut up and jump," Ron said. Harry jumped. He fell through darkness, a longer drop than expected, the wind roaring past his ears, and landed on something soft and slightly damp. Not ground. Something organic yielding that cushioned his fall and then immediately began to move. Tendrils of plant matter wrapped around his ankles. "Devil's snare," Hermione shouted from above, and then she was falling too, landing beside him, followed by Ron, who hit the plant with a sound like someone belly-flopping onto a mattress. The tendrils were everywhere. Thick, ropey vines, dark green, wrapping around their limbs with alarming speed. Ron thrashed, which made the plant grip harder. Harry held still, Neville had taught him about Devil's Snare months ago, and the tendrils loosened slightly around his legs. "Stop moving," Hermione commanded. "Devil's Snare relaxes when you relax, it thrives on struggle." "Easy for you to say, it's not crushing your ribcage," Ron gasped. "Just relax," Ron tried. Ron was constitutionally incapable of relaxing while being constricted by a plant, and his efforts to relax involved straining every muscle in his body and turning purple. "Hermione, the fire," Harry said calmly. He'd already sunk through the plant on his side, the tendrils releasing him as his body went limp and dropped to the stone floor beneath. "Right, bluebell flames," Hermione pointed her wand upward. "Incendio," blue fire erupted from her wand and washed across the Devil's Snare. The plant recoiled violently, tendrils whipping away from the heat and light, and Ron fell through with a heavy thud. "Thanks," he wheezed. "Hate plants, no offense to Neville." "That's one down," Harry said. He cast a quick Lumos, full strength, no need for restraint down here, and the chamber lit up. Stone walls, damp floor, a single corridor leading forward. They followed it. The next room was enormous, a high-ceilinged vault full of the sound of wings. Harry raised his wand and the light caught 1,000 glittering shapes. Keys, hundreds of keys flying around the room in a shimmering, chaotic swarm, their tiny wings beating furiously. At the far end of the room, a heavy wooden door. Locked, beside it a broomstick. Harry scanned the swarm. "I need the one that matches the lock. Old, silver, large, probably damaged if Quirrell already used it." "There," Hermione pointed. Near the ceiling, moving slower than the others, was a large silver key with a bent wing, crumpled as though someone had already grabbed it roughly and shoved it into the lock. Harry mounted the broomstick. The familiar rush of flight, even in this underground chamber, even on this battered old broom, cleared his mind instantly. He rose into the swarm, and the keys scattered away from him like startled fish. The damaged silver key tried to flee, its bent wing sending it in lopsided circles, and Harry tracked it with the predator focus that made him the best seeker Hogwarts had seen in decades. He dove. The key jinked left. Harry adjusted mid-flight, reached out and closed his fingers around the key's struggling body. Its tiny wings beat against his palm. He landed, unlocked the door, and they moved on. The chess room was exactly as Euphemia had described. A full-size wizard's chess board, the pieces standing nearly 6 feet tall, carved from what looked like black and white stone. They stood motionless until the 3 students crossed the threshold, and then every head turned toward them with a grinding sound that was deeply unsettling. Ron stepped forward. His face had changed, the nervousness was still there, but underneath it was the focused calm of someone in their element. Ron Weasley on a chessboard was a different creature from Ron Weasley in a classroom. Sharper, surer, more alive. "I'll direct," Ron said. "Harry, you take the bishop's square." "Hermione, the castle, I'll be the knight." "Ron," Hermione started. "I know what I'm doing, trust me." They took their positions. The white pieces moved first, a pawn 2 squares forward. Ron responded, and the game began. Harry stood on his square and watched Ron Weasley play the most important chess game of his life. It was, even to Harry's trained eye, extraordinary. Ron moved pieces with the casual authority of a grandmaster, sacrificing pawns with cold precision, building patterns that Harry couldn't see until they snapped into focus 3 moves later. He played the way he lived, instinctively, bravely, with a reckless genius that no amount of study could replicate. The white pieces were good. They played a punishing, defensive game, and Ron's forces took losses. A bishop fell, the stone piece shattered in a crash that made Hermione cry out. A rook was taken. Pieces fell and broke around them, and with each loss Ron's face grew grimmer and his eyes grew sharper. 15 minutes in, Ron was winning. Barely by the thinnest of margins, but he was winning. The White King was 3 moves from checkmate. Harry could see it now, the pattern Ron had been building, the trap he'd been laying since the opening. There was one problem. "Ron," Harry said quietly. "The next move." "I know," Ron's voice was steady. "The knight, I have to move the knight. If you move the knight, the queen takes you." "I know that too." "Ron," Harry, "shut up and listen." Ron turned to face him. His freckled face was pale but absolutely certain. "If I don't make this move, we lose. There's no other path to checkmate. The knight moves, the queen takes me, and then Hermione takes the bishop, and you checkmate the king. That's the only way. There has to be another. There isn't. I've been looking for 12 moves, this is it. Hermione's face was white. Ron, you can't, the piece will. The piece will hit me, yeah. I'll be okay, Madame Pomfrey's fixed worse. Ron grinned, the same easy, lopsided grin he'd worn on the train, the one that made you feel like everything was going to be all right even when it obviously wasn't. Knight to H3. His stone horse moved. Ron sat astride it, jaw clenched as it advanced across the board. The White Queen turned, moved, crossed the board in a diagonal of implacable violence. The impact was tremendous. Stone hit stone with a crack that shook the chamber, and Ron was thrown from the horse, hit the ground and lay still. Ron, Hermione screamed. Harry was already running. He knelt beside Ron and pressed his fingers to his friend's neck, pulse strong, steady, breathing. Unconscious, a blow to the head, probably a concussion. Not dead, alive. He's alive, Harry said. He's unconscious, but he's alive. Hermione was crying, quick, fierce tears that she wiped away with the back of her hand. We have to finish the game. Hermione, bishop to E5. Hermione moved. The black bishop slid across the board and took the white piece that Ron had set up. Harry stepped onto the square in front of the white king. Checkmate. The white king's stone sword clattered to the ground. The remaining pieces parted, opening the path to the door beyond. Harry knelt beside Ron again. We need to get him out. When this is over, I'll stay with him, said a voice from the wall, and Fleamont's ghost materialized beside Ron's unconscious form. The old potioneer looked at his grandson with an expression of focused concern. He has a mild concussion. I can assess it from the magical resonance. He needs Madame Pomfrey, but he's not in immediate danger. Go, I'll watch over him. Grandad, go, Harry, finish this. Harry and Hermione ran through the next chamber, the troll room, empty as predicted, the air still rank with the lingering stench of its former occupant, and into the potions room, a table with 7 bottles, a scroll of parchment, and a wall of purple fire blocking the way forward, with a wall of black fire blocking the way back. Hermione read the riddle aloud, her voice trembling only slightly. Then she read it again, silently. Then she closed her eyes and thought, and Harry watched one of the finest logical minds he'd ever encountered do what it was built to do. The smallest bottle gets you through the purple fire. Forward, the round bottle at the right end gets you back through the black fire. Hermione opened her eyes. There's only enough in the small bottle for one person. Harry looked at the tiny bottle. He looked at Hermione. Go back, he said. Take Ron to the hospital wing. Find Neville. Send the owl to Dumbledore. Harry, I can't let you. You can, you have to. This is the part I do alone. No. There has to be another way. I can. Hermione. He took her hands. Her fingers were warm and solid and shaking, and the contact, the simple, physical contact of holding another person's hands, was so precious that he almost couldn't speak. You are the bravest, smartest person I've ever met. And I need you to be brave one more time. Go back. Help Ron, send for help, and trust me. Hermione stared at him. Tears were running down her face, but her jaw was set in the stubborn, unbreakable line that he'd come to love. You'd better come back, Harry Potter. If you die in there, I'll never forgive you. I'll come back. She threw her arms around him, held on for 3 seconds, warm, fierce, alive. Then she let go, grabbed the round bottle, drank, and walked back through the black fire. Harry stood alone in the potions chamber. The purple fire crackled. The tiny bottle sat on the table, catching the light. Ready, James said from behind him. Harry turned. All 3 remaining ghosts were there, James, Lily, and Euphemia. They'd left Fleamont with Ron. They were with him now, silver and luminous and absolutely, unconditionally present. Ready, Harry said. He drank the potion. It was ice-cold, like liquid winter running through his veins. He walked through the purple fire, felt it lick around him without burning, and emerged into the final chamber. The mirror of Erised stood in the centre of the room. And in front of it, Professor Quirrell stood without a stutter. Chapter 6. The living and the dead Quirrell looked different without the performance. The nervous hunch was gone, the flinching, the watery-eyed timidity that had made him seem like a man perpetually apologizing for his own existence. The man standing before the mirror of Erised was straight-backed and still, and his eyes held a cold intelligence that the stutter had concealed for an entire year. I wondered when you'd come, Quirrell said. His voice was smooth, unhurried, utterly lacking the impediment that had defined him in every classroom and corridor for 9 months. I could feel you getting closer. Through the dog, the plant, the keys, you moved faster than I expected. Harry stood at the entrance to the chamber, wondered his side and assessed. The room was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a bluish-white light that cast no shadows. The mirror dominated the space, massive, golden-framed, its surface dark and still like a window onto nothing. Quirrell stood between Harry and the mirror, about 20 feet away, and his wand was in his hand but not raised. The scar was burning. Not the low-grade throb of classroom proximity, a bright, sharp, persistent pain that pulsed in time with Harry's heartbeat. He let the pain exist without fighting it, channeling it into awareness rather than distraction, the way Lily had taught him to channel fear. "Professor," Harry said. His voice was calm. "Or should I say, you can say my name. You've been saying it all year to your little friends in your little meetings." Quirrell's lip curled. "Did you think I didn't notice? The famous Harry Potter watching me at meals, tracking my movements, whispering about turban secrets in the library. You noticed. My master noticed. He notices everything about you, Potter. You're rather important to him. You always have been." Harry's gaze flicked to the turban. It was still in place, wound tight, but the shape of it seemed wrong, too large at the back, as though the cloth concealed more than just hair. "Where is he?" Harry asked. "He's with me. Always with me. Since the forest in Albania, since I was fool enough to seek him out and brave enough to offer myself as vessel." Something crossed Quirrell's face, not regret exactly, but a bitter exhaustion. "I was nobody, Potter. A mediocre professor at a mediocre school, teaching a subject I barely understood. And then I found him, or he found me, and suddenly I was somebody. I had purpose, I had power. I had a master who saw my potential when no one else bothered to look. He's using you. He's elevating me." "There's a difference." "There really isn't." Quirrell's jaw tightened. "Enough, the stone, you know how the mirror works, I can see it in your face, you know the trick, Dumbledore's little enchantment keyed to intent." He gestured at the mirror. "I've been standing here for 20 minutes. I can see the stone in the mirror, I can see myself presenting it to my master, but I can't reach it. The mirror won't give it to someone who wants to use it. Then it seems like you have a problem. I have a solution. You," Quirrell raised his wand, "you don't want to use the stone. You want to protect it. The mirror will give it to you, and then you'll give it to me. What makes you think I'll do that? Because if you don't, I'll kill you. And then I'll find your friends, the redhead and the girl, and I'll kill them too, and the round-faced boy waiting in your common room. All of them, one by one." Harry's magic surged. He felt it like a tide, hot, fierce, pressing against his skin from the inside. The temperature in the chamber dropped 3 degrees. Frost appeared on the nearest torch bracket. He pulled it back, controlled it, breathed. "You won't kill me." Harry said. "You can't, your master won't allow it." Quirrell's eyes narrowed. "What makes you say that?" "Because he came here tonight to get the stone, and the only way to get the stone is through me. If you kill me, the stone stays in the mirror. He needs me alive, at least for now." A silence. Then, from nowhere and everywhere, a voice. Clever boy. Harry had heard descriptions of Voldemort's voice, from his parents, from Euphemia, from the fragments of history he'd absorbed over a decade of ghost-taught education. None of it had prepared him for the reality. The voice was high and cold and threaded with something that wasn't quite human, like the hiss of a snake given vocabulary and malice. "Let me speak to him," the voice said. "Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. The purple cloth fell away in loops, revealing the back of Quirrell's head, except it wasn't just the back of Quirrell's head. There was another face there, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. Chalk white, with slitted red eyes like wounds in parchment. No nose, just flat, serpentine nostrils. A mouth that was too wide and too thin, stretched in a smile that held no warmth, no humanity, no recognizable emotion except hunger. Lord Voldemort. Pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull like a parasitic twin, sustained by Quirrell's body and magic, existing in a state between life and death that was neither ghost nor human, but something grotesquely in between. Harry's scar exploded. The pain was beyond anything he'd experienced, a white-hot blade driving through his forehead, searing through his occlumency shields like they were tissue paper. His vision went red. His knees buckled. He grabbed the wall to stay upright and tasted blood where he'd bitten his tongue. But he didn't fall. He channeled the pain the way he channeled everything, down, through, into the framework his family had built. The shields were burning, but the framework held. The architecture of his mind, the cupboard that became a fortress, the rooms and corridors of organized knowledge, the deep bedrock layer of love and identity absorbed the assault and held. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The face smiled, the red eyes burned. "We meet again." Harry straightened. Blood ran from his nose, the scar had split slightly, leaking crimson down the left side of his face. He wiped it away with his sleeve. "We've never met," Harry said. "You killed my parents while I was in my crib. That's not a meeting, that's a crime." Such fire, such conviction. "You remind me of your mother. She had the same foolish courage, the belief that standing in front of death would change anything." "It did change something. I'm alive. You're a face on the back of someone else's head." The red eyes narrowed. Beside Harry, invisible, James made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. "Give me the stone, Harry." Voldemort's voice dropped to something almost seductive, soft, reasonable, intimate. "Look in the mirror. Take the stone, give it to me, and I will let you walk out of this room." "I will leave this castle. I will not harm your friends. You have my word." "Your word means nothing." "Then consider your alternatives. You stand before me with a wand you've barely learned to use. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. Even in this diminished form, I could destroy you before you raised your arm. Then do it." "Silence, you won't," Harry said, "because you need me to get the stone, and because something about me frightens you." "It frightened you 10 years ago when you came to kill a baby and the baby killed you instead. You don't understand what happened that night, and things you don't understand, you don't destroy, you study them first." The red eyes burned brighter. "You know nothing about me." "I know you made Horcruxes." The chamber went utterly, deathly still. Quirrell stopped breathing. The torches flickered. In the silence, Harry could hear his own heartbeat and nothing else, as though the world had inhaled and was holding its breath. "What did you say?" The softness was gone from Voldemort's voice. What replaced it was something raw and dangerous, the sound of a predator whose hiding place had been found. "I know about the Horcruxes. I know you split your soul, multiple times. I know that's why the killing curse rebounded. Your soul was so fractured that the impact shattered another piece off." Harry's voice was steady. The pain in his scar was incandescent, a sunbright agony that lit up every nerve in his body, and he spoke through it like it was nothing. "I know things about you that you don't know about yourself." Harry regretted the words the instant he felt the shift. Not in the room, in the scar. The fragment behind his forehead stirred, reached, and for one horrible moment, Voldemort's consciousness brushed against it. A connection opened, a bridge between the fragment and its source, and Harry felt Voldemort's mind press against his own, cold, vast, alien. A mind organized not around love or knowledge or identity, but around power and rage and a fear of death so absolute that it had consumed everything else. Harry felt it pour through the connection like ice water through a crack. The hunger, the fury, the desperate, clawing need to exist at any cost. And then it hit the walls. Lily's protection, the love that had been woven into Harry's blood and bone and scar on the night she died, rose to meet Voldemort's consciousness like an immune response. It wasn't a spell, it wasn't a shield. It was something older and fiercer, the raw biological, magical reality of a mother who had chosen death to save her child. It burned, Voldemort screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of pain and shock and something very close to terror. The connection severed. The pressure on Harry's scar vanished, replaced by a throbbing aftershock that pulsed in waves. "What is this?" Voldemort gasped. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was contorted, the chalk-white skin flushed red, the slit nostrils flaring. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Harry said. "That's what love feels like. I'm told it's an acquired taste." "Kill him," Voldemort snarled at Quirrell. "Take the stone from his body if you must kill him," Quirrell spun. His wand came up. Harry's wand came up faster, not because he was quicker on the draw, but because he'd been holding his wand in a ready position since he entered the room and Quirrell had to complete a full turn before he could aim. Expelliarmus. Harry poured everything into the spell, not the calibrated 80% output he'd been maintaining for a year, but everything. The full force of a magical core that had been growing and strengthening for 11 years, channeled through a holly and phoenix feather wand that resonated with his magic like a tuning fork, amplified by the adrenaline and fury and love that filled him from scar to toes. The disarming charm hit Quirrell like a train. Quirrell's wand flew from his hand, spiraled across the chamber, and shattered against the far wall. Quirrell himself was lifted off his feet and hurled backward into the mirror of Erised with an impact that cracked the golden frame. He slid to the floor, dazed, and the mirror rocked on its base. "The mirror," Euphemia shouted from the wall. "Harry, look in the mirror, now while he's down." Harry ran. He crossed the 20 feet between himself and the mirror in seconds and planted himself in front of the glass. His reflection appeared, battered, bloody, wild-eyed, wand raised, and then the reflection changed. Mirror Harry smiled. Mirror Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a fist, the Philosopher's Stone, impossibly vivid, glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Mirror Harry held it up, winked, and slid the stone back into his pocket. Real Harry felt a weight drop into his real pocket. Heavy, warm, unmistakable. He had the stone. Quirrell was getting up. His face was bleeding where the mirror frame had cut him, and his movements had a jerky, marionette quality, as though he wasn't fully controlling his own body anymore. "He has it," Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's skull. "I can sense it. Seize him." Quirrell lunged. No wand, no spell, just hands reaching for Harry's throat, driven by Voldemort's desperation overriding whatever remained of Quirrell's own will. His fingers closed around Harry's neck. And then Quirrell screamed. His hands, the hands that had grabbed Harry, were blistering. The skin was turning red, then black, then crumbling, disintegrating like paper in a fire. Quirrell jerked his hands away and stared at them, at the ruined, charred flesh, at the bone-white patches where skin had simply ceased to exist. "What?" Quirrell gasped. "The protection," Lily breathed from beside Harry. "The sacrificial protection. It's in his skin, his blood." When Quirrell touches him, when Voldemort's vessel makes physical contact, it burns, Euphemia finished. The love is literally corrosive to him. Harry understood. The realization clicked into place with the cold precision of a puzzle's final piece. Voldemort's parasite presence in Quirrell meant that any physical contact between Quirrell and Harry was, effectively, contact between Voldemort and Lily's protection. And that protection didn't just shield, it destroyed. Quirrell was backing away, cradling his ruined hands, making sounds that were more animal than human. On the back of his head, Voldemort's face was twisted with rage and pain and a dawning comprehension that mirrored Harry's own. "Kill him," Voldemort screamed. "Use a spell, don't touch him." "My wand, you broke my wand. Use his, take his wand," Quirrell dove for Harry. Harry didn't retreat. He did something that no strategic calculation would have recommended. Something that Euphemia would have called reckless and Fleamont would have called inspired, and James would have called exactly what a Potter should do. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Where Harry's palms met Quirrell's skin, the flesh didn't just blister, it crumbled, dissolved, turned to ash and dust and nothing. Quirrell screamed, a sound so terrible that it echoed off the chamber walls and seemed to multiply, layering agony upon agony. He thrashed, tried to pull away, but Harry held on. The pain in Harry's scar was beyond description. The connection between the soul fragments was wide open now, and through it Harry could feel everything: Quirrell's agony, Voldemort's fury, the dark magic writhing and burning as it came into contact with love made manifest. It was destroying Harry as much as it was destroying Quirrell, not physically but mentally. The pain was so intense that his vision was going white at the edges, his thoughts fragmenting, his occlumency shields cracking like ice under pressure. "Harry," Lily screamed. "Harry, let go." "You're burning yourself out." He couldn't let go. If he let go, Quirrell would recover, would find a weapon, would finish the job. Harry held on and pushed, not with his hands but with his magic, with the love that was woven into every cell of his body, with 11 years of being raised by people who had refused to let death win. Quirrell's face was disintegrating under his palms. The man was screaming, but the screams were growing weaker, and beneath them, a different sound was building. A high, keening wail that wasn't coming from Quirrell's mouth but from the back of his skull, from the face that was Voldemort's, from the parasite that was being torn free of its host. Something dark erupted from Quirrell's body. A shadow, a shape, a screaming, formless thing that boiled up from the disintegrating flesh and hung in the air for one terrible moment. A wraith, a spectre, the remnant of Tom Riddle stripped of his last stolen body, reduced to nothing but rage and will and the desperate refusal to die. The wraith turned its eyeless gaze on Harry. He felt it, the hatred, the hunger, the ancient, fathomless malice of something that had been human once and had chosen, piece by piece, to stop. Then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the earth and the rock and the wards, a dark streak that punched through Hogwarts protections like a bullet through glass and vanished into the night. Quirrell collapsed. Harry's hands were still outstretched, still reaching, still burning with the afterimage of the protection that had saved him. His palms were blistered, not from Quirrell's destruction, but from the sheer magical energy he'd channeled through his body. His scar was bleeding freely. His vision was tunneling, the white edges closing in, and he had just enough awareness to think very clearly, "I did it." Then his legs gave out, and the stone floor rushed up to meet him, and the last thing he saw before the darkness took him was 4 silver figures bending over him, their faces bright with terror and love, and his mother's voice saying his name from very far away. Harry woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight, white sheets, the smell of potions and clean linen, a dull, pervasive ache that ran from his scar to his toes as though every cell in his body had been wrung out like a dishcloth. He lay still and took inventory. Hands, bandaged, sore but functional, head throbbing but intact. Scar quiet, quieter than it had been in months, a dormant thing sleeping instead of watching. The stone, Harry's hand moved to his pocket. Empty. Someone had taken it while he was unconscious. He filed the observation and turned his head. Ron was in the next bed, sleeping. His head was bandaged and his face was pale, but he was breathing steadily, and as Harry watched, Ron's mouth twitched in a way that probably meant he was dreaming about Quidditch. Alive. Safe. Beyond Ron, Hermione was curled in a visitor's chair with a book open on her lap, asleep. Her face was tear-streaked and her hair was wilder than usual, and she'd apparently been there long enough to accumulate a small pile of sweet wrappers on the floor beside her. The door to the hospital wing opened. Albus Dumbledore walked in. He looked tired. Not the benevolent, effortlessly composed Dumbledore of the staff table. A weary old man with shadows under his eyes and a heaviness in his step that suggested he'd been dealing with something much larger than a school emergency. He saw that Harry was awake and his expression shifted, cycling through relief and concern and the complicated guilt that Harry had seen before. He pulled a chair to Harry's bedside and sat down. "How long have I been out?" Harry asked. 3 days. "Madame Pomfrey has been tending to you around the clock. You suffered significant magical exhaustion and some nerve damage in your hands, but she assures me you'll make a full recovery." "Quirrell," Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Professor Quirrell did not survive. The possession had been destroying him for months. By the time you confronted him, there was very little of the original Quirrell left. What remained could not survive separation from Voldemort's shade." Harry absorbed this. A man was dead. A man who had been weak and ambitious and afraid, who had gone looking for power in Albania and found something that consumed him instead. Harry tried to feel something about it, guilt, maybe, or horror, and found, to his own discomfort, that what he mostly felt was a tired, heavy sadness. "I killed him," Harry said. "No, Voldemort killed him." Quirrell was dead the moment he accepted Voldemort into his body. Everything after that was a prolonged ending. Dumbledore paused. "You defended yourself, Harry. What happened to Quirrell was the consequence of Voldemort's choices, not yours." Harry wasn't sure he believed that. He'd held Quirrell's face and felt it crumble. He'd chosen to hold on. That was a choice with a consequence, and the consequence was a man's death, and no amount of moral framing could make that feel clean, but he filed it. He'd process it later properly with his family in the privacy of his own mind. Right now there were things he needed to know. "The stone," Dumbledore nodded. "Safe, removed from your pocket after you collapsed. Nicholas and I have had a conversation and we've agreed the stone will be destroyed." "Destroyed?" "It's the only way to ensure it can never be used as bait again. Nicholas has enough elixir to set his affairs in order and then, well, he's had rather a good run. 665 years. He tells me he's looking forward to a rest." Harry thought about this, about a man choosing to die, choosing to give up immortality, because the alternative was a world where dark wizards killed innocent people to steal his work. "That's brave," Harry said. "It is. Nicholas Flamel is a braver man than most people realize. Immortality is the easiest thing in the world to cling to and the hardest thing to release." Dumbledore's blue eyes were soft behind his spectacles. "Harry, I owe you several explanations." "Yes, sir, you do," a flicker of surprise. Dumbledore was used to students who deferred to him, who accepted his pronouncements with grateful confusion. Harry's flat, direct acknowledgement that explanations were owed rather than offered was, Harry suspected, not what he'd expected. "The protections on the 3rd floor," Dumbledore began. "You've no doubt concluded that they were deliberately solvable." "They were designed for me." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "Not designed for you specifically, but designed to be navigable by a competent team of students, yes." "I suspected, correctly as it turned out, that Voldemort would make an attempt on the stone this year. I also suspected that if the attempt came, you would feel compelled to act. You have your mother's moral compass. You cannot stand by while evil operates, even when standing by would be safer. So you set a trap." "I set a test. There's a difference. Not to the person being tested." Dumbledore absorbed the rebuke. He had the grace not to deflect it. "You're right," he said. "I used the stone as bait to draw out Voldemort's agent, and I placed the test in your path knowing you might walk it. That was a choice I made, and I won't pretend it was without risk to you." He removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his robe, a very human gesture that made him look, briefly, like someone's grandfather rather than the most powerful wizard in the world. "I told myself the protections would stop Quirrell. I told myself the mirror would keep the stone safe. I told myself I'd return from the ministry in time. But the truth is, I left an 11-year-old boy to face Lord Voldemort, and the fact that you survived doesn't make that acceptable." Harry stared at him. This was not the Dumbledore he'd been expecting, not the chess master, not the manipulator, not the man who moved people like pieces on a board. This was a man who was looking at his own choices and finding them wanting, and who had the courage to say so out loud, "You told me not to go." Harry said, "In the entrance hall, you told me to stay away from the 3rd floor. I did, and I meant it, but I also knew when I looked at you that you would go anyway, because you're not the child I expected, Harry. You're not the lost, confused boy I assumed the Dursleys would produce. You're something else entirely, and I'm beginning to realize that my assumptions about you have been wrong from the start." "What assumptions?" Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. "I assumed you would arrive at Hogwarts frightened and ignorant and desperate for guidance. I assumed you would need a mentor, someone to introduce you to the magical world, to explain your history, to prepare you gradually for the truth of what you are. I assumed I would be that mentor." A pause. "Instead, you arrived calm, knowledgeable, socially adept, and with occlumency shields that I couldn't penetrate without effort." Harry said nothing. "I don't know how," Dumbledore continued. "I don't know who taught you or where you learned what you know. The Dursleys certainly didn't provide it. There's something in your history that I'm missing, a piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit my understanding, and it's been bothering me all year. Are you asking me to explain? I'm asking you to trust me enough to tell me when you're ready. Not now, if now isn't the time, but eventually." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, stripped of performance. "I've made mistakes with you, Harry, starting with the Dursleys. I'd like the chance to do better." Harry looked at the headmaster. He thought about everything Euphemia had taught him, the game beneath the game, the manipulation of narrative, the importance of information control. He thought about everything Lily had taught him, compassion, forgiveness, the difference between understanding someone's flaws and accepting them. He thought about his mother who had died for him, about his father who had died trying to buy her time, about his grandparents who had fought a war and raised a son and died before their grandson was born and then refused to stay dead. "I'll tell you someday," Harry said. "Not yet, but someday." "That's all I ask." Dumbledore stood. He reached the door of the hospital wing, then turned back. "Harry, one more thing. Your mother's protection, the love that burns Voldemort on contact. Do you understand what sustained it? The blood wards, living with Petunia?" "Partially. But the blood wards are a framework, a structure. The protection itself is sustained by love, not Petunia's love, which is complicated, the love of whoever has been caring for you, whoever raised you. Whoever loved you deeply enough that the protection didn't just survive, but strengthened over 11 years. Dumbledore's blue eyes were piercing. "Whoever those people are, Harry, they gave you something that no spell or ward or enchantment could replicate. They gave you a power that Voldemort will never understand, because he has never been loved and has never loved in return." He smiled, a real smile, warm and tired and genuine. "Thank them for me. When you're ready." He left. Harry lay in the hospital wing and stared at the ceiling, and felt the tears come for the second time in his life. Not the gut-wrenching grief of the mirror, but a gentler thing, a release, the tears of someone who had carried too much for too long and could, for a moment, set the weight down. He knows, Harry whispered. From the shadows of the hospital wing, invisible, Lily said. He suspects, he doesn't know. He knows something kept me safe, something beyond the blood wards. Let him wonder, Euphemia said. A little mystery is good for him. Are you lot going to come out, or are you going to hover in the walls like gargoyles? His family materialized. All four of them, James from behind the curtain, Lily from the window, Fleamont from the ceiling. He'd apparently been observing from directly above Harry's bed for 3 days, and Euphemia from the far wall. They looked, if ghosts could look such a thing, exhausted. Wrung out. As though the past 3 days of watching Harry unconscious had cost them something that ghosts shouldn't have been able to spend. Don't ever do that again, Lily said. Which part? The part where you grab a man possessed by Voldemort with your bare hands and hold on until both of you nearly die. I'll try to avoid it. You won't try, you'll succeed, promise me. Mum, I can't promise that. I can promise I'll be careful. I can promise I'll think before I act. But I can't promise I'll never have to do something dangerous again because we both know what's coming. Lily looked away. James moved to her side. He's right, love, James said softly. I know he's right. That's the worst part. Fleamont settled into a position near the foot of Harry's bed, hovering just above the mattress. His expression held the careful neutrality of a man with news. While you were unconscious, we did some investigation, Fleamont said. Euphemia and I surveyed the castle. The wraith, Voldemort's shade, left a trail when it fled, residual dark magic like a wake in water. We followed it as far as the Forbidden Forest before it dissipated. He's gone. From Hogwarts, yes. From the world, no. The shade is weakened. Losing Quirrell as a host was catastrophic, but it's not destroyed. He'll find another way to return, he always does. The Horcruxes, Harry said. As long as they exist, he can't truly die. And as long as the fragment in your scar persists, you're connected to him. Fleamont's expression shifted to something warmer. But Harry, the fragment in your scar is weaker today than it was 3 days ago. Harry's hand went to his forehead. What? The confrontation, the activation of the sacrificial protection, it damaged the fragment. Not destroyed it, but damaged it. Weakened it significantly. The connection you felt, the burning, the pain, it was the protection attacking the Horcrux. Given enough exposure to love. Euphemia interrupted. The fragment could be destroyed entirely. Not in one encounter. Not quickly. But over time, with sustained exposure to the kind of magic that created the protection in the first place. You mean love could destroy the Horcrux? I mean love is destroying the Horcrux. Has been destroying it, slowly, since the night your mother died. Every moment you've been loved by us, by your friends, by that ridiculous Weasley woman who sent you a jumper without ever meeting you, the fragment has been eroding. The confrontation with Quirrell simply accelerated the process. Harry lay in the hospital wing and felt the scar on his forehead, quiet, dormant, diminished, and thought about love as a corrosive force. Love as acid, eating through dark magic one molecule at a time. Love not as a shield or a weapon, but as a slow, patient, unstoppable tide that wore away even the darkest stone. How long? He asked. Years, probably, Euphemia said, but the trajectory is clear. Given the rate of degradation I've observed, and assuming continued exposure to strong emotional bonds. She paused, and her eyes, sharp, calculating, brilliant, softened in the way they only softened for Harry. You'll be free of it. In time, you'll be free. Harry closed his eyes. The sunlight was warm on his face. Somewhere in the ward, Ron snored. In the chair beside him, Hermione stirred, murmured something about page numbers, and settled back into sleep. I want to go to the feast, Harry said. You've been unconscious for 3 days, Lily protested. And now I'm conscious and hungry, and my house just won the Quidditch Cup and probably the House Cup, and I want to be there for it. Absolutely not, Mum. I just defeated Voldemort. Let me eat some treacle tart. James burst out laughing. The sound was silver and warm and filled the hospital wing like music, and Lily tried to maintain her stern expression and failed completely, and Fleamont chuckled, and even Euphemia's mouth twitched in the way that counted for her as uproarious laughter. Fine, Lily said. But you're going straight to bed afterward. Deal. Madame Pomfrey released him with extreme reluctance and a battery of warnings that Harry promised to heed and immediately planned to ignore. Ron was awake and on his feet, slightly wobbly but burning with the need to hear every detail of what had happened after the chess game. Hermione woke when Harry touched her shoulder, looked at him with enormous brown eyes that were red-rimmed and puffy, and hugged him so hard he felt his recently healed ribs creak. 3 days, she said into his shoulder. 3 days, Harry, do you have any idea? I know, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, be more careful. I'll try, you'll succeed. They walked to the Great Hall together, Harry in the middle, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right. The corridor was quiet, most students were already at the feast. Their footsteps echoed off stone walls that had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more. Ron, Harry said, the chess game was the bravest thing I've ever seen. Ron's ears went red. It was just chess. It wasn't just chess, you sacrificed yourself. You knew the Queen would take you and you did it anyway. Well, you grabbed Voldemort with your bare hands, so I think you win the bravery contest. It's not a contest. Everything's a contest, Harry, that's what makes life interesting. Harry laughed. Hermione rolled her eyes. They pushed open the doors of the Great Hall. The noise hit them like a wall. The hall was packed, every student, every professor, the full capacity of Hogwarts assembled under a ceiling that showed a perfect summer sky. The house banners hung overhead, and the air smelled like a feast that had been building for hours. Every head turned when they walked in, for a moment silence. Then the Gryffindor table erupted, and the sound spread like wildfire, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, even a scattering of reluctant Slytherins. Applause, cheering, stamping of feet. Fred and George started a chant that Harry couldn't make out over the noise. Neville was standing on his bench, waving frantically, his round face split by the biggest grin Harry had ever seen on him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down, and the cheering intensified, and Harry felt the warmth of it. The living, breathing warmth of a community that had decided he belonged, and it was different from the warmth of his ghost family. Not better, not worse. Different. The warmth of people with heartbeats and body heat and the ability to clap you on the back so hard it stung. He needed both kinds. He was beginning to understand that. Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted. Another year gone. The headmaster said, and his voice carried the particular quality of someone who was choosing lightness over the heaviness he felt. And what a year it has been. Before we tuck into this magnificent feast, I have a few last-minute points to award. The hall tensed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. The Gryffindor table went berserk. Ron's face matched his hair. Percy was shouting something about family pride. Fred and George were attempting to lift Ron onto their shoulders and failing because Ron was flailing. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Harry could see her shoulders shaking, laughing or crying, possibly both. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. The roar was deafening. Harry sat in the middle of it and smiled, and across the hall, he caught Dumbledore's eye, and the old man inclined his head in a gesture that was part acknowledgement and part apology, and part something that might, eventually, grow into genuine respect. And finally, Dumbledore continued, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Harry looked at Neville. The round-faced boy was staring at Dumbledore with his mouth open, and then at the Gryffindors around him, who were screaming his name, and then at Harry, who raised his pumpkin juice in a silent toast. Neville's eyes shone. He raised his own glass. Gryffindor won the house cup. The hall exploded. Green and silver banners transformed to scarlet and gold. The feast appeared, mountains of food, rivers of pumpkin juice, the magical abundance of a school that celebrated its children's triumphs with the only currency that truly mattered. Joy. Harry ate treacle tart. He ate roast chicken and potatoes, and 3 kinds of pudding. He laughed at Ron's jokes, and debated with Hermione about summer reading lists, and watched Neville accept congratulations with a quiet, stunned happiness that made him look like a different person from the boy who'd lost a toad on a train 9 months ago. He looked around the great hall at the friends who'd fought beside him, at the professors who'd taught him, at the ancient, impossible, magical castle that had become his home, and he felt it all. The love and the loss and the danger still coming. The scar on his forehead, quieter now but not gone. The ghosts in the walls, invisible, watching, proud. The weight of prophecy and the lightness of being 11, and the strange, paradoxical truth that he could carry both at the same time. He was Harry Potter. He was a Horcrux and a prophecy and a son and a friend and a seeker and a student. He was the product of 4 ghosts who loved him and 2 worlds that needed him and a war that was coming whether he was ready or not. He was ready. But right now, right here, in this golden hall full of noise and laughter and the smell of treacle tart, he was also just a boy with friends. A boy going home, not to the Dursleys, though the train would take him there. Home to the 4 silver figures who'd been waiting in a cupboard under the stairs for 11 years, and who would be waiting still, patient and fierce and luminous when he arrived. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station on a brilliant June morning. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione and Neville, and the countryside unrolled outside the window like a green carpet being pulled toward London. "You're right?" Hermione asked. She'd already provided schedules for their summer correspondence, colour-coded by subject. "Every week," Harry promised. "Come to the Burrow this summer," Ron said. "Mum's already mental about it, she wants to meet you. Fair warning, she'll try to feed you until you burst." "I'd like that." "I'll send you some cuttings from Gran's garden," Neville offered. "There's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia that's about to pup, you'd love it." "I have no idea what that is, but yes." They laughed. They traded chocolate frog cards. They played Exploding Snap until Seamus singed his eyebrows again. They were children on a train, going home, and it was perfect. As the train approached London, Harry excused himself to the corridor. He stood by a window, watching the outskirts of the city emerge from the countryside, and his family materialized around him, faint in the daylight, barely visible, 4 silver suggestions hovering in the air of a rattling train. "Back to the Dursleys," James said. He didn't try to make it sound positive. "For now," Harry said. "Not forever. We'll be there," Lily said. "Every night, same as always." "I know. And next year we'll be better prepared," Euphemia said. Her mind was clearly already running scenarios, planning curriculum adjustments, optimizing strategy. "The Horcrux information changes everything. We need to research extraction methods over the summer. The Department of Mysteries had files, if I can remember the theoretical frameworks." "Grandmum." "Yes, thank you for everything, for the plans and the lessons and the strategies and the fact that you've been running my education like a military campaign for 11 years. Harry smiled. "But right now, can you just be my grandmother, just for a minute?" Euphemia's mouth opened, closed. Her sharp eyes glistened in a way that ghosts' eyes were not supposed to be able to glisten. "For a minute," she allowed. "Dad, can you just be my dad?" James's grin was incandescent and heartbroken. "Always, kid." "Grandad," Fleamont's crinkly smile was warm enough to feel. "I'm right here, Harry." "Mum." Lily moved as close as she could, hovering beside him, her silver form aligned with his, as close to holding him as the laws of death permitted. "I'm right here, sweetheart. I'm always right here." Harry stood in the corridor of the Hogwarts Express, surrounded by his family, and looked out the window at a world that was vast and dangerous and full of dark wizards and prophecies and pieces of stolen soul. A world that wanted him to be a hero, a savior, a weapon. He would be those things. When the time came, he would stand and fight and face whatever the world threw at him, because that was who he was and who they'd raised him to be. But he would also be this, a boy at a window, loved by the living and the dead, carrying the weight and the light in equal measure going home. The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform filled with families. Harry collected his trunk, shouldered his bag and stepped off the train into the sunlight. He saw the Dursleys before they saw him, Vernon's moustache bristling with impatience, Petunia's neck craned with habitual anxiety, Dudley wedged into a bench eating something sticky. They hadn't changed. They never would. Harry walked toward them. 4 ghosts flanked him, invisible, silver, unbreakable. He had survived his first year. He'd made friends who'd walked through fire for him. He'd faced the darkest wizard in a century and walked away. He'd learned the truth about himself, the Horcrux, the prophecy, the love that was slowly, patiently, inevitably burning the darkness out of his scar. And he had a family. Not the family the mirror showed him, alive, touchable, solid. Something stranger and fiercer and more stubborn than that. A family that had looked at death and said no. A family that had spent a decade in a cupboard under the stairs, teaching a boy to be ready for a war, and in the process had given him something no war could take away, the knowledge that he was loved. Completely unconditionally across the veil and back again, Harry reached the Dursleys. Vernon grunted. Petunia didn't make eye contact. Dudley looked up from his chocolate, saw Harry, and immediately looked away. "Let's go," Vernon said. Harry followed them through the barrier, into the Muggle world, toward the car that would take him back to Privet Drive. His hand rested on the wand in his pocket. His eyes were open. His shields were up. And in the space between his footsteps, in the silence between one world and the next, 4 ghosts walked beside him, and the summer stretched out ahead like a story waiting to be told.